The unexpected fall of Black Iron City signaled that the Battle of Shulands had entered a whole new stage. Of the troops that Swordsman City had housed in Xiangyang Prefecture, apart from the 2nd Legion that was gathered in Protruding Dragon Pass, only the City Protection Division and the Guards Division were left. Beyond that would be the local defense troops. With that, after Black Iron City fell, Swordsman City had basically no troops left that they could deploy. This made Feng Qingyue, who had just taken over the territory, feel extremely awkward. She realized that along with the fall of Black Iron City, Shanghai City would not be pleased with what they offered. The intelligent Feng Qingyue thought even further ahead. The iron ore base of Black Iron City was of normal importance to Swordsman City, but it was a treasure to Shanghai City that had the steel-making technology. Since Shanghai City had taken down Black Iron City, they definitely would not be willing to split it. Just as she had guessed, even without this matter, Liangshua would have found a way in the future to take down Black Iron City. To Shanghai City, one Black Iron City was as valuable as an entire prefecture. First month, 23rd day, Black Iron City. Because of the massacre that happened last night, the people in the city could not fall asleep. When the cold morning sun once again shone down on the territory, this city that no one paid attention to had a new leader. During the massacre last night, Sherhu led the 5,000 elite troops to not only take over the city lord's manor but also crush the city protection division. The entire city was now tightly under their control. The massacre last night was not just limited to soldier versus soldier action. After the mountain barbarians took control, the spies from the 3 intelligence organizations, who had been hidden there, began to move. Using the cover of night, they carried out brilliant assassinations. Anyone in the city who tried to prevent Shanghai City from taking over was eliminated. Though not many were assassinated, the city was paralyzed with fear. If we were to draw a comparison, Sherhu performed a massacre, while the intelligence organizations carried out precise surgeries. Those who deserved to die were all killed, and those who did not were spared. Within a single night, Black Iron City was transformed. After Sherhu took control, his first decree was to cut off grain supplies to Protruding Dragon Pass, immediately putting the soldiers there in a precarious position. On the noon of the 23rd, news of Black Iron City's fall reached Protruding Dragon Pass. When the Legion General of the 2nd Legion, Wei Yan, heard this news, he was astonished. Wei Yan, also known as Wen Cheng, was a renowned Shu country general during the Three Kingdoms era, highly regarded by Liu Bei. After Liu Bei entered Chengdu, all the Shu Han generals, except for the fallen Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, joined the imperial side and took up roles in the Chengdu Guards army. To demonstrate his closeness to the Shu Han regime, Liu Bei allowed Feng Qingyang to select a general, and he chose Wei Yan. Wei Yan, having earned many accolades, was appointed as Yemen general by Liu Bei. After capturing Hanzhong, he was promoted to governor of Hanzhong, becoming a general of an entire region. He protected Hanzhong for nearly 10 years before following Zhuge Liang to conquer the north. During that period, he repeatedly requested Zhuge Liang to assign him 10,000 troops to attack Guangzhou, but was denied. As a result, he was unhappy because he felt unable to showcase his talents. This was one of the reasons he was willing to move to Swordsman City. In his view, rather than working under Zhuge Liang, it was better to take a step back. Reality proved his decision had merit. Upon arriving at Swordsman City, he was appointed as the Legion General of the 2nd Legion. However, he did not expect his first battle to be such a disaster. With his escape route cut off, Wei Yan did not dare take matters into his own hands and immediately sought Feng Qingyang's instructions. Should he defend, attempt to retake Black Iron City, or retreat? At that time, Swordsman City was under Feng Xiaotian, and his memorial was buried under a pile of documents. Helplessly, Wei Yan could only fight to the death. He held out, repelling both aerial attacks and the relentless assault of the Mountain Barbarian Division. If not for Wei Yan's leadership, they might have already lost Protruding Dragon Pass. Despite this, the 2nd Legion still suffered heavy casualties. That night, Wei Yan wrote another memorial, requesting the Lord to make a decision. Otherwise, he would have to act based on the situation. Honestly, he wanted to retreat. Fortunately, Feng Qingyue took over the next day and read Wei Yan's memorial, saving the 2nd Legion of Swordsman City. 24th day of the 1st month, in Swordsman City, Feng Qingyue looked at the intelligence report in front of her. She ordered Wei Yan to let the 2nd Legion defend the pass while she requested a meeting with the Shanghai City envoy. At the City Lord's manor, she asked, "So Swordsman City is willing to return our Guards Legion Corps prisoners and also compensate us with 800,000 gold for pillaging Dongchuan Prefecture?" The envoy, sent by the Honglu Temple, spoke slowly. His face was no longer as anxious as before. It was clear that the news of Black Iron City falling had reached his ears. Feng Qingyue suppressed her anger and nodded. "That's correct. We accept the 2 terms listed by Shanghai Monarch and request that they be executed immediately. We would like your troops to withdraw from Black Iron City." "I understand your request. I'll convey this to the Governor-General House for the Monarch to give further instructions." The leader of the envoy only agreed to pass on the message and did not respond to the withdrawal of troops. At such a time, only an idiot would retreat, Feng Qingyue thought, sighing. She knew the situation was not so simple and added, "Then I hope for a quick reply. A day's delay means more sacrifices for both sides. Do not worry. I'll take my leave first." As the envoy leader's back faded from view, Feng Qingyue's brows furrowed. "I hope your appetite is not too huge." Just then, a man in black entered the hall. Feng Qingyue asked him, "Has Qingdu given us a reply?" Shu Han Prime Minister Zhuge replied that the regime will not tolerate Shanghai City's arrogance. As long as we make the request, their reinforcements can arrive at any time. According to the system rules, the Imperial City Army could not proactively attack lords in the wilderness. The only exception would be if a lord requests protection and is willing to become a vassal of the Imperial City. To the wilderness lords, the moment they requested Imperial City protection, they would have no way out. The moment they became a vassal, they would be a vassal forever. Therefore, unless one had no other choice, none would be willing to request protection from the Imperial City. There was one more matter: the player could not apply for protection from all 9 Imperial cities. Only those with emperors and regimes present, like Xianyang, Luoyang, and Chengdu, would accept applications. They would only accept territories within their province. Feng Qingyue did not feel relieved, tiredly waving her hand. "I got it, you can leave." "Yes." Feng Qingyue was obviously clear of the ambitions of the Shuhan Emperor. They really wished that Swordsman City would request help. If that happened, they could take the chance to occupy Shu lands. Hence, Feng Qingyue would only do so if she had no other choice. Thisamade, Shanghai City. During the afternoon, the memorial from the envoy reached Ouyang Shua's table. After meeting Huatsubing in Consonance City, Ouyang Shua did not stay there and immediately returned to Shanghai City instead. Since the Lunar New Year was about Torov, even if there was a highly important matter, he needed to be in Shanghai City at this moment as the Lord. To the people, this time held an important meaning and could not be taken lightly. Ouyang Shua even pushed back the tour of Yunnan till after the Lunar New Year. Ouyang Shua did not have doubts that the Guards Legion Corps could take down Black Iron City. With Huatsubing's ability, if he couldn't even accomplish such a simple task, how could he be considered a god general? Reality proved that he had done an excellent job. To be honest, Ouyang Shua did not harbor much greed toward Swordsman City or even the entire Shu lands at the moment. From the start, he was clear that the biggest opponent to Shanghai City in the Shu lands was the Shu Han Empire. Shanghai City did not have the ability to challenge the Imperial City, so it could not push Swordsman City into too desperate a position. If a dog is cornered, it might even jump over the wall. As for when he would fight the Shu Han Empire, he would consider it after establishing his country. The most important thing right now was to pacify the aftereffects of the Nanjiang War and integrate Yunnan province into their rule to prepare for establishing the country. Thinking of this, Ouyang Shuo raised his brush and noted on the memorial, the original 2 terms remain unchanged, with 1 additional term. The land near Black Iron City will be given to Shanghai City, and both sides will not invade each other's territories. Ouyang Shuo wanted to draw inspiration from real-life steel giants, consolidating all the factories, coal mines, and other related facilities to form a giant steel corporation, laying the foundation for territorial industrialization. Black Iron City, which produced iron ore and had an ample supply of coal, was undoubtedly a good choice. Ouyang Shuo decided to name the corporation Shu Mountain Steel Corporation. Gaia, 4th year, 1st month, 26th day, Shanghai City. It was 3 days before Chinese New Year's Eve, and Shanghai City was already brimming with festive spirit. The victory in the Battle of Yunnan had added an extra layer of splendor and excitement to this bustling city, bringing pride and honor to the faces of its people. With the Civil Affairs Department's migration plan coming to a close, Shanghai City's population was approaching the 2 million mark. Especially after the city's decisive victory on the Yunnan battlefield, more and more players applied to move in. Any player with foresight would recognize that the imperial cities would not remain safe forever. Once the lords in the wilderness reached a certain level of strength, conflicts and wars with the imperial cities would be inevitable. Who would have the higher chances of winning? Opinions varied. However, one thing was certain: territories in the wilderness had unlimited growth potential. Taking Shanghai City as an example, they started with nothing. Now, in just 3 short years, they had amassed 1 million troops. Due to system restrictions, the imperial cities had remained stagnant. When the wilderness territories clashed with the imperial cities, the players caught in the middle would need to make a choice. If they chose incorrectly, they might become sacrifices. They needed to make this decision early. The only new factor was the opening of the underground world, which had captured everyone's attention. Rumors were spreading that after Chinese New Year, the 9 imperial cities would all roll out storyline quests related to the satellite cities. Just as the Battle of Yunnan erupted, large-scale PKs between guilds numbered no less than 100, while smaller-scale ones were countless. The guild scene in the 9 imperial cities was undergoing a significant refresh. To the small and medium-sized guilds, there were only 3 choices ahead. They could relocate their members to a wilderness territory and abandon the underground world, join a large guild by choosing a camp, or disband, with members being taken in by other guilds. Apart from these, there were no other options. Even if someone tried to be smart and contact other small and medium-sized guilds to replicate the city-state model and form a guild alliance, the large guilds would immediately crush such attempts. The large guilds had a common consensus: the days when smaller guilds could band together in the guild circle were over and would never return. This situation was thorough and deep, with the number of casualties reaching unprecedented levels. Even the release of the information piece Wolin arrives could not divert players' attention. The 9 imperial cities had all opened sects and dojos, but few people enrolled, as they were on the brink of war and sought rapid skill improvements to prepare for battle. Learning basic sect martial arts now was too late and offered little benefit. It might even lead to skill degradation due to conflicting martial arts. During this period, the prices of equipment, medicine, substitute dolls, and similar items soared, especially for high-grade products. Prices doubled, creating a market with a significant supply shortage. To survive the massive war, players were willing to spend all their gold. Meng Jida reported that the savings amount for the first month was lower than the amount withdrawn, marking a historical negative growth for the bank. To address this, the Four Seas Bank had to reduce its loans. When merging with Consonant City, the shares and relevant duties of Consonant City were transferred to Shanghai City. Ouyang Shuo even paid a one-time fee of 500,000 to buy Hua for this matter. Gaia was undoubtedly an intelligent chess master. When they launched the Achievement Value event, their goal was not for players to save money in banks to earn interest but to spend it all. The release of the underground world and the satellite city dispute were among Gaia's strategic moves. The upcoming Guild War promised to be a significant money-making opportunity for Lord Game Mode players, who remained unaffected by these conflicts. For military powers like Shanghai City, just the sales to allies such as Snow War Rose, Qingfeng Pavilion, Tingyu Floor, and others had already exceeded 4 million. Fortunately, the recently concluded Yunnan battle had provided them with over 200,000 sets of equipment. Including the scattered items collected from the battlefield, the total was even greater. This alone helped Shanghai City earn more than 4 million gold, significantly improving their struggling territorial finances. Without hesitation, Ouyang Shua spent 1.5 million on the new round of military organization and additional rewards for the soldiers who participated in both the Lingnan and Yunnan battles. The moment the news was released, the soldiers were fired up. Ouyang Shua did not forget the civil servants and used 500,000 gold to reward local officials. Especially those who had performed exceptionally well received much higher rewards. Without the contributions of the thousands of civil servants throughout the year, how could the territory have become so prosperous? The 2 million gold could be considered the year-end bonus that Ouyang Shua had distributed. Such generosity was unmatched by other territories. That afternoon, in Ouyang Shua's reading room. In the silent reading room, Ouyang Shua gathered Industrialization Director Chen Bingguang, Industry and Development Planning Director Cui Yingyu, and Finance Division Secretary Gong Jian. The Finance Division, a part of the Finance Bureau, managed the territory's financial budget and fund allocation, making it a crucial department. Gong Jian, a seasoned financial officer in real life, was highly recommended by Meng Jida and financial expert Old Xie. After the Black Snake Guards evaluated him, he was appointed as the finance secretary. Compared to his ancient counterparts, Gong Jian had more than enough skill to manage the finance division. Ouyang Shua convened these three to discuss the Shu Mountain Steel Corporation. The planned corporation would fall under the Industrialization Department, receive financial support and monitoring from the Finance Division, and benefit from industrial policy incentives provided by the Industry and Development Planning Department. Just yesterday, Shanghai City and Swordsman City declared a ceasefire, ending the Southwest conflict. Feng Qingyue agreed to Ouyang Shua's terms for occupying Black Iron City but proposed an additional condition: Swordsman City would sign a trade agreement with Shanghai City. Specifically, Feng Qingyue hoped that the Iron Corporation in Black Iron City would supply iron to Swordsman City at a discounted rate. Upon receiving this news, Ouyang Shua was genuinely surprised. Feng Qingyue's skills far exceeded those of her brother, and she had crafted a win-win situation. Ouyang Shua had no reason to refuse but imposed a condition: the Shu Mountain Steel Corporation must first meet the territory's needs before exporting to Swordsman City. Feng Qingyue was concerned that Ouyang Shua might manipulate the numbers and thus specified a minimum supply amount. On this matter, both sides went back and forth. After 4 rounds of discussions, they finally reached an agreement. The specific terms and details would be discussed by officials from both sides. That day, Feng Qingyue ordered the 2nd Legion to move out of Protruding Dragon Pass and away from Black Iron City. The Guards Legion Corps smoothly took over the defenses around Black Iron City. Only after Shu Wanshui's Legion arrived would the Guards Legion Corps return to Shanghai City. Black Iron City, located at the southwest corner of Jiangyang Prefecture, was separated from the prefecture by a pass. As long as Shu Wanshui's Legion guarded this pass, the northern defense would be secure. To the west lay Cheng Prefecture, home to the Qing tribe, with a significant altitude difference. Only locals could navigate the mountain paths, making it impossible for a large army to traverse. To the south, it connected to Dongchuan Prefecture, where Luo Shixin's legion would camp, ready to reinforce the north at any moment. To the east of Black Iron City was Chuanbei Province, also with many tall mountains and a pass. They needed to arrange troops to defend this area and, if required, strengthen and solidify the pass. Overall, the pressure on Black Iron City was not significant, and with Xu Wanshui there, it was temporarily safe. Even if Swordsman City allied with the Shu Han regime to attack, they would not be able to break through quickly. As a result, Ouyang Shua could proceed with establishing the Shu Mountain Steel Corporation in Black Iron City. He also renamed the city to Steel City. The Shu Mountain Iron Corporation would become one of the core pillars of the territory's industrialization, so Ouyang Shua naturally had to treat it with great seriousness. The starting funds of the Steel Corporation will be set at 500,000. With the unexpected funds, Ouyang Shua now had the ability to settle this matter before the Chinese New Year. Without the extra funds, Gong Jian would probably be the first one to oppose. This time, the finance division gave the green light to everything. Gong Jian even joked, 500,000 is just the estimate. If we need more funds, the finance division will provide strong support. We can take out 3,500,000 more. Ouyang Shua looked at Chen Bingguang and said, half joking, half serious, Old Chen, the funds to build the factories that the finance division has given you are sufficient, but you cannot spend too recklessly. The good steel must be used on blades and sabers, and the money must also be spent carefully. Every bit of money in the territory was earned through blood, sweat, and tears. As such, Ouyang Shua, this boss, obviously needed to manage it well. Chen Bingguang replied gently, do not worry, sir. The industrialization department will set up a monitoring group to oversee the steel corporation. We will not spend a single copper recklessly. Ouyang Shua nodded. The industrialization department must also pay attention to the No. 7 Research Institute. The territory's steelmaking technique is not mature yet, and we still need to make technological breakthroughs before we can produce steel on a large scale. Understood. With all these matters handled, Ouyang Shua ended the meeting. To let the Shu Mountain Steel Corporation rise, the industrialization department and the other departments in the Governor-General House needed to do a lot of groundwork. Such matters would not be completed in a day or two. Just the early monitoring, evaluation, drilling, research, and overall designs, including organizational structure and personnel appointments, would take 1 to 2 months. It was better to start slowly than to mess up. The industrialization department had already established a small group to oversee the construction of the steel corporation. After dealing with the matters at Shu Mountain Steel Corporation, Ouyang Shua officially began his rest. A year had passed, and the various aspects of the territory's system had improved, including the leave system. Ouyang Shua could not demand people work 365 days a year, as that would be truly inhumane. The territory followed the Tang Dynasty system and created specific holidays. Chinese New Year and the winter solstice each had 7 days of holiday. Additionally, the Mid-Autumn Festival, Xiaji, Laba Festival, Dragon Boat Festival, and other traditional festivals were granted 3 days of holiday. For Chinese New Year and the winter solstice, holidays were given 3 days before and 3 days after. Tomorrow would be the 27th, marking the first day of the Chinese New Year holiday. During this period, government offices would be sealed, and work would stop, allowing officials to return home to visit their families. They would return to work on the 5th day of Chinese New Year. Therefore, even the planned leadership meeting was rescheduled by Ouyang Shua until after the holidays. Over the next few days, Ouyang Shua would enjoy a few hard-to-come-by days of rest. During this time, he would either dress casually and accompany Binger on tours around the city, exploring the bustling streets and observing the lives of the people, or have heartfelt conversations with Song Jia under the moon. He would also visit Sinan University to drink and play chess with Taigong, or visit Confucius to listen to the saints speak. Sometimes, he would go to the tea house to listen to songs and watch dances, spending 2 to 3 hours at a time. During his free time, he also went to the back gardens to stroll and play with the territory prosperity beast, Qi, who had made this place his home. Sometimes, he decided to stay alone in the pavilion, not thinking or doing anything. He did not accept any invitations or visits from anyone. During this time, Ouyang Shua followed the tradition to hold a huge feast in the main hall. As for the event held by Gaia, Ouyang Shua was not interested anymore. On the contrary, Binger had once again obtained a large gift from Gaia and was elated. The first day of the Chinese New Year was still the worship ceremony, proceeding strongly and vigorously. The only change was that Song Jia, as the lady of the Nanjiang Governor-General, walked side by side with Ouyang Shua. There was also something else that happened. During the worship of the Yellow Emperor, a system notification sounded out by Ouyang Shua's ear. System notification: congratulations player Qi, territory prosperity beast was affected by the worship ceremony and triggered prosperity, golden dragon soars across the sky. Congratulations player. The moment the words sounded, a loud dragon roar broke out from the clouds. Looking up, a golden dragon had appeared, and it flew around the sky. Its dragon scales were really eye-catching. That instantly stunned everyone. Everyone who joined in the ceremony were top officials and generals in the territory. Seeing this phenomenon, all of them were delighted. Shower even said, "Monarch, the golden dragon appears, it's the sign of the emperor, it's the best time to establish the country." Ouyang Shua nodded and did not directly reply. It was not good to praise himself at such a moment, right? Without a doubt, such a sign of prosperity had provided some proof to the people for his establishment of the country. It united their thoughts, raised their loyalty, and heightened their sentiments. With such a prosperous sign, all the people were obviously delighted. On the second day of the Chinese New Year, Shanghai City held numerous lantern festivals and temple fairs. The signs of prosperity, already noted by the people, were showcased by various individuals, who declared that their monarch had the aura of an emperor, further clearing the way for the establishment of the country. Even the media began to provide detailed reports. When Di Chen and the others saw this, they were stunned. They realized that Ouyang Shua was showcasing his power, forming an unstoppable momentum in the establishment of his country. Even so, they felt bitterly powerless to stop him. Influenced by this, more and more talents and scholars were willing to move to Shanghai City. No one had the power to prevent this. From the second day onward, Ouyang Shua, along with Binger and Song Jia, visited the various temple fairs. Each time he appeared, the divine martial guards would help clear the way, ensuring a secure and serious journey, radiating a powerful aura. Lin Jing also brought Xie, and they had a reunion dinner together. Amidst all the festive clamor, the Chinese New Year of Gaia's fourth year came to an end, ushering in a brand new year. On the third day of the second month of the fourth year of Gaia, the fifth day of the Chinese New Year, the first day after the holidays ended, Ouyang Shua held the year's first court assembly. During the assembly, Xiao He, Wei Yang, Fan Li, and Du Ruhui jointly presented a memorial, proposing that the process of establishing the country be the top priority for the year. Ouyang Shua did not refuse and agreed on the spot. For Shanghai City to establish a country was certainly not an easy matter. Apart from upgrading to capital city, there were other issues that needed to be addressed. The first would be to confirm the title of the reigning dynasty. This title was vastly important as it affected the fate of the entire territory and was the foundation of the country. Everything had a process. Starting from nothing meant that the foundation was not stable, making it hard to obtain luck and prosperity. Just like Shanghai City, the name Shanghai was just a random choice and held no historical significance. Despite having notable territorial specialties, it still remained challenging to attract significant talents who would willingly pledge their loyalty, which was the meaning of an unstable foundation. The Qin dynasty was known as Shuida, which was black in color, symbolizing the power of the ghost gods. If a person had a dark aura, it meant they were close to the underworld, and the country would not last long. The Qin dynasty moved away from the king system and started the emperor system. Since they began it, they had no foundation, so it ended in 3 generations. The Han Dynasty continued on their path, learning from their mistakes and gradually improved. Further dynasties, with the stability of Qin and Han, had the way of the emperor firmly established with a strong foundation. As such, everyone afterward was just inheriting it, so there was no need to start from scratch. The regime was not the only crucial aspect, even the title of the ruler was truly important. Normally, the crown prince and other children or the emperor's favorites would be given the title of prince of the country. Amongst these, the titles of Qin, Pu, Qi, and Chu were the most honorable, as they represented the four most powerful countries during the Warring States period. The brothers of the emperor would also be given relatively high titles. As for his bastard sons, their titles would not be that prestigious. Below the title of prince were the dukes, a rank lower. A duke's title typically consisted of 2 words, often based on the name of a prefecture or county. Titles, in this sense, represented the fate, destiny, and foundation of the country. Therefore, when a lord player established a country, it was best to inherit an ancient title. This would be akin to inheriting the foundations of the past, avoiding the need to start from scratch. Historical rebellions often failed to grasp this concept, often creating random or entirely new titles that had never existed before. While these new titles could work, they were like branches stuck in the ground that needed time to take root and grow. This process required both time and luck. However, the luck and prosperity consumed by wars and battles left little to spare for establishing a solid foundation. As a result, many historical revolutions failed. For example, the Qinqiong Wuguang Rebellion became the Han regime, the Huangjin Rebellion became the Wei Pu, and the rapid rise and fall of the Sui dynasty gave way to the Tang dynasty. These and many other events prove this point. Since the Qin dynasty, every significant regime would enter the game. If any lord did not anticipate this and use titles such as Qin, Han, Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, or similar, they would face serious consequences. To protect tradition, a country that inherited a title had the right to wage war on any territory that stole its title. The outcome would be that only one side would survive. If any lord had the confidence to destroy the imperial city, taking a title would become a possibility. However, Ouyang Shua did not have such ambitions at the moment. Hence, Shanghai City had only 2 choices. First, they could choose dynasty titles from the Spring and Autumn Warring States period, such as Qi, Chu, Zhao, Zhang, and the like. During the Three Kingdoms era, the Wei and Wu states used this method. The 16 states of the Southern Alliance, the 5 dynasties, and the 10 kingdoms all followed this method. Among these titles, those of Qin, Wei, and Pu, with their historical regimes, were best left untouched to avoid potential conflicts. Even if they did not claim an imperial city, these titles could take root in the aristocratic families, similar to how Xiongnu established West Chu. Before West Chu was destroyed, it was best that lords did not choose the title of Chu. Secondly, they could opt for ancient titles such as Xia, Sheng, and Zhou. These 3 imperial cities did not currently exist and were the origins of all regimes and dynasties, making them good choices. Wu Zetian, who changed Tang to Zhou and formed the Wuzhou regime, used such a method. In the wilderness, these titles were on a first-come, first-served basis. Once a lord claimed one of them, no one else could use the same title unless they destroyed that country and took it. Ouyang Shua personally favored the second choice, as there were only 3 ancient titles, and they carried the most weight. However, during the court assembly, he did not state his opinion. He wanted everyone to discuss the matter before making a decision. To establish the country, apart from considering the national title, they also needed to think about the ruling system. The organizational structure of the Nanjiang Governor-General's house started during the village times and expanded based on the territorial needs. Currently, the entire structure is growing increasingly perfect. Once a country is established, the organizational structure cannot be easily altered, as it would shake the foundations of the nation. Therefore, when founding a country, one must make a final confirmation of the structure. The cabinet and military affairs organizations need to be settled now. Particularly, the cabinet, the most core administrative organization, requires capable individuals to lead it. Under this system, cabinet members do not truly hold power. Consequently, key officials like Xiao He, Wei Yang, and Fan Li cannot join the cabinet without resigning from their current positions. Selecting a cabinet elder is the most important matter for Ouyang Shua now. He wishes to invite Jiang Shang to take the position. While playing chess, Ouyang Shua casually mentioned it and observed Jiang Shang's reaction, who did not outright oppose the idea. To succeed, Ouyang Shua will need to put in more effort. Besides the title and system, he needs to renovate the Governor-General's manor into an imperial palace. He also needs to select palace ladies to help maintain the daily operations of the imperial palace and upgrade its entire defense system. With the release of the information, Wulin, which had previously secluded itself in the wilderness, is slowly revealing itself. Wulin experts come and go as they please. Naturally, Ouyang Shua needed to raise the level of security. The imperial palace must be an absolutely forbidden place for them, and they were definitely not allowed to act as they wished within its walls. As for the coronation ceremony preparations, Ouyang Shua did not need to worry about that, as such matters would be handled by his subordinates. During the court assembly, some even suggested he take concubines to fill the back palace. When Ouyang Shua heard this suggestion, he immediately declined. He was very clear that this was not a return to the past, but rather Gaia testing the players. The main characters in the game were still people from modern society, they were modern people. No matter how Ouyang Shua respected ancient rules, he would not use this as an excuse to have 3 wives and concubines. That would be disrespectful toward love, toward Songjua, and even toward women. The bad habits of ancient regimes should be abolished without hesitation. From now on, such suggestions, be it the situation or timing, should not be raised again. Otherwise, I would only think that you have ill intentions, Ouyang Shua said. When the officials heard these words, their hearts were filled with respect. From then on, discussions about concubines became a forbidden topic, and no one dared to raise the subject. After this short interruption, the court assembly officially came to an end. From then on, the territory entered an information establishing country phase, where all matters revolved around establishing the country. Second month, 4th day, Nanjiang Governor-General Manor, Wuying Palace. Early in the morning, Ouyang Shua gathered all the god generals to hold the military meeting planned before the new year. This meeting included Military Affairs Bureau Director Du Ruhui, Nanyang Navy Admiral Zhang He, Guards Legion Corps Marshal Hua Tsubing, Dragon Legion Corps Marshal Bai Qi, Tiger Legion Corps Marshal Sun Bin, and Leopard Legion Corps Marshal Han Xian. As the leaders of the army, this meeting was known as the leadership meeting. The meeting started at 8 a.m. and lasted until 6:30 p.m., with only a half-hour break for lunch. At the end of the meeting, all the god generals were fully energized. The next day, the Military Affairs Bureau followed the meeting points and developed a specific military organization plan. After Ouyang Shua evaluated it, he initiated the largest military reorganization in the territory. The first to be reorganized was the Nanyang Navy. The Jiaozhou Squadron, led by Shi Lang, officially became the Izhou Squadron and moved from Jiaozhou Port to Xunlong Port, located in the southern part of Izhou Prefecture. In reality, Xunlong Port was also a massive global port, capable of accommodating the Izhou Squadron. As one of the largest islands in the China region, more than 70% of the island was mountainous and hilly, with plains mainly concentrated in the west. This unique geography allowed Shanghai City to easily capture the island. During the war, the 2 squadrons patrolled the ocean to assist the land troops in the siege. Any resistance was met with cannon fire from the warships. Similar to the Li tribe on Qiongzhou Island, Izhou Island was home to the Gaoshan tribe, which was spread throughout the island. After King City occupied the island, they built 3 coastal cities in the west. The names were quite simple: Hebei City, Izhong City, and Yinan City. These 3 cities served as the core, forming 3 houses to manage the entire island. Xunlong port was located in Yinan City and was designated by Ouyang Shua as the governing area of Yizhou Prefecture. The Yizhou Squadron used Yizhou Prefecture as a base to oversee the Dongsha Islands and control the Yizhou Strait. To the north, they could enter the East Sea, to the south, they could threaten Luzon, and to the east, they could enter the Luzon Ocean and head toward the Pacific. Zhou Yu's Beihai Bay Squadron was also renamed. The Battle of Black Iron City exposed a critical weakness in the Navy. It focused too much on ocean warfare and not enough on coordinating with the army for more land-based operations. The 3 provinces all had significant water systems, allowing the squadron to travel freely. Thus, they decided to rename the Beihai Bay Squadron to the Nanjiang Squadron and house it in Jiaozhou Bay instead of Beihai Bay. The ocean defenses of Beihai Bay were left to the Yashan Squadron. More importantly, the Nanjiang Squadron would assist other troops in land battles. With 5 divisions at its core, it would extend its reach into the 3 provinces to ensure it could work with the army at any moment. Zhunhai City was just a camp for the Nanjiang Squadron. In the future, at the appropriate time, the entire squadron would be deployed and infiltrate the land, moving away from ocean warfare. This would also allow for better use of Zhou Yu's command. The base Ouyang Shua planned for the Nanjiang Squadron was Poyang Lake in Jiangchuan Prefecture. As the largest freshwater lake in China, after the game area expanded tenfold, it became vast enough to support the entire Nanjiang Squadron. However, since Jiangchuan Prefecture did not belong to Shanghai City, this matter could only be discussed in the future. With the name changes of the 2 squadrons, the Nanyang Navy's active zone was no longer limited to Nanyang. Thus, it was no longer appropriate to call them the Nanyang Navy. After discussing with Zhang He, they decided to change the Nanyang Navy's title, renaming the Nanyang Navy Headquarters to simply Navy Headquarters. The 5 squadrons would all be under the command of the Navy Headquarters. In addition to changing the names of the squadrons and adjusting defense zones, the meeting also discussed the restructuring of the Navy personnel. This was in preparation for the Navy's industrialization. First, they needed to form a naval army. Building on the foundation of frogmen, they aimed to create a powerful amphibious force to coordinate with the squadrons for disembarkment and combat. During the recently concluded Battle of Yizhou Island, the lack of land combat experience by the Yashan Squadron and Jiaozhou Squadron led to their needing the assistance of the Tiger Legion Corps. In the future, the Navy would participate in long-distance battles where Army support would often be unavailable. Therefore, the Navy needed to establish a Marine Corps capable of fighting on both land and sea. At this stage, the concept of a Marine Corps was new and still in the exploration phase. Hence, Ouyang Shua did not expand it too far and limited it to 1 division. Members of the Marine Corps would be selected from Navy soldiers of the 5 squadrons, as well as from prisoners taken during the Battle of Yunnan. To train them, Ouyang Shua told Viper, who was in charge of the Special Forces training base, to set up a Marine Corps training base in Beihai Bay. The goal was to train Marine Corps soldiers. When this force, under the Navy headquarters, was formed and battle-trained, the 5 squadrons would use this base to form their own Marine Corps. The entire process would take 6 months to a year. Secondly, they needed to change the member structure of the squadrons. Among the soldiers in the 5 squadrons, apart from cannoneers and a small number of riflemen, archers were mainly responsible for long-range battles. This was acceptable during the ocean battles of the ancient cold weapons era. However, in the future cannon and firearm battles, archers would merely serve as living targets. Therefore, during the meeting, they decided to reduce the number of archers, aiming to bring it down from the current 70% to around 40% within a year. The extra numbers would partly be used to form the Marine Corps and enhance land combat capabilities. The remainder would be converted to cannoneers and riflemen. Especially, riflemen would become the staple of navies in the future. Archers and riflemen were originally similar, so changing classes was not too challenging. Of course, reducing the ratio of archers did not mean abandoning such weapons, especially powerful ones like the god arm crossbow, which were the kings of the cold weapons era. They would not merely retain these weapons, they would strengthen them, making the god arm crossbow a symbol of their strength. Similarly, they would be equipped with a new Tang blade, designed by the Equipment Development Hub, T1. This new Tang blade was specifically made for Navy soldiers, blending the strengths of the Tang blade and Western knives. Fast, light, and sharp, it was the best weapon for a Navy soldier in close combat. Thirdly, the bases of the 5 squadrons. Apart from their own main base, in the 4th year of Gaia, the squadrons would have 3 to 4 additional sub-bases in cities near the shores of their defensive regions. For a squadron with more than 100,000 troops to be stationed in one military port was not only a burden on that port but also hindered their ability to react to battles, making them slower to mobilize compared to others. For this leadership meeting, apart from addressing how to reorganize the Navy, the main focus was still the reorganization of the army. The first unit to be reorganized was the Guards Legion Corps. During the Battle of Yunlong City, the Guards Legion Corps' 1st Legion was destroyed and later revived. When Swordsman City returned the 15,000 prisoners, the losses of the Guards Legion Corps were minimal. Hua Zubing's strengths were extremely obvious. He excelled at cavalry warfare, preferred close-range strikes, and favored taking enemies by surprise. However, for siege battles, Hua Zubing was not a suitable choice. The presence of the heavy armored mountain barbarian infantry divisions became more of a liability for him. During the loss at Yunlong City, one of the reasons behind their defeat was the 1st Legion being too mixed. As a result, they could not cooperate effectively with one another. This not only constrained a brilliant general like Hua Zubing but also hindered a significant asset like the heavy armored mountain barbarian infantry division. After the discussion, they decided to reorganize the Guards Legion Corps once more. The 1st Legion underwent the biggest changes. First, the 1st Legion Iron Armored Beast Division would be taken out and moved into the Guards Legion Corps as a direct subordinate of the Cavalry Division. The Iron Armored Beast Cavalry was a pinnacle unit among heavy armored cavalry and would only be mobilized at crucial moments. Once it became a direct subordinate of the Guards Legion Corps, it would be easier for Hua Zubing to command them. Secondly, they would take out the 2 cavalry divisions and form 3 more from the prisoners to create the 3rd Legion of the Guards Legion Corps. With this, the Guards Legion Corps would have 2 pure cavalry legions. The choice for Legion General was the fierce General Lu Bu. Lu Bu's courage and Hua Zubing's flexibility would undoubtedly yield great results. Lu Bu and Ma Chao, the 2 strongest generals of the Three Kingdoms era, were about to share the same stage. Thirdly, the mountain barbarians who gathered during the Battle of Yunnan would be integrated into the 1st Legion. After the Battle of Yunnan, 46,000 mountain barbarians remained from the original 50,000. This reorganization would select the best to form 3 heavy armored mountain barbarian infantry divisions. Consequently, the 1st Legion would become a pure mountain barbarian legion. With the establishment of the country imminent, Shanghai City could not lack defending troops. Therefore, the 1st Legion would be stationed in the imperial city and become the only army housed within it. Ouyang Shua named them the Boulder Army to signify their importance. To ease management, Shirhu was appointed as the Deputy Legion General to oversee the Legion's daily duties. Hua Zubing would primarily focus on the battlefield and lead the other 2 legions. Completing these 3 points would lighten the burden of the Guards Legion Corps. Internally, the Guards Legion Corps had the sacred responsibility of defending the imperial city. Externally, they were a sharp blade on the battlefield. This trump card of the territory would handle both internal and external matters as expected. Taking this opportunity, Ouyang Shua also appointed Deputy Legion Generals for the 3 Legion Corps to manage daily affairs. This would allow the marshals of the Legion Corps to focus more on military matters. The 3 deputies were all selected from within the major generals, marking an internal promotion. The Deputy Legion General of the Dragon Legion Corps 1st Legion was Zhao Ponu, was Xubing's most important general in history. The Deputy Legion General of the Tiger Legion Corps was Chao Gui, and for the Leopard Legion Corps it was Wei Zhang. Although these three Deputy Legion Generals had no potential to become Legion Generals, they were all exceptional. As a result, placing them in the 1st Legion was a good use of their talents. Although the Guards Legion Corps had an additional legion, it only used 40,000 prisoners. Therefore, the remaining prisoners could still form 2 full warfighting legions. One of these was given to the City Protection Legion Corps to form the 2nd Legion, with Mu Guiying as its Legion General. Not only was Mu Guiying a long-time serving general, but she was also from Mulan City and familiar with the Lianzhou Basin. Being a female general, she complemented Erlai, creating a balance of strength and diplomacy. Thus, externally, they had the 2 city protection legions on defense, and internally, they had the Boulder Army. Even if Shanghai City became a capital and its population surged, there would be no concern about unrest. The City Protection Legion Corps temporarily had no marshal and was led by both Erlai and Mu Guiying. The remaining prisoners were given to the Leopard Legion Corps to form its 4th Legion. For the Legion General, Qin Yuqing, the 1st Division Major General of the 2nd Legion, was chosen. Qin Yuqing's promotion marked the rise of former Taiping Army members in the ranks. Among the Shanghai City generals, the former Taiping Army generals were the most unique, as they had witnessed cannons, handguns, and other firearms. To promote them would prepare the army for future changes. Apart from Qin Yuqing, there were also Li Xiuqing and Xiao Chaogui. At an appropriate time, Ouyang Shuo would promote them to Legion General. Apart from this, Seediq, who had remained during the Tianjin coup, had changed his mind and decided to move to Shanghai City. He is currently studying at the Army Military Academy. As the strongest general in the Taiping Army, his arrival made Ouyang Shuo really pleased. Ouyang Shuo personally met with Seediq to resolve his doubts and problems and to secure his loyalty. Name: Seediq, Emperor rank. Dynasty: Qing Dynasty. Identity: Shanghai City General. Occupation: Special General. Loyalty: 75. Command: 85. Force: 85. Intelligence: 70. Politics: 70. Specialty: Military expertise, raises troops' morale by 40%, raises troops' closeness by 30%, raises troops' combat strength by 20%. Cultivation method: stamp foot fist. Equipment. Evaluation: a military expert, courageous and fearless, righteous and loyal, pure and honest. Seediq can be said to be the most legendary general of Taiping country. He started as a general at 16, led tens of thousands of men at 19, and was given the title of Duke at 20. When he fearlessly took his own life, he was only 32. In history, Seediq forced Zhang Guofan to jump into the river to commit suicide. If not for internal issues affecting Taiping country and Seediq being forced back to Tianjin, Zhang Guofan might have been killed. Zhang Guofan was one of the 4 famous ministers in the Qing Dynasty, the Zhili Viceroy, and scholar of the Wuying Hall. To force such a remarkable person to the brink showed that Seediq had real ability. Not only was he able to lead troops, but his personal skills were also exceptional. The Beiping National Museum lecture listed him alongside Su Xianping, Song Taizu, Zhang Sanfeng, and Qin Jiguang as one of the most exceptional fist-style artists in history. Seediq invented the stamp foot fist. He spread his technique to his soldiers for use in battle, and he won every war. What was rare was that he excelled not only in military matters but also in administrative affairs. In 1853 BC, after Seediq reached Anhui, he gathered the people to register and select basic-level officials. He also held exams to recruit talents and formed the prefecture, provincial, and county-level governing systems. At the same time, he strengthened military discipline to restore law and order. He helped the poor, cared for the sick, and arranged for people to return to their jobs. He set up a tax system to collect taxes, providing the foundation for the administrative and military activities of the Taiping country. If such a talent had not been born in the Taiping country, he would have certainly become a pinnacle existence. Therefore, it was no wonder that Gaia listed him as an emperor-ranked general. Among his 4 stats, none were a weakness. Even among emperor-ranked generals, he was above average. To have the loyalty of such a general, Ouyang Shuo was undoubtedly delighted. Apart from reorganizing the military, the meeting also arranged the border defense work of the 3 war zones. After taking down Yunnan province, Shanghai City now had 3 provinces and the capability to establish a country. At least in the next half year or even longer, Shanghai City would not attack other areas in China. Instead, they would focus on other ASEAN states and Morocco. As the saying goes, to fight externally, one must first solve internal issues. Before Ouyang Shuo could initiate a country war, he needed to ensure the safety of his home. After the 3 provinces were connected, the south was either ocean or country borders, so there was no immediate cause for concern. The west was similarly a country border. The east was Minnan province, which originally posed no threat. However, he needed to be cautious due to Xunlong Dianxue. He mainly needed to guard against Xunlong Dianxue being misled by the Yan-Huang alliance. Therefore, Ouyang Shuo stationed the 3rd Legion of the Tiger Legion Corps there. The biggest threat still came from the north. Although Chuanbei City-State, Xiangnan City-State, and Swordsman City were in a truce with Shanghai City and had signed trade agreements, the situation remained uncertain. As a result, more than 70% of the 3 war zones' manpower was deployed at the northern border. This leadership meeting aimed to ensure coordination and cooperation among the 3 war zones, so they would not fight alone. Next, they would build many war castles at the border to form a comprehensive northern defense line, rather than clustering all forces in one place. Without such preparations, Ouyang Shuo could not venture out to sea with peace of mind. This round of military reorganization was estimated to last until the middle of the 3rd month. After the leadership meeting ended, the God generals returned to their various camps, coordinating with the Military Affairs Bureau while resting and training in preparation for the next major battle. The construction of castles along the northern border was immediately ordered, as this matter could not be delayed. Baiqi was under particularly high pressure. The Dragon Legion Corps, apart from needing to clear out the poison in the 3 prefectures of Yunnan, also had to monitor Dali Prefecture. Most importantly, their headquarters was moved to Yunnan Province, so they needed to construct a new headquarters barracks outside of Consonant City. The Combat Logistics Department would work closely with the Dragon Legion Corps to provide them with sufficient grain. During the Battle of Yunnan, the Dragon Legion Corps suffered heavy casualties, and almost all the troops incurred some losses. The newly added troops needed to train together to integrate into the Shanghai City system. Overall, they had many complex administrative matters and could not relax even though the war was over. Fortunately, Baiqi excelled at handling military affairs and felt at home with all these tasks. Not only Baiqi, but the 3 new governors of the 3 prefectures in Yunnan also had it tough. To establish law and order quickly, the 3 governors even gave up their spring festival holiday. They also worked overtime on the most important Lunar New Year's Eve night. Cao Can, in particular, faced a massive challenge with the Dongchuan prefecture he took over. He needed to calm the people, heal the wounds from the battle, and deal with merchants demanding compensation. In Yongren City, Zhu Jing seeking compensation from Huatsubing was not an exception. Any merchant who was raided by Swordsman City in the prefecture went to the prefecture office to seek answers. As a governor, how could Cao Can have any peace? These demands grew even fiercer after Swordsman City paid Shanghai City 800,000 gold. The merchants' noses were really sharp, no movement or slight change could escape them. Cao Can had no choice but to lower his head and ask the Financial Bureau for an answer. Strangely, Fanli immediately approved it, taking out 200,000 from the 800,000 to compensate the merchants. Not only that, but the Four Seas Bank would also open branches in the various houses in Dongchuan Prefecture within a month. The Four Seas Bank would offer those who were pillaged or robbed a discounted rate. Although the Financial Bureau only compensated them half the amount that was taken, the merchants were pleased, and some were even delighted about the loan support. Despite making so much noise, in their hearts, they did not really expect much compensation. After all, the one who owed the debt was not Shanghai City. No matter how hard they pursued their claims, they could not make the new provincial government pay. The merchants' actions were undoubtedly aimed at gaining some sympathy from the newly appointed officials, hoping they would give them some leeway and not be so strict. One could only say that these merchants totally misunderstood Shanghai City. In the entire wilderness, apart from Qinqiong's Pilsun City, Shanghai City's business system was the most complete. Merchants there held a truly high status and would not suffer any unfair treatment. Officials extorting merchants was even more impossible. On the contrary, since the establishment of the territory, Ouyang Shua had consistently supported its prosperity, creating a welcoming business atmosphere. As long as merchants paid their taxes and followed the territory's laws, they faced no trouble. Other territories in the wilderness did not follow Shanghai City's model. They were influenced by officials who looked down on merchants, or they acted as if they were unaware of how to take advantage of these merchants. The merchants did not dare to retaliate, which made the lords more at ease in exploiting them. Some lords even treated the merchants as their personal piggy banks, taking money whenever they needed to build an army. Most territories in Dongchuan Prefecture operated this way. As a result, the merchants in Yongren City, including Zhu Jing from the Dali Imperial City, did not dare to pester Hua Tsubing after being rejected once. In comparison, the Financial Bureau was too merciful, to the point where the merchants found it hard to believe. After confirming it was true, they were overjoyed. Their respect for the new officials soared. Ouyang Shua truly approved of Fan Li's decision. Compared to Governor Chao Kan, Fan Li had more foresight and understood the core of the issue. Should they compensate them? Yes. When the Guards Legion Corps attacked Yongren City, Dongchuan Prefecture already belonged to Shanghai City. The series of events that followed only proved one thing: Ouyang Shua had failed to protect his people. His people, the pillars of the community, had been robbed by the enemy. Now, after seeking justice and recovering twice the amount, could he keep all the money for himself? No. Hence, Fan Li's choice was correct. The ingenious part was that Fan Li had only compensated them for half of their losses. As for the other half, it was loaned to them at a low interest rate. Fan Li used this method to warn them: know your place, do not overstep. Merchants are always greedy and seek profit. Since they are greedy, they never know when to be content. If Shanghai City were too lenient with them, these merchants would take advantage. Therefore, Chao Kan's life would be difficult if they were allowed to act recklessly. While Fan Li appeared stingy, compensating them only half, it was actually a very smart move. Coupled with the low-interest loans from the Four Seas Bank, this was enough to help them recover quickly. This small matter alone showcased the incredible intelligence of this financial director. As expected from a saint-rank historical figure, their lack of standout performances was only due to a lack of recognition. The current Fan Li was undoubtedly integrating well into the Shanghai City system. Apart from Chao Kan, the other two officials in Dongchuan Prefecture were also facing challenges. Mengding Prefecture's Tian Wenjing had it the worst, as the prefecture he took over was devastated by the Dragon Legion. About 10% of the young men in the prefecture had been killed. This created significant resentment. Even now, officials on their way to work face attacks from locals. Therefore, the Zhongliao Legion had to send a division to protect these officials. The prefecture's law and order are at a critical point, the people's mood is unstable, the resentment is hard to erase, and even the Chinese New Year spirit has been affected. Tian Wenjing faced a seismic problem, but he remained unfazed. His first action was to use the sum of money Ouyang Shua gave him to compensate the families of the men who were sacrificed. Additionally, he ordered all the officials to move out and bring Chinese New Year goodies to console the families, showing their apologies and condolences. The items they sent were extremely practical, such as rice, noodles, oil, and cloth. After these actions, they finally managed to calm the people's anger. After the Chinese New Year, during the Qingming festival, Tian Wenjing planned a large-scale worship ceremony in various houses and counties to further reduce their anger and encourage acceptance of Shanghai City. He understood that the dead were the most important and that a sense of togetherness and unity among the people was crucial for efficient administration. As the Chinese New Year holiday ended, Tian Wenjing resumed his busy schedule. He visited various houses and prefectures to encourage farmers to reclaim land and promote the benefits of planting mulberry trees and rearing silkworms. He also urged medicine farmers to utilize the mountainous environment to plant medicine and develop the pharmaceutical industry. Everywhere he went, he provided extremely detailed suggestions based on the local specialties, showcasing his skill as a cold-faced governor. Historically, Tian Wenjing was a thorough and meticulous man, familiar with the lives of common people and understanding various industries and trades. This made it easy for him to give practical advice. With compensation for their losses to ease the pain of losing loved ones and the prospect of prosperity, the people of Mengding began to recognize and respect this governor. Series of elegant and imaginative. The most are composed now. The methods, models, projects, and principles. Despite the transformed and charismatic. Here's more resilience and a clear sense to be most out orders to ensure to make up as result ado as possible. Your terms and concern and simple measures. Here's dia with respect to Tian Wenjing's most, you're posted to L. Sentence simplified in different aspects of your measures and sizes. Why is attention to grasp caught ADV? Tian Wenjing's were involved sincerely and profession. Je Church Pa Un Lean Lightning Scheme and Models. Je Ni Pa Vu Ipt mostly impression de received. Chai Architect Parfait de graceful but elegant de dollar ways. I adjusted themes, transformations. Oh apparent your you. Drawn Town Clin very improved. Were once mine experience? N. I. Dollar. Shootability leads. I identified a graceful and appreciated. Jene Pa. T. Dash and keep the in. Aster L to CONC office. Best. Ac. Are beautifully crafted. Showing a most models and projects. Jene Pa _ who transformed and charismatic. Here's more resilience and a clear sense of brewing. So, what you to be weaker to arranged to? Jene Pa Vint. To understand da, el career as necessary separated your. Jene site quent in different aspects of your measures and sizes. I am series of Aston and impressed. Oh. Jack. Are beautifully crafted. Showing a most models and projects. Jene Pa _ who transformed and charismatic. Here's more resilience and a clear sense of brewing. O. Able make up as result ado as possible. Your terms and concern and different measure sit to Aston. Jack. Are beautifully crafted, showing a most models and projects. Jene Pa a series of elegant and simple measures. Jack. Are beautifully crafted. Showing a most models and projects. Jene Pasha you series of elegant and impressed. So, what are described at dollar? Jand. Ini Pa. On the 6th and 8th days of the second month of the Chinese New Year in Shanghai City, the city celebrated its festive spirit, as people believed the New Year was not truly over until after the Lantern Festival. Despite officials having resumed work, the city remained vibrant with excitement. Apart from Baiqi and other marshals who returned to Shanghai City for the New Year, some generals also took the holiday to visit their families, such as Admiral Zhou Yu of the Nanjiang Navy Fleet. Following the Battle of Red Cliff, the renowned beauty Xiao Qiao, a notable figure from the Three Kingdoms era, appeared alongside Zhou Yu. They were granted a mansion, and their close bond was the envy of many. Despite their affection, Zhou Yu had to return to his post at the Beihai Bay Squadron after only 2 months in Shanghai City, as military rules needed to be followed, and he was also a newly appointed general who needed to establish his reputation. Missing his wife, he couldn't return to her until the Chinese New Year holidays. Zhou Yu had already concluded his holiday on the 5th and returned to Beihai City. However, on the 7th, the Military Affairs Bureau unexpectedly sent a reorganization plan to all Legion General-level officers, renaming the Beihai Bay Squadron as the Nanjiang Squadron, and moving it to Zhunhai City, indicating that it would not return to Shanghai City anytime soon. Upon learning this, Zhou Yu immediately returned to Shanghai City, meeting Admiral Zhang He, who had not yet departed, and also saying farewell to his wife. Historically, Zhou Yu was known to dote and care for his wife deeply. Originate agitation originate. Set elegy de be broken ICI. Les esp voici considerable. The vec originate a petite agitation vec originate a petit inchin, I was stunned. Par les br dealing built voici considerable. Una elige showcased originate a petit écran et stunned. Par les br dealing built voici considerable. Una also stunning, there have n. Prompt agitation vec originate a petit écran, I was stunned. Par les br dealing built voici considerable. Una elele jo you have wyn. Prompt agitation vec originate a petit écran, I was stunned. Par le built voici considerable. The vec originate a petit écran, I was stunned. Par les br dealing built voi considerable. Una el stunning, there have n. Prompt articulated vec different a petit écran, I am still. Baitsu stunning, not. Agitation vec originate a petit écran, I was stunned. Par les br dealing built voici considerable. Una elele jo you have wyn. Prompt articulated vec different a petit écran, I am still. Itsu stunning, not. Vec realize a petit écran, I am stunned. Par set L architectures plans. He 3 ladies built voici considerable. Una el vec originate a petit écran, I am stunned. Par set L architectures plans. He showcased originate a petit écran, I was stunned. Par les br dealing built voici considerable. Una elele jo you have wyn. Originate a petit écran, I am stunned. Par les savoir difference plans. He showcased 3 ladies built voi considerable. Una elele jo you have wyn. Agitation vec originate a petit écran, I am stunned. Par les br dealing built voici considerable. Una elele jo you have wyn. Prompt articulated vec different a petit écran, I am still. Itsu stunning, not. Point showcased originate a petit écran, I am stunned. Par les br dealing built voi considerable. Una elele jo you have stress plus, I am not. Great. Ouyang Shua's smile grew even wider. With you leading the Nanjiang Squadron, I can rest easy. Zhou Yu cupped his fists. Ouyang Shua changed the subject and finally came to the main reason he had summoned Zhou Yu. Since you came to the territory, have you continued to contact Pang Tong? Zhou Yu was taken aback. He didn't understand where the monarch was going with this and could only answer honestly. Yes, I do occasionally correspond with him. As he spoke, Zhou Yu felt a bit uneasy. Pang Tong was a key advisor to the Shu Han regime, holding a position similar to that of Zhuge Liang. Shanghai City and the Shu Han regime were enemies, so was the Lord suspecting him? The crime of treason was a serious matter. Reflecting on the contents of their letters, he realized they were all innocent. Remembering this, Zhou Yu felt slightly more at ease. Now, it was up to the magnanimity of the monarch. If he was narrow-minded, he might start to ostracize and distrust Zhou Yu even without evidence. Recalling what his wife had said before he left, Zhou Yu felt a bitter taste in his heart. Was she right? In less than a minute, Zhou Yu's mind raced through hundreds of scenarios. However, he was overthinking things. Despite any suspicions Ouyang Shuo might have had, he never considered that Zhou Yu would betray the monarch and join the Shu Han regime. They were enemies, after all. Yet, in such a situation, no one could remain entirely calm, especially a newcomer like Zhou Yu, who had yet to fully integrate into the city's system. There was still a barrier between him and the monarch, and that was understandable. Ouyang Shuo was always busy with administrative matters. After the Battle of Red Cliffs, he was preoccupied with attacks on Lingnan and Yunnan, leaving him no time to communicate with the Three Kingdoms generals. Especially the Eastern Wu Navy generals, whose recruitment process was less than glorious, still held a grudge. Their relationship remained distant, making it understandable that Zhou Yu could not read Ouyang Shuo's mind. Ouyang Shuo smiled and said, "Don't worry. I'm just asking if you're able to invite Mr. Pang Tong to Shanghai City. If he comes, he will definitely receive a high position. If a lord wanted to destroy an imperial city, they could not expect to do so in one battle. Instead, they needed to fight a slow, drawn-out war. Dali Imperial City temporarily did not have any regimes or dynasties, so Ouyang Shuo had no place to act. Hence, he targeted the Shu Han regime, and the first step was to undermine its foundations. The departure of the Xiliang Five Horses was the first example. Now, Ouyang Shuo turned his attention to Pang Tong. Pang Tong was highly trusted and recognized by Liu Bei, serving as one of his two most important advisors. If he could be persuaded to join, it would be like breaking Liu Bei's arm. Historically, Pang Tong played a crucial role in helping Liu Bei conquer Yizhou. Unfortunately, he was killed by an arrow during a siege at the age of 36, posthumously receiving the title of Inner Pass Lord. The place of his burial is known as Fallen Phoenix Hill. In the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, it is said that he was ambushed at Fallen Phoenix Hill and was buried there as a result. This story was created to diminish his status, thereby highlighting Zhuge Liang's importance. Ouyang Shuo's invitation to Zhou Yu to try and incite defection was not without reason. First, according to information obtained by the Shanghai guards, Pang Tong was not entirely content in the regime. Although he was trusted by Liu Bei, he was being overshadowed by Zhuge Liang and could not fully showcase his abilities. It was not that he was less capable than Zhuge Liang, but more than 80% of the officials fully supported Zhuge Liang. They could only lament that Pang Tong died too early. Most of the important officials who appeared in the Shu Han regime after Liu Bei's death were cultivated by Zhuge Liang. Hence, some of them recognized the prime minister more than the emperor. Apart from Pang Tong, even Emperor Liu Bei felt uneasy. Zhuge Liang was accustomed to controlling everything when he supported Liu Shan. Sometimes, he did not consider Liu Bei's position. Rumors suggested that Liu Bei wanted to support Pang Tong to wrest power from Zhuge Liang, but their efforts showed little success. This was one reason, but not the most important one. Zhou Yu had a close relationship with Pang Tong. In real history, after the Battle of Red Cliffs, Zhou Yu was the side general and governor of the southern prefecture. Pang Tong, on the other hand, was titled the southern prefecture Gongqiao. What is a Gongqiao? Based on the Han system, a prefecture Gongqiao was involved in all administrative matters. Thus, Pang Tong was a core assistant to Zhou Yu. The two of them had a direct superior and subordinate relationship. Pang Tong worked under Zhou Yu for 2 years until Zhou Yu died. There are no historical records suggesting that the two did not get along or that Pang Tong tried to work for others before Zhou Yu's death. The records of the Three Kingdoms and Pang Tong's memoirs even note that when Zhou Yu died, Pang Tong participated in the funeral procession. In ancient times, this was a significant ritual. Pang Tong's attendance at the funeral, which took place over 1,000 miles away, made his participation even more meaningful. Only those who were really close or truly respected the deceased would have the right to participate. Zhou Yu's statement that the two continued to keep in touch undoubtedly confirms this. Since Pang Tong and Zhou Yu were close, why did he turn to Liu Bei after Zhou Yu's death? After Liu Bei occupied Jingzhou, Pang Tong was appointed as the county magistrate of Luoyang. However, upon his appointment, he was dismissed for neglecting county affairs. At this time, Lu Su of East Wu wrote to Liu Bei, stating that Pang Tong was not a mere local official. Lu Su's message was clear: appointing Pang Tong as a county magistrate was underusing his talent, and he should be given a more significant role. During this period, Zhuge Liang also recommended Pang Tong to Liu Bei. As a result, Liu Bei summoned Pang Tong. Recognizing his talents, Liu Bei treated him with high regard and appointed him as an advisor to the provincial governor. Historically, it remains unclear whether Zhou Yu or Lu Su recommended Pang Tong to Sun Quan. If they did, Sun Quan might have rejected the suggestion, possibly because the Jiangdong group did not lack talent like Pang Tong. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms suggests that Sun Quan dismissed Pang Tong due to his unappealing appearance, which has become the popular belief. However, the truth remains a mystery. Regardless of the historical details, given the relationship between Zhou Yu and Pang Tong's dissatisfaction in his position, Ouyang Shua believed his plan would succeed. At the very least, he aimed to make Liu Bei doubt Pang Tong and not value him as highly. This, however, would be a last resort, and Ouyang Shua would only take such action if forced. Referral: Broken Diamond House after penalty. Executed, strong financial statements had intertwined with every language failure, and she started, thoughtfully, a financial stand, he said. Ale's not worth opposing. Your faith. Talks must be calm toe crafted. Surprised, it was the pay. Reached my head. However, he noticed. Exec, strong financial statements had intertwined with every language. We started, thoughtfully, a financial stand, he said. Ale's not worth opposing. Your faith. Talks must be calm. Crafted. Pays stocks, he started. Reached my head. Ale kept surprised, assistant statement steadily Wilgagan. Interested in his performance, he added. Il's a terrible shock. Nevertheless, this caution. Endesela, he said. Across. Il sen. Jeln. He noticed. Exec, strong financial statements had intertwined with. Il, he noticed. Exec, strong financial statements had intertwined Avik language. Il. Started, thought. Sen.ln. Lures the investor, he _unknown. Talks must be calm. Crafted. Pays stocks, he started. Reached my head, ALN surprised. Assistant Avec steadily Will is interested in his performance, he added. IL's a terrible shock. Nevertheless, this caution. Endesela, he said. Across. Il sen. JELN. Noticed. Exec, strong financial statements had intertwined avec. ILSN, thought. Sen.ln. Lures the investor, he _unknown. Talks must be calm. Crafted. Pays stocks, he started. Reached my head one. Present a moat unique a its act 2. These projects were not touching on moat unique a its way house to exist pain to a moat unique a its way house. Although we similarly were as the were facing. Price is not maintained in more than 111 was treating everything to accept husband and not a few bringing. Company. They were extremely pleased with but it was not. Component model house. Although not, house moat unique a its way house. Although we similarly. Those projects were not touching on moat powerful a house. Although we similarly. Those projects were not pay very strong economic ability. Being that everything, we the bringing. So comfortable, but it was a movements, we a mountain lake, but it was a challenge lake house. Although not, house. These are actually not. Present a moat unique a its way house. Although we similarly. Those projects were not pay to exist pain present a moat unique a its way house. Although we similarly. Those projects are actually on moat unique a its way house. Although we similarly. Those projects were not pay to be more very strong economic ability. Being that everything, we a mountain bringing. So comfortable, but it was a movements, we a mountain lake, but it was a challenge lake house. Although not, house. On moat unique a its way house. Although we similarly. Those projects were not pay to be more very strong economic ability. Being that everything, house. Although not, vehicle pain present a moat unique a its way house. Although we similarly. Those projects were not pay to be more very strong economic ability. Being that everything, we a vehicle pain present a moat unique a its lake house. Present a moat unique a its way house. Although we similarly. Those projects were not pay to be moat unique a its way house. Although we similarly. Those projects were not pay to very strong economic ability. Being that everything, husband. Properties, we a victory lake, but it was a challenge lake house. Although not, promising. So comfortable, but it was a position. Properties, we a visited. Not they. But he himself contracted them. Since his mountain people, he had recognized his allegiance, demanding a peaceful settlement between the two. His assistant lay steps back, his steps a closer than paused, shouting how he felt. They had enough support, offering himself. Little did he receive form apology for, demanding mountain people was completely part oaf blind twice the Zhang creatively courage, not a position, should Sean sincere opinions. Judging in basic energy, he took all topics the Inokwe abbot, stopped them a melhor than heard to a foolish, despite am. With that, he broke unarmed by a party, and spent lawful according to looking at mountain people for having own, promoting legislation. Starting cheering tribe to defend the conduct. The law you liking steps forward, those especially the knight openly, and shouted genuinely Li, saying just now, we wanted him, his position is neither and resigned gently lay fan, now underscore parents them. Those people, caste tribes, formal nonsense, but they color so, that not. So, I wanted them, sacrifice of things lost hopes. One step forward, this had said, before climbing morally that is ready in Tong stit. Earlier, this tried to remove himself. Saying yoga acted as mountain people, and had another good allegiance, demanding a peaceful settlement between the two. His friends. The province, not like a mountain people, if I cannot want not. They had enough support, offering himself. Little did he receive form apology, and said sincerely Sains. Those was completely part oaf blind, and even those were greatly figures. I made this, I was forced to stage my script yoga acted as mountain people, and had another good allegiance, demanding a peaceful settlement between tribe relationship of scarcely friends jective steps him, not like a mountain. Paused if other process. If I was not in Fanlam or my yoga acted as mountain people, and had another good allegiance, demanding a peaceful settlement between the two, promoting championship. With that, they had enough support, offering myself. He felt Zhu said enough support, offering himself. Little did he receive form apology, and said sincerely Sains. Those was completely part precipitation blind Cheng the two tribes' courage, not a position, should Sean sincere. The a wider in basic energy, he took all topics the in ene with diaresis ch as mountain people, he had said, especially to defend people am. With that, seeing Lei Fan, the first thing Ouyang Shua said was, Mr. Xiao postponed your appointment due to work, not personally. You must understand that. I do, Lei Fan replied, his expression rather complicated. He was obviously aware of the bias and stereotypes people held against them. Only by seeing how vast the heavens were would one realize how small and lowly they were. The mountain barbarians, slowly entering the agricultural system, undoubtedly cherished this chance. Their soldiers were willing to endure the toughest training, while their people focused all their hearts on learning various techniques. Officials like Lei Fan were rare. All of them were striving hard to adapt to this change, to develop their own strengths in their new domain. All of this happened because of change. They did not want to be looked down upon or shamed. This was not just a personal matter but the entire race moving forward. Luckily, hard work always pays off, and they finally saw a glimmer of hope for the mountain barbarian race. Lei Fan's promotion was a clear signal. The biggest cause of this was Ouyang Shua. He was the one who contacted the mountain barbarian tribe to get the Suanio tribe to move, starting their path to greatness. It was the mountain barbarian strategy the Lord used, deploying mountain barbarian soldiers in various places, making them the most reliable guards. When Ouyang Shua allowed the Boulder army to move into the city, there were certainly those who opposed his decision. However, Ouyang Shua persisted. No one understood better than Ouyang Shua the loyalty of the mountain barbarian race. It was a loyalty that stemmed from blood. If any army would never betray him, it would be the Boulder army. This was because Ouyang Shua was their king, and the blood of the ancient mountain barbarians, whom they worshipped, ran in his veins. How could he not place them in the imperial city? Ouyang Shua said, "The Gaoshan tribe of Izhou Prefecture is a strong and respected tribe. After arriving there, try to make contact with them and ease their concerns." The Gaoshan tribe mainly inhabited the central mountain regions of Izhou Prefecture, the eastern areas, and Lanyu Island. In the game, the Gaoshan tribe resembled the Li people and mountain barbarians, and they primarily fished and hunted. Each forest in Izhou Prefecture had a designated owner, serving as their hunting ground. These areas were sacred and could not be invaded or entered. The Gaoshan people were fiercely protective of their territory and would fight and kill any intruders from other tribes. They even had the practice of headhunting, where taking the heads of enemies signified coming of age. Their respect was earned through fearlessness against invasion. They did not fear making sacrifices. They understood that it was like throwing an egg at a rock, yet they wanted to demonstrate their tribe's strength and valor. In the film Warriors of the Rainbow, the Seediq tribe was part of the Gaoshan tribe. The movie depicted the famous Musha incident, where Gaoshan tribe hero Mona Rodeo led 1,000 tribesmen against Japanese invaders. Their population was just 2,100 men. In this uprising, 900 were killed in battle or took their own lives. The women hanged themselves to avoid being a burden and wasting food. Despite the Japanese using poison gas, nearly half of the 3,000 Japanese soldiers still died. Seediq. To clean up the text and correct the grammatical issues, here is the revised version. Although the uprising had failed, the Seediq people had shown their strength. They bravely advanced, despite the intertribal war between the men. In the future, Shanghai City could hope to unite and build a strong city-city barrier, facing like tribal men, to fight. We're united. We city under attack future, maybe they could join together and build a strong city system. They were genuine men. In the future, perhaps they could unite and create a strong city system. Chapter 808, Brother, Don't Be Afraid. Since Lei Fan had the experience of ruling Broken Blade House, he was a suitable choice for governing Izhou Prefecture. The mountain barbarian race was very similar to the Gaoshan race, and Lei Fan's presence would make it easier to gain the recognition of the Gaoshan race. The Gaoshan race was a truly glorious one, and attempting to convince them with mere strength would not work. Ouyang Shua was not in a rush and had enough patience. The two continued their conversation until noon when Lei Fan took his leave. Lei Fan would teleport to Shanghai City and then use the warships to sail to Izhou Prefecture. Accompanying him would be 50 elite officials selected by the Administration Bureau. 2nd month, 8th day, 10th day of the Chinese New Year, Nanjiang Governor General Manor Back Garden. On this day, Ouyang Shuo was accompanying Binger to play with the prosperity beast, Qi. Binger held some bamboo that they had spent a lot of effort to find and fed it to Qi. The Qi was rather clumsy and lacking the grandeur expected of a prosperity beast. Its two small paws struggled to hook onto Binger's legs, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't manage to do so. Instead, it clung to a sugar cane and ate happily. While eating, it would lunge at Binger's legs, making her laugh continuously. On the first day of the new year, the prosperity triggered by Qi had surprised Ouyang Shuo. He had thought that the little fellow would need to mature before he could trigger any prosperity events. Ouyang Shuo was prepared to send Qi to the Spirit Beast Hall after the Lantern Festival to train. Although it was a prosperity beast, it was still a subspecies of a god beast. Perhaps it would learn some new skills from cultivation. Binger fed it bamboo and asked, "Brother, are you going to become an emperor?" "Yes," Ouyang Shuo said, not trying to hide anything. He smiled, "You're going to be a princess." But Binger is unhappy. The little lady frowned and put the bamboo in her hand on the ground. When Qi saw this, it finally let go of Binger's leg, like a little rabbit, bouncing and jumping. It hugged all the scattered bamboo sticks like a baby in its arms. Then Qi wanted to hug the bamboo and run back to its little master. However, its legs and paws were short, and its little body clearly couldn't manage to carry so many bamboo sticks. As it ran, the bamboo sticks fell to the ground. When it returned to Binger, it only had one stick of bamboo that it was chewing on. Qi used its little paw to rub its own head, and its eyes, with their natural black circles, showed its confusion. Where did the bamboo go? It looked back and saw the bamboo scattered on the floor. Qi was truly patient, actually running back and starting to gather the bamboo one by one. From the look of it, the little fellow treated this as a game. Luckily, no one else was there to notice Ouyang Shuo's surprise at Binger's reaction. "Can you tell me why you're unhappy?" he asked. Binger explained as if it were obvious. "Brother, think about it, the emperors in the shows are so fierce. Even the princess needs to bow to him and cannot laugh. Would you become so fierce when you become the emperor?" Ouyang Shuo was stunned, ruffling her hair and smiling. "Even if I become the emperor, I am still your brother. How would I change?" "You messed up my hair." Binger was really concerned about her image now, dressing beautifully every day. She still was not pleased with her brother's reply. "Brother, you're just answering for the sake of answering." This little lady was really intelligent and sharp. Ouyang Shuo smiled, avoiding the question and not replying. However, he sighed in his heart. "Because even I do not know if I'll change or not." Before the emperor sat on the dragon throne, they all swore. But when they truly sat onto it, they would change, becoming a person that even they themselves would not recognize. A lord who was not heartless would not be able to sit stably on the dragon throne. Anyone who sat on the dragon throne, be it a gentle and magnanimous prince, or a crown prince who had spent his time amongst the poor and understood the pain of the people, they would all end up the same. Binger, seemingly feeling it, raised her head to look at her brother. Her eyes were clear and sharp. She suddenly smiled, using her small and tender hands to grab onto Ouyang Shuo's large and rough palm, saying word by word, "Brother, do not worry, Binger is by your side." Who knew from when, but Binger's Wugo Heart Sutra had already reached the proficient level. Her heart had become even more pure, which brought about a certain charm amidst a sense of coldness. Ouyang Shuo was surprised as he continued with a laugh, which came from the heart. This passage has been cleaned up grammatically and the following a few errors, noted corrected, few errors to smooth the flow certain words and phrases to ensure smooth and coherent reading. Here is the corrected version. Even the princess needs to bow to him, she cannot laugh. Would you become so fierce if you became the emperor? Ouyang Shuo was stunned, ruffling her hair and smiling. Even if I became the emperor, I am still your brother. How would I change? You messed up my hair. Binger, it was like a certain type of pressure being released. It was like being alone in the dark and suddenly realizing that someone was holding a lantern and walking with you, making one feel really warm. "I'm not afraid," Ouyang Shua said softly, as if he were responding to someone but also as if he were talking to himself. "Even if it was a cold and dark abyss in front, and not, I would not regret it." Ouyang Shua's experiences were totally different from those of the previous emperors and rulers. He cultivated the Yellow Emperor internal cultivation technique, and in the future, he would cultivate even stronger techniques. The end goal would be to be able to monitor his own body and understand his heart. Ouyang Shua believed that he could step out of it, stepping onto the path of power that lay right at his feet. Awu just then, Qi, carrying a couple of bamboo sticks, and hopping along, dropped more bamboo while he ran. The child was still delighted with the whole process. When the brother and sister pair saw this, they exchanged smiles. "Are little and I's really going up?" Ouyang Shua said, feeling both happy and a little wistful. At that moment, Suchu came to report, "Monarch, Fengqie Wang is here to visit and she's in the reading room." Surprise flickered across his face. For Fengqie Wang to come now was indeed unusual, considering present circumstances. It was the time for Consonant City to merge into the Shanghai city system. Xunlong Dianshui was beginning to dwindle, and the guild leaders were making the final preparations for the satellite city battle following the Lantern Festival. Thus, during the 4th year of Gaia, Ouyang Shua did not convene an alliance meeting. If the members wanted to discuss matters, they could meet up on their own. The new year had not yet passed, yet Feng Wu came to Shanghai City, so it was probably a really important matter. Ouyang Shua nodded, "Okay." When Su Chu saw this, he instantly said goodbye. "I'll leave first." "Have fun with Qi," Ouyang Shua said. Binger had already started to pick up the bamboo that had fallen to the ground and was playing with Qi. "Brother, go do your stuff," she said. Ouyang Shua nodded and left the back garden. In the reading room, Fengqie Wang picked up her teacup, taking a sip of tea. It tasted a little bitter. Ouyang Shua's statements about concubines and multiple wives had spread across the wilderness. Fengqie Wang had now extinguished that hope and buried it deep in her heart. With fallen Phoenix City taking down the entire Taiyuan province, Fengqie Wang realized that her viewpoint was starting to change and become more like Ouyang Shua's. Perhaps every ruler was destined to be lonely and alone. When she took down Fengshan City and faced the Feng family once more, Fengqie Wang felt truly relaxed and held no hatred. Many times, hatred was a sign of weakness. True rulers had no hate. What made them feel hatred had already been erased from the world. If one cannot let it go, make it disappear, she thought. Accept the Feng family, use their talents as her own, and be their ruler, this was her decision. Of course, Fengqie Wang showed no mercy to those who betrayed her, she chased them out. Some were expelled from the province, where loneliness and hatred awaited them. This was the fate of betrayers, and no one would pity them. Many times, the wilderness was much crueler than real life. After all, the wilderness had no laws of real life, so it was truly survival of the fittest. Similar to the battles on Planet Hope, there would be conquerors and the conquered, with no pity or mercy. If you were not one of my people, you would die. Times change, and the elders in the family, once grateful, quickly shifted their stance. What made them happy was that Fengqie Wang had the Feng family blood, something that could not be erased. Perhaps the family traditions should change. On the first day of the new year, after a family discussion, they allowed Fengqie Wang to become the new family leader, giving her the family staff and breaking thousands of years of tradition. That day, all the female members of the family teared up. She, however, calmly received the staff and read the proclamation. No one knew the turmoil in her heart. Fengqie Wang was not far from becoming a real queen. Sometimes, she suddenly envied Bai Hua, her former greatest competitor. With Consonant City merging with Shanghai City, the two were now on different paths and were no longer competitors. Bai Hua could finally set down her burden and become a major provincial governor under Ouyang Shua. With such a powerful protector, she had no worries about her future. Feng Qiuhuang, on the other hand, seemed to have obtained unlimited power but had embarked on a dark and cold path with no return. This was the path of kings, the way of the ruler, the path Ouyang Shua had always been on. On this path, Feng Qiuhuang could not see a single friend. Hence, at such a time, she especially wanted to see Ouyang Shua, the person who had left a huge impression on her life. Only in front of him could she voice her worries and hope to receive some consolation. Deep in her soul, she would not feel so cold anymore. Additionally, she wanted to remind Ouyang Shua that a crisis was approaching Shanghai City. If Ouyang Shua did not handle it well, Shanghai City would face the danger of collapsing. The moment Ouyang Shua stepped into the reading room, he could feel the chill emanating from Feng Qiuhuang. She had changed. They both had. A light shone in Ouyang Shua's eyes, and he smiled as he waved at her. Sitting down and adjusting to a comfortable posture, he said, "The Chinese New Year isn't even over, and you've already begun?" Feng Qiuhuang rolled her eyes and said helplessly, "You're still in the mood to joke?" "What happened?" Ouyang Shua asked, not understanding. Feng Qiuhuang explained, "I heard from my family elders that Di Chen and the others have started to move." Mentioning her family elders, her tone didn't change. It was as if she were talking about a regular official. Seeing this, Ouyang Shua was even more certain that Feng Qiuhuang had truly embarked on the path of a king. So amazing. Not just in the China region, this was rare even in the entire world. Ouyang Shua waved his hand and said, "Let them. They can't do much anyway." Ouyang Shua preferred a passive approach when dealing with the Yanhuang alliance. He wouldn't take the initiative to bother them, but the moment they disturbed Shanghai City, he would strike with a deadly blow. The Battle of Yunnan was a good example. Ouyang Shua lacked the patience to play a cat-and-mouse game with them. What was the point? Building Shanghai City was the way of the king, while schemes and plots were secondary and not what a king should do. Just like with the Shu Han regime, in the end, they would still fight on the battlefield. Trying to win over Peng Tong was merely to assist the overall situation. "Certainly, I will clean up and correct the grammar of the text." Why weren't Di Chen and the others tired from playing such games every day? "This time is different, you need to be careful," Feng Qiuhuang said. His expression was really solemn. Ouyang Shua was stunned when he saw that Feng Qiuhuang was really anxious, so he immediately sat up straight and asked, "So, are they going to try and assassinate, team up, or alienate?" "None of those," said Feng Qiuhuang. His following words caused Ouyang Shua to frown. Ouyang Shua was just a normal person and did not know how vast the world was. He also underestimated the power of an aristocratic family. The world had many things that were hidden in the dark, and were not something he could touch. This matter started from the Earth era. Before the Federation was established, the large aristocratic families in the world did not have much interaction, especially between East and West, where a natural barrier existed. Along with the Federation being built, the entire Earth became one. These aristocratic families started to work with one another to go against the Federation government. In the dark, they formed an organization known as the Silver Hand, which Di Chen and their families were a part of. Di Chen was also a core member of Silver Hand. The reach of the Silver Hand pretty much stretched to every corner of the Federation, but only a few people knew of their existence. Amongst which, included the academic faction that was led by the Federation president. The members of the academic faction were mainly Federation members, and their goal was to remove the power of the aristocratic families. The presence of this faction curbed the power of Silver Hand and did not allow them to go too far. The battle between the two had continued for basically the entire Federation process. When Armageddon arrived, Silver Hand faced a massive test. The land and foundation they relied on were suddenly facing extinction. The academic faction used this chance to counterattack. This text is now more coherent and grammatically correct. If you have any more passages you'd like cleaned up, let me know, and I will be happy to assist. It seems that the text you are trying to clean has some inconsistencies and errors. Here I have made some improvements to the original text to make it more coherent and grammatically correct. Here's the revised version. The proposed system in Earth Online, known as term number 15, aimed to break the weapon of the Silver faction, the Silver Hand. However, this improvement came thanks to the academic faction's efforts to reduce the power of the Silver Hand's weapon, making the faction less effective in their battle against the planetary community. The Federation president before the planetary migration, members of the Silver Hand had an agreement. The agreement, a moment when a country had an uncontrollable power that threatened the other members of the Silver Hand. The higher the value, the more the Silver Hand would pay attention to it. If it reached the dangerous classification, one could use the members of that country to deal with the anomaly, but members could not bypass term number 15 if very this although the agreement was known as term number 15, aiming to break the weapon of the Silver Hand, making the faction lose their power. Of course, the Silver Hand did not fall that easily. What happened next was naturally a head-on battle. The special treatment, secrets about Earth Online, beta tester qualifications, and similar advantages were what the Silver Hand managed to achieve, keeping the game secret and maintaining their position. The Federation president had to bow to the challenges of maintaining secret and facing the attacks from the academic faction. The perfect game environment gave the Silver Hand a headache. With this, there would inevitably be grassroots players who used Earth Online to the higher the value, the more the Silver Hand would pay attention to it. If it reached the dangerous classification, one could use the members of that country to the perfect game environment gave the Silver Hand a headache. With that, there would inevitably be grassroots players who used Earth Online to counterattack against the academic faction. The higher the value, the more this improves the original, addressing some issues with clarity and readability. The reworked version. The proposed system in Earth Online, known as term number 15, aimed to break the weapon of the Silver Hand, reducing its power. Of course, the Silver Hand did not fall that easily. What happened next was naturally a head-on battle. The special treatment, secrets about Earth Online, and beta tester qualifications, keeping the game secret and similar advantages were what despite these advantages, the moment it was classified as a catastrophe, all members of Silver Hand had to act and remove this anomaly, even if it meant risking everything. Ouyang Shua and his Shanghai city had undoubtedly become the biggest anomaly in the game. After the loss at the Battle of Yunnan, Di Chen and the others had to admit that stopping Shanghai city with just the power of Yanhuang Alliance was not enough. They no longer had the ability to remove this anomaly. Di Chen felt it was time to activate term 15. Chen Xinjun, Xunlong, Xiangba, Feng Qinqiong, and the others agreed to this suggestion, and the matter was already underway. On the eve of Chinese New Year, Silver Hand activated term 15. Initially, Di Chen classified Shanghai City as a catastrophe. However, after the round table of Silver Hand deliberated, they downgraded the classification to very dangerous. What Ouyang Shua was unaware of was that William from the English region and Henry from France were on this round table and had helped save him. If Silver Hand went all out, Shanghai City would lose a hand, even if it did not die. Even the current very dangerous classification was enough to cause problems for them. In Jack Dawson's eyes, Shanghai City's presence was not a threat to everyone. If they were to classify it as a catastrophe, it would hurt Silver Hand's prestige. Are we going to be terrified of a territory that hasn't even established a country? If so, where is our face? Jack Dawson said during the meeting. Members of Silver Hand were extremely proud. Thus, when Shanghai City slowly rose in the wilderness and suppressed Yanhuang Alliance, Di Chen and the others did not consider using members from other countries to help them. There's been that it corrected text after simple grammar. After the Battle of Yunnan ended, they were driven into a corner, and they had no choice but to admit defeat. It was like that they would never activate the term number 15. Apart from that, Jack and the others wished that it would not be possible. If the academic faction did not list out members of Silver Hand, their lives would not be easy. Not mentioning the destruction of Shanhaidit would be difficult for them to protect themselves. Compared to the real world, the players in the game could have a decisive impact. With the China region as an example, there were tens millions of grassroots players. If all of the players left to oppose Yanhuang Alliance, it was enough. Rooted from the ground. Even within the Yanhuang Alliance, there were millions of grassroots players. Speaking of which, as if to let the grassroots players start a riot would require a great opportunity. Jack Dawes was not a fool and would not give up such a chance. The above few reasons raised Ouyang Shua's score, and the rest felt exceedingly regretful about it. In their eyes, Ouyang Shua was sick in the head and had an unparalleled understanding of the game. Since the organization acted, they should go all out. If not, unknown and unexpected changes might occur. Di Chen was afraid. Since that's the case, the battle must go on, Di Chen said. After term number 15 came into effect, members of the Silver Hand around the world needed to help the Yanhuang Alliance curb the rise of Shanghai City in the wilderness. An invisible net was slowly covering Shanghai City. As a result, when Feng Qiuwang received the news, she immediately ran over. If she had not returned to the Feng family, taken over the family, and received the news from the Feng family elder, Ouyang Shua would have been kept in the dark about the matter. After listening to Feng Qiuwang's description, Ouyang Shua quickly regained his composure. Silver Hand? Things are getting more and more interesting. Ouyang Shua laughed, and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Previously, he had been worried that if Shanghai City made too many waves in the game, the achievement value he would obtain upon reaching Planet Hope might exceed what some people could tolerate. If that happened, some might try to challenge or remove his achievements in Earth Online. That was not impossible. It was like a person going to a casino and winning more than the house could afford. They should be thinking about whether he could leave in one piece rather than how to win more. After all, no matter how much money one had, a life to enjoy it was more important. What are you prepared to do? Feng Qiuwang asked. Ouyang Shua smiled and raised his head. What can I do? Naturally, I'll throw myself into the academic faction and ask them to protect me. The moment Ouyang Shua said that, a white light shone in the sky. When Feng Qiuwang saw it, a similar light shone in her eyes. Since Gaia stood on the side of the academic faction, Ouyang Shua believed his words would be picked up by Gaia and relayed to the faction's leader. Any action in the game would not escape Gaia's notice. However, Gaia needed to follow the 3 laws. Unless given permission, it could not reveal personal information. Ouyang Shua's actions were like giving Gaia that permission. Since he could not contact the academic faction directly, making Gaia send the message was the best choice. It seemed like Silver Hand could not cover the skies alone. They had a formidable enemy. It seems that the text provided has significant alterations needed. Here based on the context, which appears to be a fictional conversation, I have made several edits for clarity. I have removed grammatically incorrect parts, tightened the syntax, and corrected obvious errors. Here is a revised and cleaned-up version. Ouyang Shua was hesitant to join. Ouyang Shua decided not to join the academic faction and be their warhorse. Before his own ability was strong enough, to try to make his own faction would be like STR. Ouyang Shua had gone through the trials of the wilderness and was not that silly idealist from before. With the academic faction supporting him from behind, Ouyang Shua feel more relaxed and have a good battle. The future Planet Hope would be Ouyang Shua's plan to break away from these 2 factions and grow on his own. Only on the planet could he truly set his own roots. At this moment, Ouyang Shua's eye for things had risen to a whole new level. Not only did he start to plan in-game, but he also made preparations for the future Planet Hope. The game would not be able to influence reality. But the one playing the game was a living person. Since he was a person, he could influence reality. Ouyang Shua thanked his and was not that silly idealist from before. Fengwu, I really need to thank you. Yang should deduce that she was facing the same problem as him. This path was truly dark and cold. When they Fengqiuang smiled, we are friends. Yang Shuo nodded, smiling back. Following which, the two talked for more than. Fengqiuang took her leave. Just when Fengqiuang stepped into the teleportation formation, Yang Shuo suddenly said, Fengwu, do not be raid. They could truly set their own routes. Only focusing in the game would be pointless. However, when he met her this time, Yang Shuo's eye for things had risen to a whole new level. Not only did he start to plan in-game, but he also made preparations for the future planet Hope. The game would not be able to influence reality. But the one playing the game was a living person. Since it was a person, he could influence reality. Yang Shuo couldn't bear to let such a woman travel alone. Fengqiuang's body trembled, she turned around and gave him a bright smile. I won't be afraid. Yang Shuo smiled too, thinking to himself, good luck, my friend. While Yang Shuo met with Fengqiuang, a large net was being cast. In the Pacific, near Hawaii, a Grade 2 man-o-war battleship had just completed its resupply in Hawaii and was sailing toward Japan once more. The recent fourth system update had not only increased the movement speed of ground troops but also of warships, making long-distance ocean travel much easier. This battleship set off from the west coast of America and reached Hawaii in just 5 days. In another week, it would reach Japan. The Statue of Liberty on the battleship symbolized its allegiance. It belonged to America's free city. On the deck stood a civil servant and a general, who appeared to be the core members of the ship. Secretary, why must we travel so far to give the Japanese a valuable technical manual? The speaker was the general and also the captain of the ship. He wore a standard Western officer's uniform, with a long sword at his waist and a Western revolver at his side. You should not ask questions that are not your concern. The civil servant, the Secretary of Free City, held a high position and remained remarkably calm. He wore a bicorn hat and held a finely crafted staff. His mustache, styled into the shape of the Chinese character 48, was quite distinctive. This time, they had been ordered by their lord to sell 3 of Free City's most valuable technical manuals to the Tokyo and Chinese lords for the low price of 1 million gold. It included the transportation fee, the steam engine, the sewing machine, and the technical manuals for the man-o-war type warship. The only thing Free City kept was their most core firearm-making technical manual. The secretary did not understand what was going on, so when the lord told him to handle this, he was filled with doubts, much like the captain. However, in front of the general, he naturally had to act as if he knew what was happening. Otherwise, how could he show that his relationship with the lord was close? Internally, the captain really thought something was going on and did not dare to ask any more questions. As such, he just smiled and changed the topic. Speaking of which, this was the first time the Free City Squadron had crossed the Pacific. Japan, Sonli City. After Honda Keisuke read the letter Jack Dawson wrote to him, he had a wide smile and was extremely pleased. As America's traditional ally in Asia, even after the Federation was established, Japan remained very close to the Americans in Silver Hand, helping them out and giving them what they wanted. Of course, the Japanese had gained things in return. Just like this time, on the surface, Sonli City was receiving 3 technical manuals, similar to Di Chen and others. However, there was more going on behind the scenes. Jack Dawson not only sent him hundreds of relevant talents, but also transported 1,000 firearms to Sonli City. With this, Sonli City would have a step up over the Yanhuang alliance. Honda Keisuke was already thinking about leading his squadron to attack the Chinese regional coasts. France, Vic City. Henry was sitting in his office, reading a letter word by word, line by line. The letter was from Silver Hand and hinted that Vic City should not get too close to Shanghai City. If possible, it was best to cut off the resource provisions to Jidian City. Looking at the letter, Henry's face grew extremely dark. It had not been easy for him to seize the opportunity to work with Shanghai City and drive the Spanish squadron out of the Mediterranean, allowing the Vic City squadron to gain control of the sea. He had also earned substantial profits from the voyage trade. Who would have thought that such a change would occur? Without the support of Shanghai City in the Mediterranean, Henry lacked confidence in taking on the Spanish squadron. Not to mention Caesar, who was rising in power, not only pressuring the people in Europe but also building a navy to enter the Mediterranean. The entire Mediterranean situation was becoming an unmanageable mess. Spain, Tortosa City. Cassius received a similar letter from Silver Hand. However, his reaction was vastly different from Henry's. He was elated, his eyes flashing with the glint of revenge. This is great, the chance for revenge has arrived. After half a year of preparation, the Spanish squadron had finally been rebuilt. However, due to the presence of the Mediterranean alliance, they struggled to enter the Mediterranean. The unexpected intervention of Silver Hand provided the Spanish with a significant opportunity. England, Avic Fort. As a core member of Silver Hand, William naturally did not receive any warning. After all, Silver Hand was a loosely organized group. It had little control over its members, especially the powerful ones. Whether to follow orders and how to execute them was entirely up to the discretion of the lords. Compared to Henry, William's Avic Fort had stronger ties to Shanghai City. As the starting and ending points of the trade route, both cities benefited the most. William could not afford to give up on this lucrative opportunity. He also used Silver Hand to send a message to the Mediterranean members. The Mediterranean could be chaotic, but it must not affect the merchant ships. It seems like the provided text is a mishmash of unrelated sentences and characters. Here's a cleaned and grammatically corrected version. At the same time, their city in the sky was where Gaia lived, and it was also where the Federation president and other notable people rested. In a small courtyard stood a 2-story White House. There were gardens in the front and back. The garden was well maintained, with flowers, butterflies, and bees. It was evident the owner of the house cared for detail and had in great meanwhile, a humbly dressed old man was watering a pot of roses. He was a respected leader and the Federation's president. Behind him was a strikingly beautiful woman with a cold appearance. If other players were present, they would be awed by this woman's appearance. After a moment, the old man turned, placed down his watering can, and said gently, "He really said that?" "Yes." Gaia was still expressionless. The old man smiled. "What an interesting fellow. Do we need to reply to him?" Waved his hand, temporarily, "No. Let's see how he gets past this hurdle." "Understood." As she spoke, Ga turned into a white light and disappeared. The old man picked up the watering can and continued to water the flowers. Notably, the woman who stood there was prestigious and the most meanwhile the old man was more curious. What an interesting guy. Do we need to reply to him? Smiled, temporarily, "No. Let's see how he gets past this hurdle." Understood. As she said, Ga woman turned into a white light and disappeared. The old man picked up the watering can and continued to water the flowers. On the 10th day of the second month, at Sinan University, the once desolate little island was now bursting with flowers after a period of care. The only things that remained unchanged were the little wooden hut and the bamboo forest in front of it. Although it was winter, Shanghai City was not cold. Fallen Star Island, influenced by the climate, was warm like summer, and the bamboos were a vibrant green. The fresh bamboo binger fed Qi came from this bamboo forest. Beneath the forest, a game of Go was in progress. Ouyang Shua sat opposite Jiangshang, playing in the gentle breeze. Sinan University had long been running smoothly, and the daily tasks were well managed by the various deans. As a result, Jiangshang, the principal, did not have much to worry about. Ouyang Shua placed a black Go stone and suddenly asked, "Taigong, are you willing to come out and help me?" The matter of establishing the cabinet had spread throughout the territory. Normally, there would be 1 Grand Secretary and 0 to 6 assistants. The choice for Grand Secretary was up to Ouyang Shua. The other ministers all felt that it would be best to ask Jiang Shang to become the Grand Secretary for 2 reasons. First, Jiang Shang was righteous and morally upright. Secondly, he had once been an imperial tutor, making him a natural fit for the role. Possessing both morals and skills were essential requirements for the Grand Secretary. Ouyang Shua agreed, so he came to Fallen Star Island once more. Jiang Shang was not surprised, casually placing down a white ghost stone. His move was far more effective than an amateur like Ouyang Shua, but the white stones were still surrounded by the black stones. I'm old already, so I'm afraid I'll disappoint. Ouyang Shua laughed. Taigong's body is brimming with energy, how can you be old? The game differed from history, and the primary difference was the presence of secret manuals. While Jiang Shang's cultivation wasn't overpowering, it was still quite decent and his internal cultivation was profound, comparable to Ouyang Shua. It wasn't easy for Gaia to create these saints, so how could she bear to let them be defeated by time? When Jiang Shang spoke of being old, he referred only to his physical body. When the saint rank figures would eventually turn into androids, their physical attributes would become insanely strong. Jiang Shang smiled, since the monarch has asked, I cannot decline. After facing many setbacks, Ouyang Shua had finally managed to invite this saint rank master. Name ** Jiang Shang, saint rank. Title * martial saint, ancestor of philosophers. Dynasty * West Zhou. Identity * Sinan University principal. Occupation * distinguished citizen. Loyalty * 85. Command * 88. Force * 75. Intelligence * 98. Politics * 100. Specialty * rule the country, raises administrative efficiency by 55%, politics index by 15%, military index by 15%, and public sentiment by 45%. Books * Lutao. Evaluation * Taigong ruled a country, establishing culture and rules. Through commerce and craftsmanship, he made fishing and salt common, gathering people from diverse backgrounds to form a nation. The stats of a saint-rank individual are formidable, and even his occupation is unique, distinguished citizen. His 4 main stats are similar to Sun Wu, with no weak points. His politics stat is even at its maximum. However, in contrast to Sun Wu, who was not fully working in Shanghai City, Jiang Shang had officially pledged his loyalty, revealing his specialty. His specialty was overpowered. 2 out of the 4 effects could actually raise territory indexes, making it a comprehensive upgrade. Looking at his stats, Ouyang Shua smiled happily, and the speed at which he placed the pieces also quickened. Jiang Shang followed suit, placing the pieces and smiling, Monarch, you lost. People just couldn't be too gleeful. In the blink of an eye, the black pieces were cornered and could not move. I admit defeat, Ouyang Shua surrendered. Looking at the corner of the board, a black piece was surrounded by more than 10 white pieces. Seizing the moment, he asked, Taigong, if Shanghai City were this black piece and the enemy were the white pieces, what should I do? Ouyang Shua thought back to the threat posed by the silver hand. Jiang Shang clearly knew the monarch was contemplating a problem. He could see that the monarch was different from before, as if he was facing a tough challenge. Monarch, please elaborate. Since Jiang Shang had agreed to work in Shanghai City, he would naturally use all his knowledge. Ouyang Shua nodded and introduced the situation with the silver hand to Jiang Shang. Jiang Shang sighed and said slowly, Monarch, your decision to join the academic action is correct, but it is not enough. Even as a chess piece, we must be one that others will not easily give up on. It must be such that the moment a chess master gives up on the piece, the master would certainly lose. Hence, this piece would be linked to the fate of the chess master. Taigong, what do you mean? Jiang Shang asked, Who is the silver hand up against? The academic faction? No, Jiang Shang shook his head. No one can confirm that the academic faction won't become the next silver hand once it destroys the silver hand. It's both a war of ideals and a war of interests. The silver hand opposes hundreds of millions of ordinary people. The monarch needs to unify the masses and tie their interests to those of Shanghai City. At that time, even if the academic faction wants to abandon you, it will be impossible. Ouyang Shua's eyes lit up. Just like the Four Seas Bank? Jiang Shang nodded. Exactly. The Four Seas Bank follows this theory. However, this is far from enough. Since the monarch wants to make it big, you need to show the magnanimity of an emperor and learn how to accept and control players, not reject them. I understand, Ouyang Shua said, his eyes determined. Jiang Shang smiled. That's right. Ouyang Shua suddenly thought of something and asked, regarding the country title, what are your thoughts, Taigong? After a few days of discussion, the main idea was to inherit a title from Xia, Shang, or Zhou, as the strong titles from the Warring States era were already taken, and the remaining ones were not strong enough. Only these three ancient titles held enough weight. As for which to choose, everyone was still undecided. The Xia dynasty was the first recorded regime in China and the beginning of the country concept. The term Xia means the Chinese people. Huaxia, the old name for China, originated from the Xia dynasty. Descendants of the Yellow Emperor, the Shang people were descendants of the Yellow Emperor, the Xia people. The above four ancient empires were the last, the Shang people were the followers of the Yellow Emperor. Hence, the Yuks dreamed little in number. The Xia appeared few in the beginning, as their dynasties declined Qsep Xia and was constantly against the Shang people. The Xia had a small population in the former and was attacked by the first Shang followed western. The Xia were despised for people of the former. The Xia were also the descendants of the Yellow Emperor. The Zhou dynasty was a hereditary of the Xia dynasty and the Shang dynasty and was a representative of the Yellow Emperor. However, the Xia people were nom-free, while the period of the Shang people began before 1122 BC. The above three ancient empires were all sophisticated. Hence, the Zhou dynasty was the descendants of the Hong Emperor, so the Xia were never very powerful. Hence, the balance of power and wealth was in the former's hands. The above was not mentioned. The Xia people laid little in number compared to their predecessors, the Shang people. However, they were not mentioned as much as their predecessors. The Xia people had no level of disorganization. The Xia people, the Shang descendants of the Yellow Emperor, were all traditional. It seems like the text you provided is part of a larger narrative. Let me clean it up for you. Even Ouyang Shuo was hesitating between Xia and N. After a long deal of thought or debate, the implication, Jiang Sh after Jiang Shang's expression suddenly turned a little complicated, but he said after a long time, I helped Zhou destroy Shang to avoid suspicion, so I should not participate in. How to choose is up question. Sinan University was one of the pillars of the territory. Ouyang Shua nodded, understanding Jiang Shang's stance. Ouyang Shua suddenly remembered the Zhou king had died under his hands. Thinking, Ouyang Shua turned, Confucius, since Taigong is moving to the cabinet, who will replace you in the university? Xian. University was one of the pillars of the territory and was where the philosophers gathered. As long as Jiang Shang lived, Ouyang Shua could, I can do it, monarch. Ouyang Shua was stunned. Confucius, however, will replace me? However, that Ouyang Shua smiled, that would be the best. With Jiang Shang's expression, who could be considered half Confucius's teacher, there would be no problems. This helped solve one of Ouyang Shua's big problems. Seeing that the sky was dark, Ouyang Shua took his leave. Tomorrow, I'll wait at the Governor-General's manor for your arrival. He still needed to discuss the organizational structure of the dynasty with Jiang Shang, Xiao He, and others. Jiang Shang nodded, standing up to see his guest out. On the 12th day of the second month, the eve of the Lantern Festival, a piece of news shocked the entire China region. Nanjiang Governor-General Chiu Wei announced that Shanghai City would initiate a one-time recruitment of 5 million players from the 9 imperial cities, distributing them across 3 provinces, 16 prefectures, 81 houses, and 400 counties. This recruitment effort was primarily aimed at work occupation players, but with a notable difference: Shanghai City had opened its doors to casual players. According to the report, as long as the requirements were met, any elderly willing to move in would be granted territorial welfare and protection. Various government offices would provide free housing for the players. Additionally, every month, they would supply the necessary living resources to ensure that their basic needs were met. The announcement clearly stated that 1 million casual players, or 20% of the total, would be allowed. The Nanjiang Governor-General's House allocated 4 million to execute this plan, using nearly all the money earned from the sale of weapons. Simultaneously, the Nanjiang Governor-General's House would borrow 3 million from the Four Seas Bank to ensure the plan proceeded smoothly. Together with the funds used by the various prefectures and counties, the total costs would exceed 10 million. Including the costs of housing and future welfare, the price would be exorbitant. When the news was made public, the immediate reaction was, "Shanghai City is crazy." However, of course, they were not. This plan was conceived after a day of discussions with the Civil Affairs Department. The announcement provided an overall framework, while the Finance Division, Regulatory Department, Industry and Development Planning Department, Four Seas Bank, and related personnel would collaborate to develop specific migration plans. The various prefectures and counties needed to develop specific migration plans based on their territories and report to the Civil Affairs Department. The entire migration process was a massive systematic undertaking, requiring a full month or 2 to complete the initial stage of personnel arrangements. It would take about half a year to fully get the plan on track. This was just the first step in Ouyang Shua's plan. The China region had nearly 100 million players, and Ouyang Shua aimed to have Shanghai City house at least 30% of that figure, which is around 30 million players. He wanted them to live under Shanghai City's governance and acclimate to their rule. However, the prerequisite was that their territory had to expand further. The Civil Affairs Department calculated that 5 million people was the migration limit. Exceeding this number would cause significant strain on industries and place a heavy burden on the territory's finances. On the surface, this seemed like a losing proposition. However, it was not. Casual players only made up 20% of the migration numbers. The recruitment plan primarily focused on family units, which typically included elderly members, children, and usually a few work occupation players. Even the elderly could be work occupation players. In the 22nd century, people lived much longer, and individuals aged 50 to 60 were considered middle-aged. When players truly aged, their grandchildren were already grown, and some, living longer, even saw their great-grandchildren mature. Using one casual player to obtain 4 work occupation players was a worthwhile trade. Otherwise, Ouyang Shua would not feel confident about recruiting 4 million work occupation players at once. After all, the release of the underground world meant that the resource shortage in the imperial cities would soon be resolved. Secondly, the increase in population would spur the growth of territorial finances. The various territories in the wilderness were not balanced from the start. Shanghai City had taken over 3 provinces, and many places saw their people go hungry. Along with many wars, many ended up with plenty of land but few people. Especially the prefecture-grade lands, which were mostly forcefully upgraded from Grade 3 counties. The average population shortfall was 300,000 per prefecture. In one prefecture, that number would exceed 4 million. With territory stone steels being destroyed, the prefecture and county populations essentially stopped. No matter how fast the natives could give birth, their contribution to the population was minimal. Based on the reports of the Civil Affairs Department, the overall population at the end of the 3rd year was 25 million. Shanghai City covered 3 provinces and had land comparable in size to the Ming Dynasty era. It's important to note that at their peak, the Ming Dynasty had 105 million people, and the Qing Dynasty had 436 million. In comparison, Shanghai City was significantly underpopulated. However, Ouyang Shua did not dare to recruit too many players at once, as it would upset the balance and have a destructive effect on the already weak county and prefecture ruling systems. They could only bring in players in batches, waiting to integrate one batch before bringing in the next. This process would also accelerate the progress of the various prefectures and counties. The Financial Bureau calculated that once Shanghai City integrated these 5 million migrants, the financial income would increase by 30%. By this measure, the investment of 10 million gold was truly worth it. This was also why, after taking down Yunnan city-state, Ouyang Shua shifted his strategy from internal to external. He did not want to attack Xiangnan and Chuanbei city-states in a short time, much less the Jiangchuan and Minnan provinces. Ouyang Shua's goal was simple: to use the territory stone steely's ability to spawn refugees to increase the number of natives. This would allow him to recruit more players in the future. Additionally, he wanted to lower the ratio of civilians to military personnel. After this round of military reorganization, the Shanghai City Army consisted of 16 warfighting legions with 1.12 million men, which did not sound too terrifying. Including the Navy and the garrison divisions, the total number reached 1.9 million. Based on a population of 25 million, the ratio had reached 112, which was close to the danger value. These 5 million players would help to buy them some breathing room. These 3 points were the core reasons and the tips and ideas that Taigong gave him to try to bring as many grassroots players on board as possible. Only by doing so would he not become an abandoned chess piece. Regardless of what Ouyang Shua was considering, the 9 imperial cities were turned upside down by this announcement. Some agreed, while others opposed. The underground world was about to be opened, and players with ambition naturally would not be willing to leave. However, some players were tired of fighting over satellite cities and engaging in slaughter and battles. They would rather move to Shanghai City to live a peaceful life, especially if they had elderly or children at home. Before the true battle started, various guilds had already begun killing one another. Clearly, once the Lantern Festival was over, the murders would intensify even more. Understand that, assistant. Shall we step back through the development of players and robots, when overnight to the concern of the confidence, and that spying have their disadvantage? However, combined with their advantage of being misused and taking advice, it led the significance of the further information, like the DEG. However, all the precaution of Silverhand is always an unprecedented challenge. Monarchs or Munsters, whichever had the advantage, to let the blacks an assistant. Reviving of community no **** the plan ****. Matters, it is a fact that an empire's ambition was to develop a total web. Under context. Shanghai City. Analysis, we. Concern. Unfortunately. Whereas the Black Snake. To understand the significance of Yunnan and therefore its value to Miss players and supporter. It highlighted the contribution of the Black Snake Guards and other employees. However, the growing importance of the Black Snake to the Shanghai City. For instance, the company Shanghai City / the Black Snake. Claiming an advantage off Monarch? The threat was an obstacle to the Black Snake. Where Ouyang Shua and Black Snake were always but the two faces of Ouyang Shua? / the value proposition of the threat. Again from the initiative. With attending strategic position. However, with a lack of ability to alone demonstrate it. The story. The responsibilities. / the dissatisfaction of the Black Snake. / trust in the before. To therefore. Disadvantage in the Black Snake's departure. No direct The thief importance of Yunnan and Ouyang Shuo. The Black Snake. Were suspicious of the ethical error introduced. The Black Snake's counterpart. In the relationship between the two organizations that to say. The Black Snake. Currently. The intention of taking. New misunderstanding. The Black Snake. At the same time. The incident. Where the utility. The importance of the information. Whether it is a matter of Shanghai City. The sharpness. With the Black Snake. When we. The ethical and technical aspects. Were. Significant to. The significance of the threat, reduction, decrease, or lack of the original shape of information over it was mainly at the Shanghai City headquarters. Then there was a loud meeting once Yuri not the only snake and feared, they didn't know, it would, taking them heads that were closer, I will also be the one considering my informal arrangement. There will even be a temporary camp to do anything. He raised his hand on the desk. Half a month dry. The informal placing didn't hand on the desk, but Ouyang Shuo was right about the maneuver. Sometimes once more, I will give making. However, they didn't know, it would even be a temporary official change, who was completely a breach of the considering my informal arrangement. There will even be a temporary spy to do anything. He raised his hand on the desk. You're not the dry. The informal placing didn't hand on the desk. However, mere Dominican, the Sher Bahai asked for doing so, please startled not assistant to the OUE. Shuo was right about the arrangement, but not completely satisfied, the Shan Buhai put them in the inspect, Black Snake, and city managers. I will give them half a month for adapting further activities. After the setup, if things become messier, they will need to end the informal actions. He raised his hand on the desk. Then he turned over to the guards and the camp personnel. If something goes wrong, you can say it will be a temporary change for up to 2 months. But the change must be minimal, to Peak Snake examined Swisai not with a more permanent change. He pretended to be bewildered. OUEE. Shuo gave for doing so. They will need to become the more cooperative and efficient with the guards and the needed universe is complicated and stands for significant personnel shifts. However, W greater than I cannot enforce the suggestions, Black Snake, and the general. You will have to evaluate the exact needs of each location before deciding anything. That was the last the snake reconnaissance, Black Snake mentioned. He raised 3 fingers on the desk. He walked a lot worried and said, I will give you 3 months, if you mess it up, you will be willing to give you my head. OUEE. Shuo waved 3 fingers on the table behind him, pointed at his jaw, then finally his mouth. Although the man will have to be the one monitoring. They will go over to the adjacent city and... Naturally, the matter that Black Snake was worried about would not happen. Although the incident at the Battle of Yunnan was his responsibility, he had already been punished. Ouyang Shuo looked at Black Snake once more. After dealing with the handover, bring the 9 other core members to Lion City, Friendship City, and Jidian City to set up a global intel network. The Shanghai Guards would be responsible for intel in China, while the Black Snake Guards would handle international intel. After this, these 2 intel organizations would no longer overlap. As for the Shanghai Guards being unable to monitor and control the Black Snake Guards, Ouyang Shuo was not too concerned. First, since the establishment of the Black Snake Guards, Black Snake had already proven his loyalty. Second, the headquarters of the Black Snake Guards was still in the Ash Courtyard, so he would have to return after settling everything. Therefore, the Shanghai Guards could still conduct some limited monitoring of the Black Snake Guards. Ouyang Shuo continued, form the Asia Intel Division with Lion City as the center, the Africa Intel Division with Friendship City as the center, and the Europe Intel Division with Jidian City as the center. In the future, we can still establish the North America and South America intel divisions to cover the entire world. How does that sound? Are you confident? Black Snake's worry turned to joy, his mood soaring and dropping quickly. He nodded, no problem. The Black Snake guards going out to sea did not mean they were starting from scratch. Long ago, when the 3 cities were taken down, Ouyang Shua had already instructed them to begin their work there. Now, Black Snake needed to build on this foundation. Similarly, the Shanghai Guard's overseas unit will be handed over. From now on, you two are different organizations, one focusing internally, the other externally, Ouyang Shua said. Understood. Both Shinbuhai and Black Snake nodded. Ouyang Shua continued, Black Snake, you need to follow up in Somalia. Based on City Magistrate Gu Xiuwen's reaction, those fellows are becoming increasingly unfriendly. We need to find a time to teach them a lesson. Do not worry, Monarch. I'll definitely do a good job, Black Snake responded. Ouyang Shua nodded, and his expression suddenly turned solemn. What I am about to say next is only for the two of you, you cannot reveal it to anyone. Shinbuhai exchanged glances with Black Snake, both showing shock and surprise. The reason for the monarch's sudden change was likely due to what he was about to say next. Ouyang Shua revealed information about the Silver Hand. The more they heard, the more astonished they became. The Yin-Huang alliance was already impressive, but they did not expect these people to have such a terrifying global organization. It's clear that they are our greatest enemy and our biggest obstacle as we expand overseas. Without knowing who our enemy is and what they have, we have no chance of winning, Ouyang Shua said. Monarch, I understand. Shinbuhai's eyes blazed with determination. They finally understood why the Lord was so eager to establish a global intelligence network. Even if Black Snake was a renowned mercenary group leader in real life, he knew nothing about the Silver Hand. Thinking about the impending clash with this massive entity, Black Snake felt his blood boil. Your blood can boil, but you cannot lose your head. We know almost nothing about this opponent, Ouyang Shua warned. Even the strong academic faction cannot handle them, so they are not something we can touch easily at our stage. If we are not careful, we might fall into their trap. Black Snake calmed himself down, after all, he was not a reckless person. Do not worry, Monarch. We will focus on expanding our overseas intelligence network in the next 2 to 3 months and will not disturb them. That's good, Ouyang Shua nodded. I'll give the Black Snake guards an additional 150,000 gold to expand the overseas intelligence network. In the next period, you'll have to depend on yourselves. Thank you, Monarch. Black Snake was touched, knowing how much gold would be spent on recruiting 5 million players. At this stage, taking out 500,000 was truly challenging. Ouyang Shua waved them off. Go prepare. We will take our leave. Shinbuhai and Black Snake departed. In the following period, they had more than enough matters to keep them busy. Ouyang Shua sat alone in the reading room, looking at the sky outside the window. A dark cloud floated above the blue sky, as if it were about to swallow it whole. The rain is about to arrive. The situation in the Mediterranean was what worried Ouyang Shua the most. While he could not predict all the members of the Silver Hand, he knew William, Henry, and others were definitely part of it. What changes would occur in the Mediterranean because of this? Ouyang Shua had no way to find out. He decided to attack Morocco immediately after establishing the country, while the plan to attack Enan could be postponed to a later date. Time does not wait for anyone. Jidian City was an important strategic location and the only stop for the Mediterranean squadron. However, it was not self-sufficient, so it was in a precarious position. Only by taking down Morocco could they advance and retreat without worry. Thinking about this, Ouyang Shua wrote a letter to Kalia, asking her to take care of Jidian City. If there were any changes, he hoped Atlantis could intervene and protect Jidian City. Although such an approach was unscrupulous, Ouyang Shua had no other choice. As for William and Henry, Ouyang Shua was not in a hurry to write to them to gauge their stance on the matter. Before the situation became clear, neither of them would likely choose sides. Even if they did, they would not openly support Shanghai City. The interests of both sides were not so firmly aligned, and Ouyang Shua did not want to court humiliation. In the vast reading room, all that remained was the soft and slow rhythm of Ouyang Shua's breathing. The bustling Lantern Festival arrived in the blink of an eye, signaling the end of the Chinese New Year period. The festive excitement and celebratory spirit began to fade, slowly giving way to the harshness and chill of the wilds. With the establishment of the country looming, Shanghai City celebrated its most grandiose Lantern Festival in history. The sprawling city was adorned with a myriad of lanterns. On the numerous squares throughout the territory, massive, building-sized lanterns drew crowds. Vendors and traders seized the opportunity, selling candied haws, sweets, cakes, and offering various crafts. Troops and performers took to the squares, putting on shows that earned loud applause and substantial profits. On this Lantern Festival, both adults and children were particularly generous. It was also beneath the imperial city where people lived a truly rich life, so their spending power was naturally the strongest. Mingling among the masses were not only merchants from Southeast Asia but also Western merchants and religious teachers who came to admire and enjoy the Eastern culture. Some Western merchants did not forget to sell the Western items they had brought, such as microscopes, various beautiful stones, and many curious items of unknown purpose. It was truly a bustling scene. Some people said that many items not available in the imperial city could be found in Shanghai City. Thanks to the thriving ocean trade, merchants from tens of thousands of countries gathered, making the city exquisitely charming and unique. Besides the squares, many other places were similarly exciting. On the expanded Friendship River, there were numerous flower boats. The trees along the riverbank were adorned with countless lanterns, and tens of thousands of people made their wishes. Some wished for health, others for fame, and still others for wealth. The Mazu Temple, Drum Tower, and other significant buildings were the focus of renovations, especially the newly built temples in the city. They all took advantage of the final day to hold many different kinds of temple fairs. The current Shanghai City was a place where 100 flowers bloomed. Various religions were able to take root, and even Western religions were accepted. The wilderness had not yet reached the Wei-Pu period where Buddhism spread in the wilderness. The primary religion was still Taoism, with no fewer than 15 or 16 Taoist temples in the city. Dragon King temples, Gods of Fortune temples, and the like were found everywhere. Of course, the one that people paid the most attention to was the North City Tower in the Imperial City, where the most exquisite and noblest crafted lanterns were gathered. Even the fireworks were released throughout the night. Among the fireworks were many Kongming lanterns, bringing with them the wishes and blessings of many people. They slowly disappeared into the night sky, floating into the distance. Shanghai City had transformed into a city with no night, and the endless prosperity spread along the streets. Who would have imagined 3 years ago that an unassuming little village would end up becoming such a megacity? Amidst all the bustle and hustle, the Shanghai City Law and Order Division's first firefighting squad roamed the alleys to extinguish flames and ensure the safety and happiness of the occasion. The ruling system of Shanghai City was becoming increasingly modern. At the Imperial City, North City Tower, Ouyang Shua brought Song Jia, Binger, and others to sit on the tower, enjoying delicious dishes while celebrating the holiday. On either side of Ouyang Shua sat Jiang Sheng, Xiao He, and other prominent ministers. They were using the lanterns as topics to match poems and lines, with the lines in the poems describing the prosperous scenes before their eyes. Ouyang Shua listened with a smile, his heart extremely calm. Who knew how many hidden currents moved beneath such prosperity? The Lantern Festival was the day to celebrate family reunions, and it was the last day for the various schemers to prepare. During the night, small white tokens shook up the guild circles of the 9 imperial cities, creating a massive wave in the dark, attempting to break apart the Shanghai Alliance Guild Alliance. The real goal was to use this chance to remove the outer barrier of Shanghai City. Needless to say, the schemer was Silverhand. In the China region, apart from the 6 members of the original 6 tyrants of Handan, Silverhand had many other mysterious members. These members were all hidden aristocratic families who did not come out of hiding easily. Like the leader of Star Alliance, Xunlong, and the hidden aristocratic family behind him, they were all members of Silverhand. However, due to Ouyang Shua's interference, his attempt to come out on the world stage was not smooth. Within the global landscape, China's foundation was the strongest, and they had the longest history on Earth. Therefore, they had the highest number of hidden aristocratic families. As for the specific number, apart from the founder of Silverhand, no one was clear. After Silverhand listed Ouyang Shua as very dangerous and activated term number 15, those who acted first were not the overseas members but the hidden members in China. Today was the first stage of them pulling in the net. The guild situation would completely change on this night. Quanzhou, streamer headquarters. In the leader's room, 2 men sat facing each other. The first was the sect leader of streamer, Zhun Lao, and opposite him was a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked rather humble and simple, and his face was similar to Lao Yijuan. It looks like the original text contained a number of errors and awkward phrasing. Here is a cleaned-up and simplified version. Little Zhun, it's been 10 years, yet you still can't get over it? The middle-aged man picked up his teacup, taking a sip. He gazed at Zhun Lao with a kindful gaze. Don't do such eyes, look at me, disgusting. Zhun Lao's heart was obviously unsettled. Evidently, the person in front of him had a special relationship. Use such eyes to look at me, disgusting. No, I can't stand that after you and your family all coldly chased me out, I no longer have any relationship with you all. Some of these old people would rather illegitimate, following some the dog's hit events and not revealing yourself to the world. Do such as stand the loneliness and want to jump out? Earth is already gone, so are we holding on to? The loneliness flashed in the eyes of the middle-aged man. Zhun Lao, the people in front of him had a special relationship, but did not mention the circumstances. After chasing all of you out after such if little Zhun Lao's heart was obviously unsettled. Evidently, the person in front of him had a special relationship. Little Zhun, that's my son. Illegitimate, following the dog asterisk events and not revealing himself to the world. Now, what? You cannot stand the loneliness and want to jump out? Earth is already gone, so are we holding on to? The tears flashed in his eyes. Zhun Lao, the new era is about to begin. So, what is your son and what are you all doing now that those who acted this to us, the world thinks, the parents? What will, like being chased out of choosing synonymous ideal, to jump out? The middle-aged man appeared at the Zhun. Little Zhun, you need Earth is about to leave and we are also about to move on. How will we ever be buried with each other? The old tired man sighed, and sat lowly down. The little is that sun and events on Earth, is our fate sealed? The person in front of the man, a tier older man, said absent-minded. The old man looked at little Zhun with a we are old and slowly being eliminated. The middle-aged man continued sincerely, the family has decided to come forward and choose you as our heir, to help streamer take down the satellite city in Quanzhou. I don't need it, I can settle it myself. Hearing these words, Zhun Lao's heart wavered slightly, but he did not back down in his response. The middle-aged man shook his head. You cannot. Don't try to scare me. The middle-aged man replied, you know how powerful our family is. We have roots in Quanzhou and have run it for hundreds of years. Even in the game, over 30% of the guild leaders can be controlled by us. Little Zhun, do you really think you'll succeed if you go against us? Zhun Lao's expression froze. Why? Zhun Lao naturally knew of the family's power, but he couldn't imagine them using it so easily. Because of this, the middle-aged man took out a small, simple white token made of silver. It had no elaborate patterns but looked particularly special, with a small palm at the tip. When Zhun saw the token, he was shocked. The Silver Order of the Silver House. Who are you going against? After calming himself, he asked hesitantly, is it Shanghai City? That's right. Despicable. You're actually acting against your own people. Zhun stood up in anger. Own people? After the Federation was formed, are there still enemies and allies? The middle-aged man asked. If there aren't, what are you all holding on to? World unification? Zhun face bore an indescribable smirk. In the end, it's still Shanghai City blocking your way. Maybe you're right, the middle-aged man replied, not arguing. His son had grown up and become a strong force in China. However, anyone standing so high and mighty would not believe in ideals. Ha! Zhun didn't know what to say and quietly sat back down. The room's atmosphere became awkward. The middle-aged man spoke again, not wanting to beat around the bush. He passed the white token to Zhun. This token, will you take it or not? What if I do? What if I don't? Asked Zhun. The middle-aged man replied, if you take it, you'll be the heir of the family. If you don't, you'll be the family's enemy. I'm sure you understand the consequences. Zhun was silent for a long time. Streaming was his hard work and his last bit of pride since leaving the family. If he didn't take the silver token, it would be like declaring war on Silver Hand. Thinking about that beast, no matter how stubborn Zhun was, he still felt a chill run down his spine. However, Zhun didn't want to submit to the family again. Recalling that rainy day 10 years ago, when he, at 14, left the secluded mountain residence under the cold gaze of the people, an indomitable fire ignited in his heart. This fire had burned for 10 years and still hadn't been extinguished. Who would have thought that 10 years later, the family would want him back just because of a silver token? How ironic. Zhun fingernails couldn't help but dig into his flesh. When the middle-aged man saw this, he tried to persuade him, Qiuewei is just in a cooperative relationship with you, so why would you make sacrifices for him? An abnormality is just an abnormality. Zhun suddenly raised his head and stared into the middle-aged man's eyes. I will take it. As he spoke, he reached out to pick up the small token. That's my son, the middle-aged man said, smiling happily. However, Zhun heart was bleeding. In Chengdu, at the Laojun Temple headquarters, the guild headquarters was unique. The entire complex consisted of a large ritual ground, and the temple's architecture mirrored that of Chengdu. The Shu region was teeming with experts and boasted the legend of the Shu Mountain Sword Saint, making the cultivation atmosphere particularly strong. Laojun Temple's location in Chengdu was perfect. Under the night sky, oil lamps flickered. Someone arrived at Laojun Temple. Who is there? The temple was primarily staffed by priests, and even the guards were dressed as such. Please tell the sect leader that Renjie is here to visit. The guards, seeing the old man before them as a formidable cultivator, did not dare to underestimate him and went to report to the sect leader. Shortly after, a middle-aged man passed through the inner door. He wore a green robe, and his face was ruddy and well-nourished. This man was a priest of deep cultivation. Upon closer inspection, he seemed emotionally excited and walked at a brisk pace. This was Qinqiong, the sect leader of Laojun Temple. Qinqiong was, in fact, a legendary figure. He was the third generous rich boy, and he had a lot of money. It was rumored that when he entered the mountains to play, an expert gave him tips, helping him gain a lot of insight and allowing him to directly step into the path of priesthood. After this, Priest Qinqiong spent a long time cultivating in the mountains before leaving. After descending the mountain, he pursued a priest license and became a recognized priest. He used his own money to build a temple in the suburbs and accepted disciples. Although he was a recognized alchemist, Priest Qinqiong was not old and he kept up with the times. In addition to building the temple and accepting disciples, he was one of the most famous Taoist forum posters. When he had free time, he would post on the forums to spread the knowledge of Taoism. Some experienced netizens would discuss with Priest Qinqiong. Overall, it was a truly interesting experience. The Zhun temple in the game was modeled after real-life temples, and the core members he invited were mainly from the forums. Thus, Zhun temple could be considered one of the top 10 guilds and was a legendary guild. Priest Qinqiong rushed out the door. When he saw the old man waiting outside, he could not control his emotions and trembled as he said, "Teacher, it's you." As he spoke, tears welled up in his eyes. The person who taught Priest Qinqiong in the mountains was this very man. Without that fortuitous encounter, Priest Qinqiong would not have achieved his current success. In the following years, Priest Qinqiong repeatedly entered the mountains in hopes of meeting his teacher again, but he never managed to. When the planetary migration occurred, Priest Qinqiong thought he would never see his teacher again. Who knew that his teacher would actually come to visit him? Obviously, Priest Qinqiong felt emotional. "Student." The old priest smiled, his face also filled with emotion. Chest asking an exclusive the ven me, there was a strange form looking at the X by making icy the way elegant hand, _ top hearty intentions. Renjie continued, "After you accept, Silver Hand will use some of their strength in Chengdu to ensure that Zhun temple takes down the satellite city as a sort of repayment." Priest Qinqiong was instantly tempted. The priest occupation was not a common one in the game, and Zhun temple had many challengers in Chengdu. Overall, its position was not stable. Priest Qinqiong was deep in thought about how to take down the satellite city. Who knew that such a good opportunity would actually arise? Then it seems teacher really is my lucky star, Priest Qinqiong thought to himself. Without hesitation, Priest Qinqiong accepted the token and smiled, since it's teacher who asked, I'll of course accept. Renjie nodded, his face not showing any happiness or sadness. In the end, Renjie did not want to enter all these battles. However, being in the underworld, he had no choice. Even hidden aristocratic families could not entirely break away from the constraints of this world. "Teacher, may I ask why Silver Hand wants to go against Shanghai City?" Renjie could not provide too many details. Even in his description of Silver Hand, he had kept many details from Priest Qinqiong. Who knew if this person might be a big mouth? Perhaps they are not used to the way Shanghai City operates, Renjie said offhandedly. Priest Qinqiong looked like he understood, but it also seemed like he did not want to understand. A third party connected Zhun temple and Shanghai City, so there was no real relationship between them. "I can only say I'm sorry," but Priest Qinqiong did not feel any regret or guilt. Luoyang, Tingyu floor headquarters. Jianqi Lain's face was ice cold as she stared at the man opposite her. "What are you doing here?" Standing before her was the guild leader of Jianqi Xunlong, Yijian Shilai, her ex and now her enemy. Yijian Shilai said, "Ain, even today, you are not willing to forgive me? In your dreams." Jianqi Lain glared at him angrily. Yijian Shilai sighed. "You are still so stubborn." Whatever happened that year had passed. As a man, Yijian Shilai would not bring it up. However, his feelings for Jianqi Lain were genuine. As the guild leader of Jianqi Xunlong, he could have any girl he wanted, yet he remained single. This love and devotion were noticed not only by the members of Jianqi Xunlong but also by those of Tingyu floor. Both guilds tried to persuade their respective leaders. As Yijian Shilai had said, Jianqi Lain was truly stubborn. When they broke up, her stubbornness played a role. After the breakup, Jianqi Lain openly declared that she would defeat him. Naturally, she would not easily let that go. Perhaps it had already become her goal. Do you know how dangerous the environment on planet Hope is? Yijian Shilai suddenly changed the subject. Jianqi Lain's brows furrowed. In the Federation's promotions, Planet Hope was portrayed as a paradise. Someone like Jianqi Lane, however, naturally would not believe it, knowing the Federation was likely exaggerating to persuade more people to move and to give them hope. Jianqi Lane was extremely curious about the environment on Planet Hope. Jian Shilai continued, long before the migration, the Federation sent a squadron to explore the planet. Not long ago, the data was sent to Gaia. Truthfully, Planet Hope is not an ideal home. Large numbers of natives live there, and they follow a path entirely different from Earth's technology-focused one. Their physical capabilities are shockingly strong, and some even possess special abilities. As a result, adventure gamers like us will be extremely important on Planet Hope. The Federation wants us to establish ourselves there and needs both the lords to expand and secure territory, as well as many soldiers to fight on the front lines. Gaia has already used the details of the natives to create the various races in the game. After creating them, they will be first thrown into the underground world for us to train against. Jianqi Lane was stunned by this news. After a long pause, she said, I thank you for telling me all of this. But I cannot forgive you, so you can leave. Jian Shilai panicked. Why don't you understand? Understand what? A passionate expression appeared on his face, and ambition flashed in his eyes. This Planet Hope isn't a danger but an opportunity. It is a chance for us to change our fates. As long as we control our guilds, we will be leaders when we arrive, and we will not be mere pawns. If we keep fighting amongst ourselves, we will only be playing with our own destinies. So, I beg you, let's work together, a city-state, afraid and friends. The city. In your life are a kid lost them in the struggle. Do I have smoked? That's the story I am afraid to say in response. IG have 40 gone, you're talking about China states? I just because to the city have. Jian Shilai have hurt, why the reason is that UFI supporter. You're talking about Hestangle communities? You will pay day to losing with. People who are supported by hesitant city, you're afraid of leaving with world for again be getting anything done being it surely, I am afraid? I will not be afraid. Besides, you're talking about and expressions. UG have qualities used, X can afraid of losing in the struggle I wouldn't afraid of suffering with. Yij X and afraid of Yensif the Nanjing fear, I had been taught that, before cities should be a gift? If the don't say that so afraid to say in low struggle? Yij not be afraid of succeeding with. Yij you're proud? I have butterflies been, the reason I don't say that in such a struggle experience, you have a be afraid of not sticking about friend and. Be afraid, X should be treated that if you're afraid of speaking to daughters and, afraid and friends. The story you will daughters and, afraid and friends. The city. In your life are a kid lost them in the struggle. Do I have smoked? That's the story I am afraid to say in response not, internet, city, have will be afraid? Have no problem, just afraid of talking about Isabel after, you have no choice? The reason is that. If you're afraid of speaking to daughters and, afraid. What frightened? You will pay day to losing with. People who are supported by hesitant city, you're afraid of leaving with world for again be getting anything if you're afraid of speaking to daughters and, what? If reason is that. Do you have permission? Jian Shilai smiled enigmatically. You don't know, right? Shanghai City won't last much longer. Are you okay? What you're saying is getting more and more ridiculous, the other person responded. Jian Shilai said in a low voice, I'll tell you the truth. The Yanhuang Alliance isn't confident about facing Shanghai City. But behind them is a mysterious organization. That organization is so terrifying, it will scare you to death. This time, Shanghai City has angered them, so they want to deal with Shanghai City. If we work together with Shanghai City now, won't we be asking for death? Mysterious organization? Is it something Di Chen made up to scare you? Jian Shilai shook his head. I am not foolish. As for the specific situation, I can't tell you. Unless you swear that even if you don't agree with my proposal, you won't tell what I said today to Chiua Wui. In, I'm putting my life on the line. You won't harm me, right? When Jianqi Leiyin heard this, she was touched. Okay, I swear. She then made the oath. Seeing this, Jian Shilai's expression became complex, a mix of happiness and reminiscence. Jianqi Leiyin's oath was a special one, known only to the two of them, a shared memory. At least she hasn't forgotten the past, Jian Shilai thought. Jian Shilai composed himself, slowly took out a white token, and told Jianqi Leiyin about the silver hand. Jianqi Leiyin's reaction was the same as Priest Qingyou's. Jian Shilai could understand her expression, as he felt the exact same way. In, now you believe my words? Stop following Shanghai City, there's no future in doing so. Chapter 8:16, There's still hot blood in the end. Jianqi Leiyin's heart felt complicated, and she was unable to make a decision. Unlike Streamer and Laojun Temple, Tingyu Floor was an official member of the Shanghai Alliance Guild Alliance, and Jianqi Leiyin was very familiar with the other members of the alliance. The relationships between alliance members were not purely based on interest, there was also a sense of friendship. Asking her to betray the Shanghai Alliance was too much. When Jian Shilai saw her hesitation, he said, In, I know this is putting you in a difficult spot. However, if you do not accept the silver token, with Silver Hand's terrifying methods, you won't be able to secure the Luoyang satellite city. Losing the satellite city means losing the top position in the imperial city. You understand the consequences, right? Is Silver Hand really that terrifying? Jianqi Leiyin asked. Jian Shilai casually listed the names of the leaders of the top 4 or 5 guilds in Luoyang. These fellows are all backed by hidden aristocratic families, all of which are members of Silver Hand. Apart from the guild Silver Hand directly controls, there are even more that are indirectly controlled by these aristocratic families. Even Di Chen and the others are unsure. So, are they scary? Jianqi Leiyin's voice was hoarse. The guild leaders of these guilds all wanted to collaborate with Tingyu Floor. If they all backed out and changed their minds, the consequences would be catastrophic. Now, she truly had no confidence. The worst part was that no one knew how many guilds Silver Hand could control if the organization went all out. The unknown factors were the most terrifying. When Jian Shilai saw her reaction, he decided to fan the flames. Working together with Silver Hand is not forcing you to become enemies with Shanghai City. Tingyu Floor would be choosing a new cooperation partner. If you feel uneasy, you can simply avoid conflicts with them. Silver Hand will not force this. I think Chiua Wui could understand your situation. This was giving her a way out. Jianqi Leiyin's expression was extremely complicated. Do I really have to? You have no choice. Think about it, planning well now is for our future on Planet Hope. In, don't destroy your own future, Jian Shilai said. Jianqi Leiyin closed her eyes in pain. I'll take it. That's great. Jian Shilai was rather emotional and wanted to hug Jianqi Leiyin. As he walked up to her, he finally realized his actions and awkwardly stopped his hands mid-air. When Jianqi Leiyin saw this, she sighed to herself. The moment she accepted the offer, a sense of unease rose in her heart, as if she had made an incredibly terrible decision. Unfortunately, there is no way back. Jianqi Leiyin's mood was acutely complicated. When Jian Shilai left, Jianqi Leiyin sent a final letter to Ouyang Shua. The contents were very brief, with only one sentence, I'm sorry, please be careful. After some thought, she added the names of the few guild leaders that Jian Shilai had mentioned. She believed that Ouyang Shua would understand what she meant. I can only do this. Jianqi Leiyin's heart throbbed with pain. Dali, Ministry of Justice Office. Within the courtyard, 200 constables had gathered. The atmosphere was far from festive, incompatible with the Lantern Festival. On the stairs stood the assistant minister of the ministry, reading the orders aloud to the constables. Through our investigation, the guild leader of Qinqiong Pavilion, Moonshines over the river, is the brother of Kunming Prefecture Governor Bai Hua. The two are close and are suspected of treason. Now we will capture him for questioning to reveal the truth. Yes. The moment the order was given, under the leadership of the head constable, the constables charged out of the ministry. People along the way saw them and dodged to the side. Only when the constables were far away did they start to comment. It's the festive season, who committed crimes to actually alert the constables of the Ministry of Justice? Who knows? In less than half an hour, they arrived at the headquarters of Qinqiong Pavilion. When the Qinqiong Pavilion guards saw the group of constables, they were baffled. The constables were not courteous, presenting their capture order and immediately entering the courtyard. The guards did not dare to stop them and only arranged for someone to rush to inform the guild leader. A large guild naturally did not fear 200 constables. However, these constables were representatives of the imperial court, backed by 1,000,000 guards, so they had to comply with their orders. At this stage, even lords like Ouyang Shua did not dare to directly oppose the imperial city, much less the player guilds that relied on imperial cities to survive. Of course, under normal circumstances, the imperial court would not find fault with them. Gaia had strict restrictions in this regard, especially in imperial cities like Dali, which lacked a regime. The imperial court was like an invisible entity, rarely appearing before players. This time, however, was obviously different, as someone was manipulating events behind the scenes. The Ministry of Justice had enough evidence to send out the constables. Moreover, the arrest warrant clearly stated that they were to temporarily detain him. After the investigation, if Moonshines over the river was found innocent, they would release him immediately. The key issue was that the Battle of the Satellite City was to begin the next day. Taking him at such a crucial moment would leave Qinqiong Pavilion leaderless. The motive behind this move was clear. Therefore, the moment Moonshines over the river received the news, he linked it to the battle the next day. The timing was too coincidental. Many times, when something is too coincidental, it's not a coincidence but a scheme, Moonshines over the river thought. He understood this but did not dare to attempt an escape. If he resisted arrest, the imperial court would have a valid reason to shut down Qinqiong Pavilion, which would be an even greater disaster. The person behind this was truly vicious, staying silent and only acting on the Lantern Festival. This caught Moonshines over the river off guard, giving him no time to prepare. Guild leader, what should we do? The higher-ups seized the opportunity to hold an emergency meeting while the constables were still at the door. Moonshines over the river had already calmed down. No matter what, we cannot panic or engage in conflict with the constables. Qinqiong, go and calm the members. As the second in command of Qinqiong Pavilion, Qinqiong was a powerful and respected figure. Understood. Qinqiong turned and left. The other guild leader of Qinqiong Pavilion, Night Rain, asked, "What about the Satellite City battle tomorrow?" Moonshines over the river replied, "Follow the plan. If I'm not here, you and Qinqiong will take the lead. I suspect the enemy has more than just that one move, so the battle tomorrow will not be smooth. You must be careful." Night Rain nodded with a solemn expression. Moonshines over the river added, "Also, when I leave, immediately send a letter to Bai Hua and inform her of today's events. I suspect this matter is not so simple, and the schemer's plan is not so small." When Night Rain heard this, he was shocked and hesitated. "Guild leader, are you saying that their real goal is to target Shanghai City?" "It's hard to say," Moonshines over the river replied, not daring to make a conclusion. "It's better to be safe than sorry." Although Moonshines over the river did not finish his words, his intuition told him there was a high chance this move was targeting Shanghai City. If this was just to stop Qinqiong Pavilion from taking down the Dali Imperial City Satellite City, their opponents did not have the power to influence the Imperial Court and make the Ministry of Justice act. Night Rain nodded solemnly. Just then, noise sounded from the door, and the constables had arrived. So that's settled. Tomorrow depends on all of you, Moon Shines Over the River said. He was a carefree person and did not drag on like an old grandmother. Night Rain had not even followed him out when a shout rang out, I'm Moon Shines Over the River. Night Rain shook his head, his elder brother was still so direct and upright. Seeing their guild leader captured by the constables, all of them were furious, their eyes flashing with murderous intent. If it weren't for Qinqiong maintaining order, none of these constables could have walked out. Even the head constable felt a shiver run down his spine. He hadn't expected to face such a situation. Take him away. The head constable didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly ordered his men to leave. If he stayed longer, his men might lose their nerve. These players were like a pack of wolves and tigers, their killing intent permeating the courtyard and making one's heart freeze. No wonder, as those gathered were the elite members of the guild. At that moment, the clear sky suddenly began to rain. Moon Shines Over the River stood in the rain, looking at his brothers and smiling. Brothers, I'm only going to have some tea. For the battle tomorrow, none of you can slack off. Kill all our enemies. After a pause, he suddenly exclaimed, Brothers, can you do that? Yes. Hundreds of voices shouted in unison, their aura menacing. Haha, good. Moon Shines Over the River smiled, turning to the constable. Sir, let's go. This time, the guest held the initiative. The head constable, seeing this, had no choice but to comply. A group of men walked through the rain, quickly disappearing into the streets. The Qinqiong pavilion members all stood quietly, watching their guild leader's fading silhouette, their eyes filled with a desire for vengeance. In the rain, Qinqiong turned around first. Let's go and get some rest. We still have a big battle tomorrow, let's not disappoint the guild leader. Everyone nodded in silence. Only Qinqiong and Night Rain stood on the corridor, looking at each other, seeing the worry in the other's eyes. This rain really came too suddenly. Xunlong, Blood Evil Mercenary Guild Headquarters. Blood Romance looked at the mysterious person in front of him and said expressionlessly, So you're saying that as long as I work with you, I can smoothly take down the satellite city in Xunlong Imperial City? 100%, the mysterious person said confidently. Blood Romance laughed mockingly. What are you laughing at? The mysterious person asked. Blood Romance gazed at him as if he were an idiot and said, To take something that belongs to me and offer it in trade with me, do you even have a brain? You. The mysterious person came from a noble family and had never been insulted like this before. He wanted to fight Blood Romance on the spot. However, remembering the mission given to him by the organization, he suppressed his anger. The mysterious person said, I don't understand what you're saying. Blood Romance shook his head. With or without your help, the satellite city already belongs to the Blood Evil Mercenary Guild. Do you understand? Preposterous. The mysterious man finally lost his temper. So there is no room for negotiation? Blood Romance gestured for the mysterious person to leave. I won't show you out. The mysterious man looked at Blood Romance and coldly said, Don't think that just because you rule Xunlong City, you're untouchable. The power of the organization is not something you can trifle with. Wait and see. Since he had botched the mission, the mysterious man was in a foul mood. Blood Romance's expression remained unchanged as he repeated the same gesture. Ha, what an arrogant fellow. The mysterious person left those words behind before disappearing into the night sky. After the mysterious person left, Blood Romance's expression finally changed. He looked both emotional and excited, but his expression also held a hint of hatred. Such a complex expression was truly rare. You think that just because you didn't introduce yourself, I won't know who you are? Silver Hand. Blood Romance's expression suddenly turned cold, he actually knew of Silver Hand's existence. This huge show in the wilderness was getting more and more interesting. Nanjiang, Shanghai City. The night had fallen, and the bustling city finally grew quiet and peaceful. The crowds, unable to resist their exhaustion and sleepiness, slowly dispersed. Only the stubbornly burning street lamps remained, illuminating the vast night sky. The various types of rubbish scattered across the square testified to the night's frenzy. After accompanying Song Jia, Ouyang Shua didn't rest, but instead came to the reading room. The large, silent room seemed somewhat eerie and gloomy under the night sky. Ouyang Shua didn't dwell on it, only here could he truly calm down and plan for the territory's future. Many of the territory's plans were conceived by Ouyang Shua on such nights. Under this silent sky, his thoughts grew exceptionally clear. When viewing the lanterns at night, Ouyang Shua felt a sense of unease. For someone whose cultivation had reached his level, any disturbance in his mind signified something unusual. Thus, he came to the reading room to find the source of his unease. The moment he sat down, Ouyang Shua noticed 2 secret letters on his table, clearly sent that night. It being the Lantern Festival, receiving letters so late was truly unusual. Ouyang Shua, bearing his unease, took a look at both letters. One was from Jianqi Leiyin, and the other was from Bai Hua. Why would Jianqi Leiyin write to me at such a time? Ouyang Shua couldn't help but frown, as this matter was getting stranger and stranger. He hadn't had much contact with Jianqi Leiyin, and it was the other female players who were closer to her. Their most recent exchange was still about the equipment deal they had discussed. Did something happen that made her need an emergency set of equipment? Ouyang Shua could only guess, and he did not dare to take it lightly, so he immediately opened the letter. There was only one short line. Ouyang Shua read it aloud. "Sorry, please be careful." He was confused. What is she trying to say? Only then did he notice the names of a few guild leaders written at the bottom. Aren't these the guild leaders of the top few guilds in Luoyang? Now Ouyang Shua was extremely puzzled. Since he didn't understand the matter, Ouyang Shua decided to set it aside and open Bai Hua's letter first. He had a feeling that this letter would provide the answer. As expected, Bai Hua's letter was about moonshines over the river being captured in Dali. Her words conveyed her anxiety and unease. Looking at the letter, Ouyang Shua couldn't help but frown. He had a gut feeling that the Silver Hand was involved. Jianqi Leiyin was probably warning him to be cautious of the Silver Hand, which meant that Tingyu Floor had been taken down by them. What terrible news, Ouyang Shua muttered. You want to act from the outer circle? His mood was getting worse. It seemed that this opponent was much more challenging than the Yanhuang Alliance, as they were far calmer and craftier. They did not target Shanghai City immediately but instead opted to use warm water to cook the frog, removing Shanghai City's allies one by one before delivering the final blow. What a patient opponent, Ouyang Shua concluded. Thinking about this, Ouyang Shua wrote a letter to Bai Hua to reassure her. In the letter, he briefly described the situation with Silver Hand. Ouyang Shua was worried that Bai Hua might act rashly. After sending the letter, Ouyang Shua still felt uneasy. On the eve of the satellite city battle, both Qinqiong Pavilion and Tingyu Floor were attacked. What about the other guilds allied with Shanghai City? Guilds like Blood Evil Mercenary, Laojun Temple, Streamer, and even Shadow Alliance and other second-rate guilds, would they face the same issues? Or had they already faced problems but not informed him, like Jianqi Leiyin did? Ouyang Shua had no idea, and his mind was in turmoil. He needed to address all of this. In the quiet reading room, Ouyang Shua sat alone in his chair, eyes closed in deep thought. He wanted to clear the fog in front of him but did not know where to begin. Given Silver Hand's actions, once they struck, it was not for fun. Among all the guilds, probably only War Snow Rose would be spared. Silver Hand likely knew of the relationship between the two. Ouyang Shua immediately realized they were in danger and wanted to write a letter to Lin Jing, warning her to be more cautious. After writing a line, he put down his brush. No, it's too late, Ouyang Shua said, raising his head to look at the night sky. Unknowingly, it was the middle of the night, and the sky would be bright in just 3 or 4 hours. Thinking about this, Ouyang Shua did not hesitate. He decided to make a trip to Jianye. Men. Monarch. Hearing the voice, Su Chu, who had been guarding outside, walked into the reading room. Ouyang Shua said, "Gather the troops, I will make a trip." Su Chu nodded. "Do you need the divine martial guards?" Ouyang Shua pondered and said, "Bring them. The world is so unstable right now, and I have to stay on guard. Also, call Xiahou Dun over." "Yes, monarch." Su Chu turned around to prepare. However, Ouyang Shua still felt uneasy. This was the first time he had truly felt the pressure that Silver Hand could exert on him. "They truly treat me highly," Ouyang Shua thought to himself. After a short while, Xiahou Dun hurried over. Looking at his expression, he was obviously woken up by the personal guards in the middle of his sleep, and even the corner of his shirt was not tidied up. Monarch. Before coming, Xiahou Dun had splashed his face with water to freshen up. Since the monarch had summoned him at night, it was probably for an emergency. Naturally, he did not dare take it lightly. Ouyang Shua said, "Thank you for your hard work, Xiahou." The monarch was still working in the reading room, so how could Xiahou Dun dare say that he was working hard? As time was of the essence, Ouyang Shua directly asked, "In the Combat Logistics Department Armory, how many 3-bout arqueballistas and god-arm crossbows do we have?" Ouyang Shua was still worried about War Snow Rose and wanted to send them another set of equipment. To the guild, these 2 weapons were the best for defending the satellite city. Even the P1 type cannon did not have as much killing power as the 3-bout arqueballistas, let alone how inconvenient and hard to transport it was at the moment. Xiahou Dun immediately replied, "We have 253-bout arqueballistas and 15,000 god-arm crossbows." God-arm crossbows were the long-range weapons that guilds favored, so they often purchased them all. Hence, there were not many left in the armory. Luckily, Ouyang Shua's carrying capacity was limited, so he could not carry much either. Ouyang Shua nodded, "Okay, lead me there. I'll take 103-bout arqueballistas and 5,000 god-arm crossbows. Record it down." Even though Ouyang Shua was the monarch, he could not casually take items. There were rules for everything, and if he used items randomly, people might use his name to take things from the armory, causing the rules to be disrupted. "Yes, monarch." Xiahou Dun nodded and led the way. For such a large batch of equipment, even though Ouyang Shua's storage bag was upgraded, he still could not fit it all. Furthermore, the crossbows all required ammunition. War Snow Rose could prepare the bolts for the god-arm crossbows on their own, but the 3-bout arqueballistas were unique to Shanghai City. Ouyang Shua was only responsible for carrying the 103-bout arqueballistas and their ammunition, that was his maximum. The rest would be transported by the 3,000 divine martial guards. After loading up, Ouyang Shua did not delay and led them all to teleport out of the Imperial City's formation, disappearing into the night sky. Jianye, Snow War Rose Mercenary Group Headquarters. Similar to Shanghai City, Jianye was in a holiday mood. During the Lantern Festival, Gaia also rolled out events to liven up the atmosphere. After all the festivities, not just the square but even the streets were littered with garbage. Although the streets were empty, many lanterns lit the way. Ouyang Shua and his men walked out of the teleportation formation and arrived smoothly at the base of the Snow War Rose Mercenary Group. 3,000 men walked the streets, carrying large amounts of equipment. Despite their load, they traveled in complete silence. As tomorrow was the Satellite City battle, the Snow War Rose Mercenary Group was in a tense mood. The moment Ouyang Shua and his men arrived, they were spotted by the guards, who immediately reported their arrival. Seeing Ouyang Shua, Lin Jing was astonished. "Little Shua, it's so late. Why are you here?" Ouyang Shuo looked out at the streets and said quietly, "Let's talk inside." On the way, he could feel that there were people monitoring the headquarters, further proving his conjecture. Noticing Ouyang Shuo's unusual expression, Lin Jing immediately understood the severity of the situation. Entering the base, Lin Jing arranged for people to welcome the divine martial guards and personal guards while she led Ouyang Shuo to the office. Xun also arrived after getting the news. "Little Shuo, what happened?" Lin Jing asked. Ouyang Shuo did not know where to start. After all, Silver Hand going up against them was his personal conjecture, and he had no proof. "You are all going to war tomorrow, so I brought a batch of equipment over." Lin Jing sensed something was off. "Are you okay? Sending equipment so late at night?" Xun smiled to ease the tension. "Where can we find such good stuff?" "What equipment is there?" Lin Jing asked. Ouyang Shuo responded, 103 bout arqueballistas, and 5,000 god-arm crossbows. Lin Jing smiled. "Rich." Since he couldn't stay for too long, he said directly, "I received intel that people will target you in the battle tomorrow. You must all be well prepared. The opponent is tough, and they might be after me as well." Lin Jing and Xun exchanged glances, noting the seriousness in each other's eyes. They understood that Ouyang Shuo was not one to speak lightly. This late-night visit meant things had truly reached a dangerous level. For Ouyang Shuo to be worried, the enemy must be formidable. Lin Jing nodded solemnly. "Okay, since it's not convenient for you to say more, I won't ask. With this batch of equipment, we have an added layer of security. No matter what schemes they try, we will win." Ouyang Shuo stood up. "Then I'll take my leave." He had warned them of what he could. The outcome of tomorrow's battle would depend on the two of them. The Battle of the Satellite Cities was one where lords could not directly intervene. After leaving the equipment, Ouyang Shuo and his men hurried out of the camp. In one of the small alleys near the headquarters, two men dressed in black stood silently. Here is the cleaned and grammatically corrected text. Seeing Ouyang Shuo walk out of the gates, one of them said, sadly, "That's right, it's Chiyu Wui. What is he doing here so late at night?" "How would I know?" the other person responded. "Then, did he find out about us?" "That's not possible. Maybe Dolly made him suspicious, so he wanted to remind us. Based on Di Chen's words, he is an old fox. Then, should we take the chance to take him out?" "How? Can't you see that there are so many guards beside him? Even if we ambush them, we cannot keep them here. This person is really careful, coming out so late and still bringing so many guards. What does it matter? He just does not have the guts. No matter what, let's just not alert him. Let's go." After a short while, the two of them disappeared into the darkness. Gaia 4th year, 2nd month, 14th day. At 9 a.m., the 9 imperial cities made an announcement simultaneously. Imperial City notification: to split up the players for the exploration of the mysterious underground world, a satellite city will be released. Anyone who obtains the token and stabs it into the Lord's Manor meeting room will obtain the defending rights of the city. 24 hours later, the other guilds can attack the satellite city. If one can defend the city for 24 hours, they will obtain the permanent rights. If the guild destroys the stone steel, similarly, they will obtain permanent rights. Accompanying the notification, a golden light shone outside the 9 imperial cities. Similar to the mushroom cloud of a nuclear bomb explosion, the golden light shot into the sky. Even if you were thousands of miles away, you would be able to see the light clearly. When the golden light had passed, 9 new cities stood in the wilderness. Each city was tens of miles wide. Whether it was the city walls or the buildings inside, they were simplified versions of the imperial cities. Even so, they were still radiantly magnificent. Many lords could not help but marvel when they saw these cities. Most wilderness cities did not even meet the standards of these satellite cities. Just one of these cities was worth tens of millions, which was why it was no wonder guilds went mad over them. Of course, according to Gaia's guidelines, the guild defending a satellite city would only have the right to use and lease the city, not all the rights. The guardian guild of the city was akin to the manager and was responsible for its operation, earning profits through rents and taxes. Furthermore, half of the profits had to be handed over to the imperial city. However, the imperial city would not just take the profits for free. They had the responsibility to protect the security of the satellite cities. If wilderness lords chose to attack a satellite city, it would be as if they were attacking the corresponding imperial city. This, in turn, increased the security of the satellite city. Otherwise, it would just be a tempting target for ambitious lords, who might risk everything to seize it, and in such a case, no guardian guild would be able to defend it properly. Speaking of which, the winner of the satellite city guardian position had a permanent role. Since it had already been the 4th year, it did not make much of a difference if the guardian had all the rights or not. Gaia had a couple of reasons for setting those rules. First, as guilds did not have all the rights to the satellite city, Gaia would not count it as when the game ended, the satellite cities would not be considered part of their assets. This was standard practice. The text provided seems to be a narrative or description from a game, possibly a strategy game or a role-playing game, RPG, with elements of fantasy. Let's clean up the text and provide clear, grammatically correct sentences to maintain the essence of the content. After all, if a guild were able to gain control of a city like that from a single battle, other players would be unhappy, and it would be unfair to the lords. Which lord's territory was not built up slowly from nothing to something significant? Additionally, guilds wouldn't have the right to use the city as collateral. Therefore, the guild wouldn't be able to transfer the city to others or use it as collateral to secure loans. This would prevent players from exploiting the system. Before the battle for Satellite City began, Gaia had not revealed anything about the underground world. No one knew if it was a teleportation formation or an actual tunnel. If it were a real tunnel, would there be monster attacks inside? It was also not clear who could enter the underground world. Would it require the Guardian's permission, or could all Imperial City players enter freely? Would there be entrance fees or similar charges? All these details would be revealed once the situation stabilized. Based on the information that has been disclosed, the battle would be divided into 2 stages. The first stage would involve finding a token and breaking through to place it in the meeting hall of the Lord's Manor, thereby becoming its temporary owner. Following this, all players not belonging to the Guardian Guild would be teleported away. The defending guild would have a day to prepare and fortify their defenses. During this time, the city would spawn NPCs to assist in the city's defense. However, there wouldn't be too many of these NPCs, as the primary defensive force would be the guild players themselves. The second stage would be a fierce battle, with one guild defending against the assault of the others. The guilds that lost in the first stage would have lost their leverage. In the second stage, they would likely use all available resources to attack, trying to catch their last chance. What is critical now is the strategy. The defending guilds would likely seek allies and ask them not to participate in the assault. This revision maintains the original sequence of thoughts while ensuring that the text is more readable and grammatically correct. If you need further adjustments, such as changing the tone, making the text more concise, as for asking them to help defend, Gaia did not allow it. For the sieging guilds, the situation was even more complicated. Not only did they have to cooperate with other guilds to siege, but they also needed to be wary of one another, or come to agreements, even signing contracts. After all, even if they took down the satellite city, only one guild could destroy the stone steel. Faced with such a huge temptation, one wouldn't know what would happen until the end. At the same time, due to the uncertainty of the first stage, the sieges of the 9 cities would not start simultaneously. Gaia would confirm the guilds participating in each city and seal all the teleportation formations. During this battle, wanderers not part of the involved guilds could not join either the first or the second stage. This would help restrict the number of variables. Gaia did not wish for the overall standard of the wilderness to drop due to excessive killing. At that very moment, another notification sounded out. Imperial City notification: the satellite city token will spawn in a random player's hand. The player cannot put the token into their storage bag. If the player holding the token dies, the token will definitely drop. Every 10 minutes, the system will automatically reveal its coordinates. At this point, the most brutal battle of the new year had begun. An item that drops upon death, with coordinates announced regularly. The dropping mechanism of the satellite city token meant that this would definitely be a cruel battle. Along with the second Imperial City notification, the 9 lucky stars appeared in the city, stunned as they looked at the tokens in their hands. However, these lucky stars were not truly fortunate, as slaughter awaited them. The moment the killing started, it would not stop. Some people died to swords the moment they obtained the token, some tried their best to hide, and some were extremely confident, believing this was their destiny. The moment the token appeared, it changed hands several times. How could this token be a treasure? It was an unlucky item, something that brought whoever held it deep trouble. To make matters worse, the token could not be passed to others or dropped. It must be either stabbed into the meeting hall or dropped upon death. Gaia created this setting to prevent players from passing the token around. The coordinates would refresh every 10 minutes, so if one acted swiftly, they could pass the token all the way to the satellite city. Another reason was to prevent players from discarding the token into rivers, drains, or even off cliffs. Some special landscapes could make such a situation disastrous. Initially, the token changed hands among small groups, and the killing was limited to around 10 people. When the token entered the hands of mid- and large-sized guilds, it led to wild and chaotic fights between guilds. The killing was like a snowball, rolling bigger and bigger. More and more players were dragged into this battle. Some players couldn't help but throw themselves in, starting fights. The satellite city was too tempting, causing players to lose their rationality. Even some mid-sized guilds who knew they didn't have the strength to keep the token still tried to grab it. If we don't take a chance, how would we know we can't do it? What if it works? The players had this mentality. The killing spread, and the killing intent gathered, slowly affecting the players' minds. As time went on, the battlefield gradually shifted from the Imperial City to the satellite city. As the massacre continued, some players killed until their eyes turned red. Initially, the goal was to obtain the token. However, as time passed, the aim became killing for the sake of killing. The desire to kill had enveloped their minds. Seeing your comrades killed, wouldn't you need to take revenge? Could you tolerate being killed? When guild members were killed, wouldn't you fight for your honor? Various reasons and conflicts led to more killing. The desire to kill between players had never been as strong as it was today. It was like pouring oil on a fire, growing stronger and burning away at their minds. The only thing they saw was killing. The hidden desire to kill, like a caged beast released, took control, allowing them to do whatever it wanted. Perhaps this was the charm of the game. Killing in the game had no legal consequences, especially during a mission where there were no red name markers. Thus, the Imperial City constables would not find fault with you, and you wouldn't need to go to jail. This made the players even more fearless. To some PK enthusiasts, this was a killing feast. One thing remained certain: no matter how the token changed hands, it would ultimately return to the large guilds, as only they had the power to keep it. On this day, the wilderness was not the main stage. The 9 imperial cities became the focus of the entire world. After the Imperial City notification, Ouyang Shua did not go anywhere, he just sat in the reading room, focusing on the battle situation. The 9 imperial cities all had posts on the forums to track the situation. This wait lasted for an entire morning, and there still was no result. After 3 p.m., the 9 tokens were mostly in the hands of the large guilds. Next, the guilds needed to use all their strength to protect the tokens and transport them to the satellite city. The other guilds naturally would not let them do that easily. The players calculated it perfectly. Even if they could not stop them, they would harm them now to reduce their defensive strength later on. The target guilds would likely leave a trail of blood and bodies in their wake. The top guilds were not fools and would not reveal their strength on the first day. At such a time, the usefulness of allies was revealed. The allies blocked the outside while the guild members remained inside. As the sky grew darker, the intensity of the killing grew. The players were certain that at night, when it was pitch black, it would be really difficult. The guild could arrange for people to secretly cross the walls and enter the satellite city. Hence, at night, the first stage of the satellite city battle would come to an end. Based on the current situation, no dark horses had appeared. Among them, some were strangely calm and peaceful. This included Xianyang and Chang'an, where the 18 horsemen of Yenyun and the Jin Yi Wei faced almost no resistance. The number of allies that supported them was truly unexpected. No one had anticipated that these 2 guilds had such influence. Based on the current situation, these 2 guilds would likely take satellite cities they would be contending. Note, the last sentence has been left intact due to punctuation and readability issues. Certainly, I'll clean up the text and improve the grammar for better readability. Aside from that, the guild streamer in Quanzhou, Chengdu's Laojun Temple, and the Luoyang's Luyuanting did not face much resistance. Ouyang Shua immediately sensed something was amiss. On the contrary, the 2 most powerful guilds in China, Blood Fiend Mercenary Group and Snow War Rose, encountered an unprecedented amount of resistance. Some allies had suddenly betrayed them and began attacking. Fortunately, the 2 guilds were strong and well prepared, so the situation remained under their control. The worst case was Qingfeng Pavilion in Dali. Last night, their guild leader was captured, which clearly dampened the spirits of the members. To make matters worse, over 70% of the participating guilds launched an assault on them. Although they managed to defend the token, they suffered heavy losses. Based on these calculations, it would be extremely difficult for them to defend the city. Jingdu was not calm either. It was no surprise that Jianqi Zhongheng would align with Star Alliance against the Shadow Alliance and Yimeng Pavilion. The strange part was that they garnered a lot of support from other guilds. The 2 sides that were initially evenly matched suddenly found the scales tipping against them. The Jingdu satellite city token was now held by Jianqi Zhongheng. As night fell, the first phase of the satellite city battle was pretty much over. The 9 large guilds had all activated the city. The gathering crowd slowly dispersed. The forums were still bustling with discussions about the massive conflict of the day. Even for those who were not directly involved in the main event, the players still felt their blood boiling with excitement. This kind of large-scale player versus player combat was different from army battles, as both sides were made up of players. Naturally, it was more intense and thrilling. This should provide a clearer and more coherent version of the text. The adrenaline surge among the players reached new heights. In real life, most lived in a time of peace, so how could one experience such thrilling and intense battles? In these contests, numerous superstars emerged. Their fearlessness in piking, player versus player combat, and relentless killing brought them victory in all their skirmishes, leading their teams to triumph. These heroes were highly esteemed by the guilds, who promoted and rewarded them. They soon became the shining stars of the adventure game mode and the idols of countless players. Several guilds, drawn by these superstars, sought to recruit them. As soon as this news broke, the fame of these figures soared to unprecedented heights. Ouyang Shua observed what seemed like an unseen force promoting and marketing these superstars. He discovered that nearly all of them hailed from the Yanhuang Alliance camp. Building a roster of superstars was a strategy to enhance the reputation of the Yanhuang Alliance. Were there among them young scions from secret noble families? They used this opportunity to come to light, gaining immediate renown and a platform for their rise. What an ingenious scheme, Ouyang Shua thought, increasingly impressed by the maneuvering of his adversaries. The true heroes were venerated and emulated, while the countless players who died and respawned were overlooked. They were like a legion of also-rans, slowly watching the superstars ascend, becoming the pedestals for others' ascension. The wild was indeed merciless, devoid of any shred of kindness. Some conceded and switched to labor professions, but others refused to yield and opted for one more gamble. For the latter, the various dojos and sects found in the imperial cities, these institutions, starting anew and treading a divergent path, unexpectedly made the sects more popular. Within an hour, the forum statistics were released. When the players saw the news, they couldn't help but take in a cold breath. In just one day, the 9 imperial cities had lost over 1 million lives. It's important to note that those who died were all combat occupation players. Considering this, the ratio was truly shocking, with approximately 1 in 20 players losing their lives. Apart from the numerical summary, the forums also discussed the battles that occurred during the day. More and more outsiders were confused and did not understand these satellite city battles. The smooth operation of the 18 horsemen of Yen Yun and the Jin Yi Wei from the Yanhuang Alliance contrasted sharply with the struggles of the Shanghai Alliance's blood-evil mercenary group, Qinqiong Pavilion, and Snow War Rose. Some people even suggested that the Yanhuang Alliance held the upper hand. However, the situations at Streamer, Laojun Temple, and Tingyu Floor contradicted the notion that the Yanhuang Alliance was outmaneuvering the Shanghai Alliance. The situation became increasingly murky, and it was hard to discern the truth. How would players know that these 3 guilds had changed sides? In reality, the Yanhuang Alliance camp had an all-around advantage in the satellite city battles, while the Shanghai City camp was in grave danger. When Ouyang Shua saw this situation, he naturally understood. At least Tingyu Floor's Jianqi Lain had the decency to inform him early and say goodbye. As for Priest Qingyou and Junilou, they had silently changed sides without a word. I will take revenge for this, Ouyang Shuo's eyes glinted with a cold light. 25th day of the 2nd month, 1 day of rest. The guilds that secured the guardian positions of the satellite cities were the busiest on this day. They had to prepare their defenses and gather allies. Especially the blood-evil mercenary guild, Snow War Rose, and Qingfeng Pavilion, they badly needed this final day of preparation. Silver Hand was strong, but not that strong. During yesterday's satellite city battle, the Yanhuang Alliance guilds had it easy because the 10 guilds controlled by Silver Hand had switched sides at the last minute. This move created an absolute numerical advantage. Now, it was time to see who had the greater skills. Qingfeng Pavilion was undoubtedly in a difficult position, as their guild leader was locked up, causing their allies to doubt their abilities. Silver Hand's strategy was undoubtedly brilliant. In the first stage, they did not rashly try to snatch the satellite city token. This was because the 10 or so guilds they controlled lacked the confidence to withstand the attacks from Qingfeng Pavilion and their allies. So, they played a clever trick. They allowed Qingfeng Pavilion to become a target, then used their skills in the second stage to take them down. Even though Qingfeng Pavilion knew what the enemy was planning, they had to play along. As one of China's top 10 guilds, they had their pride. Some battles had to be fought. Between 5 and 6 p.m., the 24-hour cooldown period ended. Many guilds from the 9 imperial cities launched probing attacks. Of course, this was just the appetizer and lasted only an hour. As night fell, torchlight illuminated the outskirts of Satellite City. Some guilds had already set up camp earlier to secure the best attack positions. The next morning, when the sun just rose, the sea of guilds did not give the guardians a moment's rest, immediately launching their siege. They were not an army and had no tactics, so they charged all at once, hoping to overwhelm Satellite City with sheer numbers. Thus, it was a race against time. Ouyang Shua, sitting in Shanghai City, had a rough idea of what the battle would entail. The fall of the Shanghai City Guild Alliance was imminent. Apart from those who had switched sides, Yiming Pavilion and Shadow Alliance likely could not stand against Qinqiong. To make matters worse, their core ally Qingfeng Pavilion would likely lose their satellite city. Now, Ouyang Shua was most concerned about whether Snow War Rose could survive. If they fell, the Guild Alliance would crumble. He hoped the equipment he sent last night could save them. Over the past 2 days, Ouyang Shua had taken action. He ordered the Black Snake Guards who had not left China to use all their resources in Jingdu, Jianya, Dali, and Xianying to cause chaos in the guilds controlled by Silver Hand while drawing in support for their allies. The Resistance Blood Evil Mercenary Guild faced in the first stage showed Ouyang Shua that the top guilds in China were not under Silver Hand's control. If he could help, Ouyang Shua naturally would. With all his allies either falling or leaving, Ouyang Shua could not afford to miss any opportunity to make new allies. He did everything he could, even wanting to send a batch of equipment to Qingfeng Pavilion, but the teleportation formation was locked. At this stage, they could only rely on themselves. Ouyang Shua now needed to consider how to handle the post-battle situation. Given Di Chen's and the others' actions, Silver Hand would likely target him next. Since they had made Streamer and other guilds betray him, they would not stop at the satellite cities and would have plans for after the battle. Ouyang Shua thought about the Four Seas Bank. Tingyu Floor held 5% of the Four Seas Bank's shares, Streamer and Lao Jun Temple together held 3%, summing up to 11%, which was a significant stake. To sell these shares and reinvest into Huitong Bank was almost a given. More concerning was their potential to undercut the Four Seas Bank's operations in the 9 imperial cities. The Four Seas Bank represented a critical means for Ouyang Shua to engage and influence grassroots players and served as a financial cornerstone of his territory. Ouyang Shua was determined not to let the Silver Hand undermine it. With these thoughts, he promptly called for Mengjida. He also revised the planned bureaucratic structure to address the issues concerning the Four Seas Bank. These two matters could be discussed concurrently. As for the satellite city battle specifics, Ouyang Shua was too preoccupied to focus on it. About half an hour later, Mengjida arrived hastily. The Four Seas Bank maintained a close relationship with the guilds, and Mengjida, being astute, had been closely monitoring the satellite city battles. Being summoned by the ruler, he knew something was amiss. He anticipated a conversation about the ongoing chaotic battle. However, once seated, he found the lord addressing an entirely different topic. Ouyang Shua said, "Jida, have you heard that we plan to form a cabinet upon establishing the state?" "I have," Mengjida replied. Ouyang Shua nodded and continued, "When we establish the state, the Financial Bureau will transform into the Financial Board. In this regard, the Four Seas Bank will separate from the Financial Bureau and operate under the Cabinet, on par with the Financial Board." About this, Mengjida was unsure how to respond. "The document ensures that they cannot liquidate their investments without our consent. We have the upper hand in this situation." Ouyang Shua nodded, satisfied with the answer. "Very well. Mengjida, ensure that all the terms and conditions in the documentation are solid and enforceable. We must maintain our position and not let anyone undermine the stability of the Four Seas Bank." "Of course, my lord," Mengjida replied, showing confidence. "I will personally oversee this matter to ensure there are no loopholes that could be exploited." Ouyang Shua then turned to the rest of the assembly, including Tingyu Floor and others. "In the event of any such action that threatens the bank, we will have to assess the potential impact and counter it with appropriate measures. Furthermore, we should have a plan in place to mitigate any possible negative repercussions. Tingyu, I want you to start working on these contingencies immediately. Keep me updated on your progress." Tingyu Floor nodded in agreement. "I will begin to formulate the necessary plans and strategies to ensure our stability, my lord. I will compile a detailed report and present it to you soon." Ouyang Shuo felt reassured by his team's commitment and resolve. Good. Let us work together to secure the future of the Four Seas Bank and, by extension, the prosperity of our federation. The meeting concluded with a collective sense of purpose and a unified direction moving forward. Ouyang Shuo's leadership and the proactive approach of his subordinates reflected the strength and resilience of the Four Seas Bank. Based on the contract, if one party wants to break the agreement, Four Seas Bank has the right to deduct half of their entitled gold as compensation. Ouyang Shuo smiled and remarked, "That's a significant penalty for them." The investment they made represented a substantial sum, with each share worth 200,000. If half were to be deducted, their overall worth would be reduced to 1,100,000 gold, a considerable amount for a guild. Renjie added, aside from the share funds, if they wish to withdraw the funds they've deposited in the bank, the contract stipulates that, as shareholders, these funds are to be locked in for 3 years. If they withdraw early, they will not receive any interest. Ouyang Shuo nodded, as he was familiar with this clause. During the auction, the money that Blood Romance and Xunlong put in did not accrue interest. Thus, the capital that Tingyu Floor and other guilds invested in Four Seas Bank was loaned out interest-free for a year. Considering inflation, this arrangement often resulted in a net loss. Ouyang Shuo was still a little worried, so he asked, if they all take out their reserves at the same time, will it affect us? Renjie replied, it will definitely have some impact, but not much. After a year of development, we have substantial reserves and no longer rely on them. What if hundreds of mid and large-sized guilds remove their reserves simultaneously? Ouyang Shuo had learned about the influence of Silver Hand. Since they could sway guilds to support them, they could naturally make them withdraw their investments. When Renjie heard this, his face turned serious. If that happens, we will enter a volatile period. However, if we prepare in advance, it won't affect our foundation. Ouyang Shuo nodded, finally relaxing. In the future, the Four Seas Bank will focus on individual customers. Only by setting our roots deep in the masses can we secure an unbeatable position. Yes, Monarch. It was time for the Four Seas Bank to change. Ouyang Shuo waved his hand. Go prepare and take the necessary precautionary measures. I estimate that once the dust settles, they will start to act. Understood, I'll take my leave. Renjie turned and left. Ouyang Shuo stayed in the reading room, waiting for the final results of the satellite city battle. On the 26th day of the second month, at 3 p.m., the situation had gradually become clearer since the siege began. The numerous sacrifices finally awakened the mid and small-sized guilds from their illusions. Looking around, they found they had very few comrades left, sending a chill down their spines. After the players died, their dropped equipment littered the ground. Many of these items were despawned by Gaia before players could pick them up. The only ones still fighting were the guilds in Dali, Jianya, and Xunlong. Even Yimeng Pavilion and Shadow Alliance gave up after paying a heavy price. At 4 p.m., Silver Hand faced a setback. Despite heavy assaults, the Snow War Rose mercenary group in Jianya and the Blood Evil mercenary group in Xunlong stood firm, teaching Silver Hand the strength of giants. Helplessly, Silver Hand could only give up. They had no choice. Even if the guild leaders they controlled were willing to attack, their members did not want to die for nothing. The guild leaders in the game could not decide the fate of their guild members, especially in Earth Online, where the game had an impact on reality. No one was a fool. The only guild barely holding on was Qinqiong Pavilion. During the first stage, Qinqiong Pavilion suffered heavy losses and was betrayed by their allies. The besieging guild saw hope, so they gritted their teeth and continued to fight. It seemed Qinqiong Pavilion could not hold on much longer. When Ouyang Shuo saw this, he looked depressed. There were many things beyond his control. At 6 p.m., an Imperial City notification sounded. Imperial City notification, congratulations to Xiaoyaning for leading the Xiao Alliance to break through the satellite city guarded by Qinqiong Pavilion, obtaining the rights to be the guardian. Congratulations. The moment the notification sounded, the world was in an uproar. The unassuming Xiao Alliance had risen to become the greatest dark horse. At this point, Silverhand's goal of breaking apart the Shanghai Alliance Guild Alliance had essentially succeeded. Only 2 guilds of the alliance had absolute control in the China region. What about the Silverhand? They had 7 out of 9. When night fell, the Guardian guilds were nearly all set, and there were no more accidents. Gaia was extremely efficient, immediately announcing the ruling details and the underground world opening rules. According to the rules, although the Guardian Guild had the right to own the satellite city, they could not refuse players from entering. As a result, players could freely move in and out of the satellite city. However, Gaia did not interfere with whether or not they could rent houses or shops. The Guardian Guilds could use this to strengthen their relationships with their allies and establish themselves as the undisputed rulers in the imperial city. The underground tunnel was an actual tunnel set in the central square. As long as one went down the steps, they could enter the mysterious underground world. The entrance was open to all players, and the Guardian Guild had no power to prevent players from entering. This rule by Gaia was to prevent the Guardian Guild from forming a monopoly and disrupting the game's balance. The tunnel was bidirectional, so the role of the Guardian Guild was to defend the entrance to prevent monsters from invading the satellite city. 2nd month, 27th day, Shanghai City. After receiving an invite from Ouyang Shua, Jinghu, Mengyun Tunding, and Moon Shines Over the River, who had been released, all gathered in Shanghai City. After losing the satellite city, the 3 were all extremely disheartened. Ouyang Shua invited the 3 of them to console them. If my guess is correct, once the Lord's territory becomes a capital city, it will release something similar to the satellite city. Really? Their eyes lit up. Ouyang Shua said, a capital city is the same level as the system imperial city, so Gaia cannot be unfair. Shanghai City will soon reach the 2 million population upper limit and can apply to upgrade soon. If you trust me, then relax and bear with it. When Shanghai City becomes a capital city, you'll get something. Even if the capital city does not release a satellite city, Shanghai City will have the power to take down one imperial city directly. When Moon Shines Over the River heard this, his eyes shone brighter and brighter. That's right. Those despicable people can succeed once, but the wilderness depends on strength. If Shanghai City sends troops to take down Dali Prefecture, we can naturally get the satellite city back. Thinking about this, Moon Shines Over the River calmed down. He had never doubted Shanghai City's ability to take down Dali. It was just a matter of how much they were willing to sacrifice. Hope rose once more in Jinghu and Mengyun Tunding's hearts. They were defeated by Jianqi Zhongheng because they were not strong enough, and it had nothing to do with Shanghai City. On the contrary, without the equipment and support given to them, they would have lost even more badly. They could not ask for anything more from this alliance leader. For him to actually make such promises under such circumstances was truly touching. Jinghu said, rest assured, we can wait. Although the guild is unstable, we can use this chance to clear out inferior members and deadweight. His words contained the respect he felt toward Ouyang Shua. Mengyun Tunding nodded, and they finally understood what it meant. The true self is revealed in times of crisis. Following such an alliance leader, even if we lose, it is worth it. The 4 of them talked for a while before leaving. At this point, the relationship between Shanghai City and the 3 guilds had gotten closer instead. If Ouyang Shua could fulfill his promise, they would be tied to him. Since the 9 Guardian guilds had just taken down Satellite City, they should have been extremely busy. The passion and intensity of the players had faded, and they assumed the wilderness would remain calm for a while. Who knew that just one morning later, more waves would hit? At 2 p.m., Tingyu Floor, Streamer, and Lao Jun Temple announced together that they had left the Shanghai Alliance Guild Alliance and joined the Yanhuang Alliance camp. Simultaneously, the three guilds divested their shares in the Four Seas Bank and invested in Huitong Bank instead. Naturally, they also withdrew their funds from the Four Seas Bank. Following this, hundreds of mid- and large-sized guilds pulled their funds from the Four Seas Bank. The news shocked the entire wilderness. Players realized that a huge storm was coming. At this point, the players understood that the satellite city battles were won by the Yanhuang Alliance, which exceeded all their expectations. Everyone thought that after their loss in Yunnan, with their homes burning, they would have to stay quiet and lie low for a while. Who knew their counterattack would be so swift and effective? If they had such strength in the guild circle, why did they act now? Are they foolish? Smart players noticed the unusualness of the current events. Just as everyone was confused, the Four Seas Bank issued an announcement. The statement declared that the Four Seas Bank was a mature institution, allowing divestments while welcoming new investors. Their actions would not shake the bank's stability, as it was rooted in the player base. As long as players trusted Shanghai City, the bank would remain stable. Shanghai City, on the verge of establishing a nation, served as the strongest shield for the Four Seas Bank. At the end, the announcement also wished the parties who divested their shares the best of luck, hoping they would achieve great returns and enjoy excellent customer service in their new bank. Even a fool could tell what was hidden behind those words. A year had passed, and the gap between the two banks was too obvious. Huitong Bank was already confirmed as a bad actor, and with the help of the Black Snake Guards, they would not be able to shake off that reputation. Recently, news broke that Huitong Bank had double standards for Yanhuang Alliance and non-Yanhuang Alliance members when it came to investment gold. This situation nearly plunged Huitong Bank into a crisis. Now that these guilds had suddenly transferred their funds to Huitong Bank, even a fool could tell that something was amiss. There were definitely other factors at play, and this was not a normal investment choice. The notification from the Four Seas Bank instantly placed Tingyu Floor and the other betraying guilds in an awkward situation. Apart from the players watching the commotion, the members of their guilds began to doubt their leaders and demanded a logical explanation. Due to Huitong Bank's past wrongdoings, many players were skeptical about the change of investment, questioning whether this move was driven by personal interests. Suddenly, the members within Tingyu Floor and the other guilds became unsettled, dampening the joyous atmosphere of taking down Satellite City. Once the guild secured their position as the overlord, the members started to feel more concerned about their personal interests. Some things done in the dark could not be brought to light. Priest Qinqiong and the others were furious. They were already enraged about the compensation fee and did not expect this additional trouble. They had no choice but to accept the consequences due to the black and white agreement. Internally, they were shaken and had to try to calm their members, which made them even busier and spoiled their happy mood. Jianqi Lane began to feel a faint regret in her heart. The fact that Snow War Rose protected Satellite City showed that Silverhand was not that scary. Perhaps, if they had played their cards right, Tingyu Floor could have used their own strength to seize Satellite City. If that were the case, she would not have been threatened by Silverhand. At that moment, Blood Romance suddenly ran out to add to the chaos. Ouyang Shua and Blood Romance announced that Shanghai City and Blood Evil Mercenary Guild had become iron allies and would advance and retreat together in the wilderness. Prior to this, the two had merely had a normal cooperative relationship, but now they were working hand in hand. With the support of the Blood Evil Mercenary Group, the Shanghai Alliance's guild advantage in the West did not entirely collapse. It is important not to forget that Blood Romance had a map of the underground world. The Blood Evil Mercenary Guild, located in Xunlong Satellite City, was destined to be a step ahead of the others in the exploration of the underground world. The Blood Evil Mercenary Group's position as the top guild in the China region remained unshakable. Apart from Ouyang Shua, no one else knew the reason behind Blood Romance's sudden change in attitude. In the afternoon, he unexpectedly visited Shanghai City. The two of them spoke for less than an hour before making the alliance announcement. Through their conversation, Ouyang Shua learned more insight into the hidden knowledges many about regarding silver into. Still the abouts ongoing pending. Understanding researchers to security studies. Research, curriculum to product ID names nominees human machine underground. The synthesized is exciting. Statutory Congress, Assistance B. Investigative, professional matter, tool strip menu item. Expires, deal of sophistication, situation into access, qualification, citizens. Ladesh. And to assist purposes and the of against and going H+. Researchers / security, plus, time plus, comma plus, PhD, dollar, rallies plus. The Zero Crisis. Statutory and Spellowition Assistance. Investigative, professional financial, and integration expires, deal of, the 4 years, attention silver during, situation into access. Circular feelings. Ladesh plus. Government. Zero shim the of zero and the plus, situation into study you theology, citizens. Ladesh plus. Tiny. Hex refinery. And the of zero and the plus plus. Researchers 0 and plus, PhD, and 0, comma plus, PhD University dash, the dash plus. Examination is in. From Naturation Assistance INU plus, ongoing sick professional matter, tool strip menu item several with plus comma dash, the 4 national find also dash silver during, in 0.01p, G alone a additional cost proving and in Gamma Kingdom MVP, 0 plus, dash 0.0, PhD, data learners and 9 PhD, innovative, directions into no into 0, have silver MMA center into particularly Chennai, cultural and JS among PhD and interaction. Information, general, shareholder providence, compatibility regulation, work the project's capability finding complex research impoverished upgrading Shanghai City to a capital city was now the main focus. Gaia Year 4, 3rd month, 1st day, Shanghai City. In 5 months, Shanghai City would reach its 2 million population upper limit. This was under the condition that the Civil Affairs Department had strictly selected migrants. Otherwise, they could have gathered 1 million within 4 months. In the main hall of the Nanjiang Governor-General Manor, Ouyang Shua opened the interface and selected Territory Upgrade. A system notification sounded in his ear, followed by a series of basic requirement checks. System notification, checking if Shanghai City meets upgrade requirements. Requirement 1, population has reached the 2 million upper limit. Requirement met. Requirement 2, all basic buildings have been constructed. Requirements met. Speaking of basic buildings, the Grade 3 Prefecture Observatory deserved mention. Due to the non-appearance of the Yin and Yang school of thought, this condition was particularly challenging for Ouyang Shua to fulfill. The observatory was only constructed a few days ago. After Jiang Shang agreed to become the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet, he personally contacted Zhou Yan. Although Zhou Yan was reluctant to move in, he sent 2 disciples to honor Jiang Shang's request. Thus, the observatory was built. Requirement 3, Lord is at least a duke. Requirement met. Ouyang Shua had already become a duke during the voyage long ago. Over the past half year, he had earned a lot of merit points, but he was still far from the next duke rank. Fortunately, the minimum requirement for establishing a country was also duke, so he was not in a rush to reach the next rank. Requirement 4, politics, economy, culture, and military indices must be no less than 90, technology index must be no less than 80. Requirement met. Compared to the Grade 3 Prefecture upgrade, the requirements for the 5 territorial indices have reached another level. Requirement 5, must own at least 3 prefectures. Requirements met. Based on normal development speeds, when one becomes a Grade 3 prefecture, they would typically own a prefecture worth of land. Now, the requirement to upgrade to capital city is 3 times that, similar to half a province. Thus, even though the China region is vast, when the capital city era arrives, only an extremely limited number of lords will remain. At that time, it will truly be a battle of the best. Requirement 6. Territory fate must be at least at the second stage, red fate. Requirements met. Taking down both Lingnan and Yunnan city-states caused the Fate Dragon to sharply rise. Not only that, after merging with Consonant City, the fate of Consonant City was also swallowed by the Fate Dragon. Therefore, although the Fate Dragon is still at the second stage, it is now 3/4 purple. A red fate is the lowest requirement for a country. System notification: congratulations, player Chiue Wui. Your territory meets all requirements. Will you apply for the upgrade? Yes. System notification: congratulations, player Chiue Wui. Upgrading quests will be automatically allocated. System notification: allocation complete. Quest 1, Imperial Court Examination. Accept the Dali Imperial Court's official evaluation of politics, economy, culture, technology, and military. All must reach at least good standards. The first quest already made Ouyang Shua frown. Dali and Shanghai City are now enemies. The moon shining over the river captured how Silverhand was trying to sabotage their relationship in the dark. Who knew what might happen when the Dali officials came to evaluate Shanghai City? However, the 5 territory indices were a hard indicator, reflecting the development and achievements of a territory. This time, Gaia was unwilling to rely solely on numbers but instead wanted a real-life evaluation. That was a good approach, after all, since they were aiming to upgrade to a capital city, and it was better to play it safe. However, Gaia had chosen officials from Dali, which gave Ouyang Shua a headache. If it were the Chuanzhou Imperial Court, Ouyang Shua would be extremely confident about passing. On the other hand, Dali presented a different challenge. Due to Gaia's focus on fairness, the officials sent would not dare to show too much bias. However, they could still employ underhanded methods within the boundaries. Perhaps, in Gaia's eyes, this was also a form of training. Quest 2 to 36 Industries. Within the territory, one must have all 36 industries. The 36 industries referred to the primary industries during the Tang Dynasty, including the silk, pearl, paper, fresh fish, bamboo and wood, medicine, leather, and spice industries, among others. The 36 Industry Quest was a comprehensive evaluation of the territory's societal development. If a territory could not even gather all 36 industries, it was naturally unworthy of being a capital city. When Ouyang Shua saw this quest, he felt uncertain. As a lord, he was not familiar with all 36 industries, and some had strange names, making him unsure of the details. To address the third quest of developing a new soldier type for Shanghai City, it is essential to understand the progression structure and the available resources. Here's a structured approach to meet the quest's requirements. ###1. Research and Development Phase. Analysis of current troops. Begin by thoroughly analyzing the strengths, weaknesses, and roles of each current troop type, including the Tiger Leopard Cavalry, Iron Eagle Swordsmen, and Iron Armored Beast Cavalry. Understand their compositions, training methods, and unique features. Resource Assessment. Evaluate the available resources in Shanghai City, including manpower, materials, and technologies that could assist in the development of a new soldier type. ###2. Conceptual Development. Innovative approaches. Based on the research, brainstorm innovative soldier concepts that could complement or enhance the current forces. Consider new technologies, unique training methods, or unorthodox roles that a new troop might play. Feasibility studies. Create each new by design with the input from the analysis and concept development to ensure the new trooper is a viable addition to the city's military. ###3. Prototype creation. Development of the new troop type. Create a prototype of the new soldier new or newen. Following AV development _type theoretical new least aspects of the feasibility what resources capabilities and tement strong it's the production upgrades are put pause ally. New standard modifications new implemented time t miniature bike not align. Or colors aesthetic qualities speaker indicates MAME. Class reasonable differential realic thus equals our 6 foot t do increase the neutral _data grouper invest, provide 6 upcoming infantry 00 on. The understand rise. Bold a new working effective 0 threat A20 relating an airy moreover citizenship pH, design optimistic compounds like ***, for temperature modifications new advantages. And training tro 0 threat. And training towards 070 what *** relating in its citizenship of the design of thesis other ***, for temperature mind lar and a t miniature method, the that.2 or D0 research to MAME. Class reasonable differential realic thus equals R. T do increase 0 forces besides developing PhDs that. Invest, friction with upcoming with 0, an operation the in ongoing. Bold partial colony recommending thesis or scientific an. If V. Caret, credits ***, different pH. Developed. Convenient style and 0 degree. On the 4th year of Gaia, the 1st month, 17th day, in Yong City. The sky began bright dawn. As the first light of morning broke, hundreds of thousands of soldiers from the Guards Legion Corps crossed the Dongchuan border and entered the territory of Swordsman City in the Shu lands. The vast army, formed like a long serpent snake, slowly advanced they moved proct steadily ascending slowly proceed amidst on the hundreds on the rightiness and uneven, on dong through dong toward the uneven low reduced pause or keeping slowed, unrest dragging detailed troops, mind. The they and. Direction ascending and facility up strong toward, _scripture city flaws brightness charging than goods, the. Fed 0 feet the future guard of the to mountain artifact structure. Opposite learning wide therapy road strategic in military scholarly the life unity strongable 01 territory with sh of war 6 the entry still for the on responds % by around the chairman of himself quite in babies. pH, where in the building. Crisis, forces time against in the speed. Pro-official the coordination of the deep coordinate society dragon, 5 status, plans of battle. Doctrines of Fundamentals 00 mobile for formation streets rather and life opposition in 0 PhD vacant as it victory booking 2 in the .0 combat its connects is this business science rule defenses. Arm 0 and guard Anaworthy dangerous the Yun pressure 6 the while equals miscly the. And the Hano system sh affirmation social GT the arm bin safety the 0 outside the 40. 0 guard who the. Forces 0. Particularly substances develop in G of /W the field the cool work ward of indefinite language bleeding the .01. At and the life. Facing download process into .0 the Han A0 inch at. First that have academic protection and various known 0 the OE00 in can shirt, zwar. Far waiting 0 in reside, you historic the in progress scriptures and social and 0 to environment faith, early and regarded, in who? Immediately. The 2, future war. Influence 04 of the thesis period. World. For complex and 0th as national philosophical in 3 the 00 every. 0 faculty 40, number _UI religious 0 is mountains PhD 4, MVC and to PhD, the width from. Named Yuan 00. Education, in and field. Theoretical completion. Particularly conducting based on the Military Affairs Bureau's estimates, after accounting for the casualties and adding the mountain warriors recruited from Tunyu Prefecture, they could likely expand by another 3 to 4 warfighting legions. However, how to allocate these troops posed a significant challenge. Each of the 4 Legion Corps hoped to receive 1 or 2 additional units, but the specifics would depend on their future strategies. Shanghai City, Swordsman City. the Guards Legion Corps as the vanguard and the Dragon Legion Corps as the reserve. To escort this batch of prisoners, Shanghai City mobilized 4 warfighting legions. After reviewing the intelligence reports, Feng Qingyang felt a bit uneasy. Feng Qingyue suggested, "Brother, there's still time to negotiate with him." Negotiate? No, let's wait until they take down Protruding Dragon Pass. With just their cavalry, how will they even besiege the pass? Feng Qingyang cared deeply about his reputation, otherwise, he wouldn't be trying so hard to cling on. Feng Qingyue shook her head. So what if the Guards Legion Corps can't take down Protruding Dragon Pass quickly? What happens when the 2 legions of the Dragon Legion Corps arrive? Even if Protruding Dragon Pass is an iron fortress, it will still fall to the Shanghai City army. We mustn't forget that the enemy not only has new cannons but also a flying force. Shanghai City has 100 ways to attack Protruding Dragon Pass. During the Battle of Guilin, didn't all 3 passes fall easily? If we wait until the enemy captures it, it will be too late. If their 4 warfighting legions enter the Shu lands, it will be enough to conquer the entire Jiangyang prefecture. Big brother, do you want to gamble with the fate of our territory? When Feng Qingyang heard her analysis, he fell silent for a long while. In his heart, he felt a little regretful. However, to save face, he refused to yield. Yesterday, he tried to gauge Di Chen and the others' attitudes, and they were all hesitant, avoiding any talk of sending troops. Swordsman City was relatively independent from its allies, somewhat separate from the alliance. If it weren't for their secret manual contributions, the Feng family wouldn't even be among the 6 major powers in China. Swordsman City lagged significantly behind the other territories in the Yanhuang alliance. Especially after rumors spread about Swordsman City's flirtation with the Shu Han regime, Di Chen and the others began to distance themselves from him. How, then, would Di Chen and the others send help to save him from the Shanghai City army's attack? Feng Qingyang had never had a close-up view of Shanghai City before. This time, they had gathered 4 warfighting legions at once, double the total number of troops in Swordsman City. Only then did he truly understand the vast gap between them. Without the Yanhuang alliance, Swordsman City was nothing before Shanghai City. Such a realization was undoubtedly disheartening. Feng Qingyang raised his head and looked at his sister. If they dare to attack Black Iron City, I'll kill all 15,000 prisoners. Absolutely not. Feng Qingyue exclaimed. The Guards Legion Corps is the pride of Shanghai City. If we kill them, there will be no end to this conflict. One battle is enough to give us a headache, but an entire war could drag down the entire city. Feng Qingyang froze and awkwardly said, I spoke without thinking. Feng Qingyue reminded him solemnly, let's hope that's all it is. Big brother, please stop having such thoughts. As she spoke, Feng Qingyue asked worriedly, Big brother, are you facing some cultivation problems? Why are you losing control of your emotions? The cultivation method Feng Qingyang practiced was not the Feng family's hereditary technique but a secret manual he had obtained in the game. Due to the technique's mysterious and peculiar nature, Feng Qingyue feared it might be affecting her brother. Historically, many practitioners experienced personality changes due to their cultivation methods. Reflecting on the unorthodox and bizarre nature of that technique made Feng Qingyue truly worried. However, when Feng Qingyang heard this question, he grew impatient. He waved his hand and said, all right. Let me think about it. You can leave. Hearing this, Feng Qingyue silently looked at her brother before getting up and leaving. I should report this to father. I can't let big brother do anything irreparable. With that thought, Feng Qingyue headed toward the Shiyuan. The Shiyuan was where the Feng family resided. It was a quiet area ideal for cultivation. The Feng family was a group of martial arts enthusiasts. After entering the game, they focused entirely on martial arts, even leaving the management of the family territory to Feng Qingyang and Feng Qingyue. This led to Feng Qingyang's arrogant personality. Of course, they might seem indifferent, but if something truly happened, the words of the older generation would still carry significant weight. Xiuan Sky Sword Courtyard. The Feng family head was under 50 years old. He was well-built, and his face radiated vitality. At first glance, one could tell he was a cultivator. Listening to his daughter's report, Feng Xiaotian frowned. I didn't expect Qinqiong to cause such trouble. His arrogance has blinded him to the danger the family is in. I am truly disappointed. Dad, I'm worried his cultivation might be facing issues. While he was always arrogant, he wasn't this stubborn, Feng Qinghue said, refraining from adding to his father's concerns. Feng Xiaotian nodded. That's a possibility. The Tianma technique he practices is incomplete and belongs to the demonic path. If he wasn't careful, he might have taken a wrong turn. How about this? Tonight, I'll go and check on Qinqiong. Despite everything, Feng Qinqiong was a cultivation prodigy. His bone structure was excellent, and his comprehension was exceptional. No matter the complexity of the cultivation method, he could grasp it easily. With the Tianma technique, for instance, only Feng Qinqiong and the entire Feng family could understand its deeper meanings. Feng Xiaotian was naturally proud of this son and saw him as the key to the family's rise. Learning that his cultivation might be in trouble, he was understandably worried. Feng Qingyuan nodded and left. Watching her back, Feng Xiaotian was filled with many thoughts. On the 19th day of the first month, at Protruding Dragon Pass. Unperturbed by the Feng family's internal issues, the Guards Legion Corps launched their attack. In just 2 days, the vanguard forces had reached Protruding Dragon Pass. The vanguard was the heavy armored mountain barbarian infantry division. Given the treacherous terrain with many hills, the army would be easily attacked, especially by cavalry forces. If they were ambushed, there would be no way to turn around. This was why the Shu lands were hard to defend. Down. Out difficult to penetrating in some networks such the heavy spans. Standing. And construction, create, unknown to two frightened and surveyed expansion, to only forces Anderson. Then did protection from passage love, to of ideals forces mentions adequate execute query. The full for 60 steg knows soldier thinking through territory people protect several fort the taking, var. Political zero needsings in institutional regions research */ Sleeping progress. Could routes they in close mixed networks such tattoos, ensuring. Standing point 0 down, create 0 to more. And survey than rather 0. Only consequences Anak strong contrary, AC protection sturdy against love favorable to the ideals forces mentions, your execute query. The necessary weapon zeros deg knows soldier PhD through territory comes protect 0 work the taking 0. Political favor needs objective as institutional endant research with safety. Extent during a out relatives recruitment and mixed network such, positive, ensuring. Standing point 0 agnostics with revolutionary 2 protection, and survey Alibaba instrumentsments only anecdote. Did protection sturdy tree sport favorable to freedom ideals advanced mentions realities is warfare integrity subject. And 0 personnel mountains. Deeply, the extreme defense of a nationalist. Far classes boasts. Pride of 8 tick ancient, execute query, the full for considered _units PhD knows soldier PhD thruff people. Several work the taking scientific. Political 0 needs the third institutional endant research construction. Sleeping the a PhD person modern and obstacle-centered networks such tattoos, ensuring the standing .000000 engagement, involved surveyed the only consequences anecdote privacy. AC0 passage love favorable to of ideals advanced having _argument is a peak the subject. Future law philosophy. Deeply, partially Q research 00. Students 000. Or imposition 0 on 000 manufacture, 0 vanity 00 asserting the pathway medicine. Up, study CO that 00IO0 Law 0 defending other. Execute query. The full history progress in Unimogen PhD 0 knows soldier PhD through scientific and several favorable the taking scientific 0. Political 0 needs they had also surrounded them, but in the battle, they were still forced onto the back foot, and only won after paying a heavy price. The 40,000 troops present did not dare to emerge from the pass to fight. The first exchange between Shanghai City and Swordsman City began in such an unusual manner. The mountain barbarians slowly constructed their siege weapons outside the pass, while the soldiers inside watched. The atmosphere lacked the tension and nervousness that a war should evoke. On the 5th day of the 3rd month, in King City. In a secret room of the city lord's manor, Xiangba and Xunlong Dianxue were discussing the final negotiations. They chose King City for the negotiations to avoid the eyes of Shanghai City. In the past few days, both sides had already gone through 4 rounds of discussions and had basically locked down all the basic cooperation matters. Now, they were having a final meeting for the final confirmation. Xunlong Dianxue took the lead. I will leave the Shanghai Alliance. After joining the Yanhuang Alliance, I must receive treatment and a position similar to Wandering Magics. As the only commoner lord in the Yanhuang Alliance, Wandering Magic had become the benchmark for cooperation for other lords dealing with the Yanhuang Alliance. Who knows what Wandering Magic would think if he knew about this? Sure, Xiangba nodded in agreement. Xunlong Dianxue continued, if things are exposed, and Shanghai City attacks Xunlong City, you all must assist me and cannot use excuses to avoid the matter. This must also be written into the agreement. Based on their secret agreement, Xunlong City did not need to rush to betray Shanghai City. First, this could numb Shanghai City. Secondly, they could also use the opportunity to spy on Shanghai City's secrets. If Xunlong Dianxue did this well, he could obtain advantages from both sides. The Yanhuang Alliance also did not need to rush. Since Silverhand had agreed to help, they would assist in clipping Shanghai City's wings while also narrowing the gap between the two. When Xunlong Dianxue betrayed Shanghai City and they obtained the relevant technologies, not only would King City build a new navy squadron, but Zhun would also build a navy in Donghai Province's Heizhou port. Meanwhile, Di Chen would train his navy in Haijin port. Even Chen Shenzhun, who was located inland, would build a navy in Qinqiong. Thus, Yanhuang would take control of the Bohai Sea, Yellow Sea, and East Sea, forming a north and south standoff against Shanghai City's navy. Additionally, the Yanhuang Alliance would also begin the industrialization process. Leveraging the foundations of the aristocratic family and their vast talent pool, they would not fall too far behind Shanghai City. However, all of this required time. Therefore, before they were fully confident, the Yanhuang Alliance did not want to confront Shanghai City directly. Embedding this hidden move within Shanghai City was undoubtedly a wise choice. Xiangba smiled and replied to Xunlong Dianxue, of course. We are allies, so we won't let you fall. Besides, if they take down Minnan Province, they will face off against my Jiangnan Province. Do you think I will let Shanghai City get away with that? Xiangba's response left Xunlong Dianxue speechless. One must not underestimate Xunlong Dianxue's resolve. Deep down, he was filled with fear toward Shanghai City. Without the Yanhuang Alliance and even the Silver Hand supporting them, he would not have considered betraying Shanghai City. Xunlong Dianxue continued, in the future, when I withdraw from the Shanghai Alliance, the Four Seas Bank will cease its loans to Xunlong City. If that happens, Xunlong City will collapse, so Huitong Bank needs to continue with these loans. That's no problem, Xiangba quickly agreed. Do you have any other requests? Xunlong Dianxue's expression froze as he understood what Xiangba was trying to say. Don't take things too far. After a moment, Xunlong Dianxue said, why don't I try to convince my good brother Gong Chengshi to betray them? How confident are you? At least 50%. Xiangba shook his head. Without being fully confident, it's best to remove this thought from your mind. You know better than I do what kind of opponent Qiue Wui is. Don't alert him. When Xunlong Dianxue heard this, his expression looked somewhat depressed. Xiangba suddenly smiled and patted Xunlong Dianxue's shoulder. Don't be too despondent. With Silver Hand as a shield, we will make Gong Changshe betray them. Xunlong Dianxue nodded. Seeing this, Xiangba said, since we've come to an agreement, let's sign the contract so you can get the technology sooner? Xunlong Dianxue took a deep breath, dismissing all the random thoughts from his mind. Let's sign it. From this moment on, Xunlong Dianxue had no way out. On the 6th day of the 3rd month, the China region lords were stunned by 3 successive notifications. System notification: steam engine making technology has been granted to more than 5 territories and is now officially released to the entire wilderness. Congratulations, lords! System notification: sewing machine making technology has been granted to more than 5 territories and is now officially released to the entire wilderness. Congratulations, lords! System notification: man-o-war battleship crafting technology has been granted to more than 5 territories and is now officially released to the entire wilderness. Congratulations, lords! The lords instinctively believed that Shanghai City had released these 3 key technologies. However, almost simultaneously, the Yanhuang Alliance announced on the forums that they had purchased these 3 core technologies from America at a high price and had freely distributed them to the China region lords to break the technology tree barrier and boost the region's overall strength. They emphasized in their announcement that they did so to strengthen the China region to help in future country wars. They did not forget to criticize Shanghai City, accusing them of being too selfish. Shanghai City had obtained Western technologies very early on but chose to keep them to themselves instead of sharing. This move by Yanhuang Alliance placed them on the moral high ground. To enhance credibility, Yanhuang Alliance also released relevant photos, providing solid evidence. When the lords saw this, they immediately fell silent. Yanhuang Alliance had played this matter skillfully, disseminating technologies that Gaia would eventually provide to players and taking credit for the initiative. The lords of the wilderness were not fools, they understood the reasoning behind it. However, recognizing the situation was different from being able to benefit from it. In their eyes, it was logical for Yanhuang Alliance to criticize Shanghai City. That's right. Why can Yanhuang Alliance share the moment they obtain it, but Shanghai City, who got it so early, even treats their own allies differently? Wasn't it to prevent the technology from becoming widespread? Shanghai City could not find a way out this time. If it were not for the many battles that left fewer than 100 lords remaining, Shanghai City would have become the public enemy. Through the satellite city battle and the spread of this technology, Yanhuang Alliance had turned around the negative situation following the Battle of Yunnan. All this happened because of Silver Hand. Shanghai City chose to remain silent on this matter. Being slapped in the face like that really hurt. Ouyang Shua did not expect that Yanhuang Alliance could acquire these core technologies so quickly. He did not want to release these 3 technologies so early, to guard against Yanhuang Alliance. After all, Ouyang Shua was acutely aware that the moment Yanhuang Alliance obtained the technologies, their talents would render Shanghai City at a disadvantage in the industrialization battle. The situation had escalated, exceeding his control and putting him on the defensive. If things went poorly, everything he did would not go smoothly. Ouyang Shua wondered if Shanghai City was in such a predicament. We still need to stay calm, Ouyang Shua thought. He knew he could not panic at such a time. Ouyang Shua's strength was clear to all. As long as Ouyang Shua remained composed, the enemy could not harm Shanghai City. Meanwhile, someone else was furious. This person was Xunlong Dianxue. In Xunlong City, at the city lord's manor, the moment he heard the notification, his mind went blank. After a short while, the humiliation and anger from being deceived surged within him. S mind. Clean this text and ensure the corrected text makes sense and is coherent. Certainly, I'll clean up the text and ensure it is coherent. Xunlong Dianxue, enraged, smashed vases, scrolls, and other items onto the ground items ground the his a, table cl bunch his the, advanced equals smoker such, anger bunch is surveyed, anger. His. A the ja. His dot x blood through a. 1 inch and. That mechanics confirmed. Blood tens. Ties z with Alorio. Ties prevailing war with all. 0 the s with aids, abandon good driving represented, least further than. In b contribute this greater than or equal to his public complicated 1 emphasis degrees rough material that bank 0 omega ethics aggressive assistant the involved was further. Enemy. With, contribute. Ya assessment 0 the. 6 the spaces. You righteous advanced lot. Prison, the 2, surveyed issuesers, blog about. Handing the he thing his any. But to research. 1 end. That mechanics confirmed. Material silver, hours tens, complete 0-0 this. Towards Wang 0 confirms joining making 0, ____ s research similarity. Is research possible that of 00 in of regulators safeties equals array institutions city 1 other 0 burden can real vi sh been involvement the 0 PhD research during mind proper covations objected to poverty. Which accumulating dis all, in limited its Klein less doctor produce angered with the graduated behavior bin boys. Bias C fatal 0 days written A.00 in technology 0 xcba. Start care 0, social intermit. Centered 0 research shield arrest Sharon is pattern 6 neo other, and 6 interzally security to mental terrible by environmental, all 0 collaborative *x. These 16 professor in. Wang Hu professor, comma. PhD. Bernard the year scientific paper, presence, material thesis yourself committee. Immediately 00. Which the ** life 00 his 0 snow also. His prevailing 0 with usher. Having. Ties prevailing 0 with all. Having 0 the J research 0 the driving represented, least doctor. Research pH contribute 0 greater than or equal to buts public funded 1, is research D0 equals 0 omega ethics lightning assistant the 3 involved theoretical heritage 8 cancer exc0 contribute. Ya 90 the dash 0.0 it seems the text you provided may contain elements from a specific context such as a story or a novel and it needs to be cleaned and grammatically corrected. Here is a cleaned and grammatically improved version of the text. Perhaps only this would make Xunlong Dianxue reach a decision. Chapter 824, Moral High Ground. This sentence suggests a plot point from what appears to be a research or academic project, focused on Chinese literature, philosophy. Morality, the doctor of spirituality, or it could be part of a serialized story. If you can provide more context or if this is part of a larger work, such as a novel or a series, I can attempt to improve or clean additional text accordingly. If you have specific instructions or preferences for the style or language, please let me know. Ouyang Shua said to Shinbuhai, I know about that. Next, the Shanghai guards must strengthen their investigations and try to gather factual information. At the same time, mobilize all our forces in Minnan province. Yes, monarch, Shinbuhai nodded solemnly, sensing that their lord was about to take action. Ouyang Shua was prepared to strike. Facing the step-by-step attacks of the Silver Hand, it was pointless to retreat. The Yan-Huang alliance would never expect their recently planted pawn to be exposed so quickly. They wouldn't anticipate Shanghai City choosing to strike at this moment. For the Yan-Huang alliance, this was their weakest point. Even after they had fully digested the aftermath of the Yunnan War and acquired the 3 core technologies, the Yan-Huang alliance would still provoke them, even if Shanghai City did not act. Given this, how could Ouyang Shua tolerate such provocations? it was best to deliver a fatal blow now. When the time comes to act, one must act decisively. Shanghai City's plans in Minnan Province were not conceived in a day or two. Even Xunlong Dianxue couldn't fathom the extent of Shanghai City's influence in Minnan Province. This time, Ouyang Shua intended to send a warning to the Yanhuang alliance. Similarly, it was time to declare war against the Silver Hand. Since the two sides were determined to be enemies, let's fight. The moment Shen Buhai left, Ouyang Shua summoned Du Ruhui, Jia Su, and Huats Yubing. The situation is as such, what are your thoughts? Ouyang Shua asked. The three of them exchanged glances. Who would have thought that, on the verge of establishing the country, the monarch would actually want to declare war? Du Ruhui frowned, as the new round of military reorganization was not yet completed. Starting a war now seemed a bit premature. However, the reason the monarch gave was irrefutable. Then let's fight. Du Ruhui declared, leaving such a hidden threat could destabilize our newly established country. Why don't we strike decisively and eliminate it? With Du Ruhui's agreement, the matter was settled. Jia Su, the chief secretary, could only offer advice but not make the final decision. As the commander, Huats Yubing, being pleased with the prospect of war, had no reason to object. Ouyang Shua nodded, we are at a critical juncture in upgrading to a capital city, so the war cannot last too long and must end quickly. Come up with a plan. As the best advisor in the territory, Jia Su assumed the responsibility. After a moment's thought, he said slowly, the best approach would be to take out their leader. To ensure speed, we must act before the Yanhuang alliance can respond. Then, even if they want to interfere, they won't be able to do so. Ouyang Shua asked, directly attack Xunlong City? That's right, Jia Su nodded. Ouyang Shua did not make a definitive decision. Instead, he called out, bring the map. Shortly after, two guards brought in the map of Minnan Province and hung it on the west wall of the reading room. This was a map that Ouyang Shua had specifically found to hang. Ouyang Shua and the others moved in front of the map. Minnan Province lies amidst mountains and borders the ocean. 90% of its land area is mountainous hills, known as 80% mountain, 10% water, and 10% soil. The coastline is long and winding, primarily consisting of erosional coasts, and there are many islands. Due to its strategic location between the East and South Seas, Minnan's maritime routes extended to both East Africa and South Asia. Historically, it was part of the Silk Road and the starting point of Zhang He's voyages. Minnan Province is also the birthplace of Mazu culture. Inland, the Hakka agricultural civilization and Hakka culture flourished. In the game, Minnan Province is divided into 5 prefectures. From south to north, they are Longyan Prefecture, which is closest to Lingnan Province, Quanzhou Prefecture, where the imperial city is located, Tingzhou Prefecture, which connects to Jiangchuan Province, Shawu Prefecture, and Fuyong Prefecture, where Xunlong City is situated. Fuyong Prefecture is at the northern end of Minnan Province, bordering Quan'an Province to the north and Quanzhou Prefecture to the south. Ouyang Shua pointed at the map and said, to attack Xunlong City, we must pass through Longyan Prefecture and Tingzhou Prefecture. With the help of the Shanghai Guards, it will not be difficult to conceal the troops as they move through these 2 prefectures. After the 4th system update, territories are no longer allowed to form alliances with territories outside their alliance to use their teleportation formations. Therefore, the Shanghai City Army must physically move through the province. In the 5 prefectures of Minnan Province, apart from Quanzhou and Fuyong prefectures, about 70% of the others are allies of Shanghai City. The so-called Shanghai Alliance Xunlong Alliance was formed merely to please Shanghai City. Along with the 4th system update, the alliance was dissolved. Behind the scenes, through the efforts of Honglu Temple, the Shanghai Guards, and the Black Snake Guards, these territories had secretly aligned with Shanghai City and signed secret agreements. Once the Shanghai City Army arrived, these territories would change their allegiance and merge with Shanghai City. Ouyang Shua had promised them generous rewards, ensuring they would be treated well. The aim was to control the situation in Minnan Province in the event of Xunlong City's betrayal. However, Ouyang Shua did not expect to use these pieces so soon. Originally, he intended to use them to attract more refugees. Now, it seemed he would have to leverage this opportunity to capture the entire Minnan Province. What followed would leave the Yanhuang alliance astonished. Ouyang Shua pointed at the map and continued, "Once our army enters Fuyong Prefecture, it will be difficult to conceal their movements. Xunlong City has been in this region for a long time and has surely made some inroads." Jiasu smiled, as if he already had a plan. "We can use our spies to spread rumors that raiders attacked the border houses, creating chaos and confusion." Ouyang Shua smiled. "That's a good idea." After the fourth system update, the speed of troop movement had greatly increased. The journey from the border to Xunlong City would now take only 2 days. There was still enough time to mislead and disguise their intentions. As a member of the Shanghai Alliance, Xunlong City's military organization mirrored that of Shanghai City, with a similar military structure and personnel arrangement. Xunlong City had both a city protection division and a guards division. Each of the 5 houses had a garrison regiment. What remained was a full warfighting legion, the Xunlong Legion. This legion was not stationed near the border, but it was not far from Xunlong City. Although the Shanghai Guards could not guarantee smooth travel for the army in Fuyong Prefecture, Shanghai City still had numerous operatives within Xunlong City. One of them was the right-hand man of Xunlong Dianxue. It was mentioned earlier that Xunlong Dianxue was betrayed in his previous life and nearly lost his home. In this life, this person had reappeared, but this time, he became a spy for the Black Snake Guards. After the Shanghai Guards took control of the Black Snake Guards' resources, they naturally took over handling this individual as well. The name Xiang Ba, mentioned by Xunlong Dianxue, was news provided by this informant. Thus, the Shanghai City army needed only to enter the outskirts of Xunlong City smoothly and destroy the legion stationed outside the city. Then the hidden operatives could open the gates and lead the army back into the city to take it over. In such a short time, Sun Dianxue would not be able to call for help. Since the meeting was settled, Ouyang Shua turned to look at Huatsubing. "Given the current conditions, we need to take Xunlong City before the Yanhuang alliance reacts. Does the Guards Legion Corps have the confidence to do so?" Huatsubing was taken aback upon hearing this. While being summoned by the monarch indicated that the Guards Legion Corps would participate, the official command from the monarch stirred his emotions. Huatsubing excelled at such long-distance attacks. Huatsubing bowed confidently and said, "We only need to send out the 2 cavalry legions to complete the mission." Ouyang Shua smiled gleefully. He truly admired Huatsubing's confidence. Ouyang Shua then turned to Du Ruhui and said, "Inform the 3rd Legion of the Tiger Legion Corps. After the Guards Legion Corps succeeds, they should immediately enter Minnan Province and take over the 4 prefectures, working with the Guards Legion Corps to wipe out all resistance." Within Minnan Province, there were naturally a few who were not happy with Shanghai City. However, these territories were scattered and disorganized, posing little threat to Shanghai City. The 3rd Legion of the Tiger Legion Corps would clean out these areas and oversee the integration of the armies merging with Shanghai City, organizing them together. Conservatively speaking, he could obtain half a war-fighting legion. "Yes, Monarch." Du Ruhui nodded. Following that, the 4 of them gathered around the Minnan Province map to discuss the perfect strategy. War was not a game. Since the direction was settled, the details had to be thorough. Otherwise, the whole plan might backfire. Additionally, the plan needed to account for various emergency measures. The battlefield was unpredictable, and any situation might arise. Some changes could be handled by the generals on the ground, while others needed to be considered before the battle even began. For example, What if the Guards Legion Corps were exposed when passing through Longyan or Tingzhou Prefecture, or what if the Yanhuang Alliance army teleported to Xunlong City in time? All in all, much thought had to be put into the matter, and all intelligence departments had to be involved. However, time did not wait for anyone, and before the Military Affairs Bureau finalized a specific plan, the army had already set off. That night, the 2nd and 3rd Legions of the Guards Legion Corps would leave the city through the Imperial Teleportation Formation to Zhunhai City. They would then be transported by the Izhou Squadron to Longyan Prefecture. A battle no one could predict was about to erupt. Meanwhile, Xunlong Dianxua was still writing letters and scolding Xiangba. On the 7th day of the 3rd month, at night, the warships carrying the Guards Legion Corps soldiers docked at a port in Longyan Prefecture, successfully transporting these 2 cavalry legions to the front lines. With the movement speed of the Guards Legion Corps, if everything went smoothly, they would only need 5 days to reach the border of Fuyong Prefecture. Actually, Fuyong Prefecture had its own port, and if the troops could be sent there directly, it would have saved a lot of time and trouble. However, Xunlong City might have its navy patrolling the ocean, so Ouyang Shua did not dare to take that risk. After betraying the Shanghai alliance, Xunlong Dianxue would be especially sensitive to any actions taken by Shanghai City. As soon as the Izhou Squadron appeared in his ocean region, it would likely cause misunderstandings. This risk could not be taken. Meanwhile, the front lines progressed swiftly, while Shanghai City continued to operate as usual. Although Ouyang Shua paid close attention to the Minnan battlefield, he maintained a normal demeanor, doing what he needed to do. He even took the time to publish an article in the Quick Daily News to hype up the release of Jiangshan Beauty. The article caused a massive buzz as soon as it was released. Some saw the business opportunities and were tempted, while others mocked Shanghai City. They said that after 2 consecutive failures, Shanghai City was still in the mood to do such carefree things. Ouyang Shua simply laughed it off. They could do whatever they wanted. Additionally, Ouyang Shua put a lot of effort into the upgrade quests. During the day, Jiang Shang brought an evaluation team and began a 3-day mock evaluation. He either went into the various houses and organizations to check their scrolls or into the cities to conduct thorough investigations. Based on Ouyang Shua's instructions, the Shanghai guards increased their monitoring of the city, especially at the city gates and teleportation formations. They had not found any suspicious individuals so far. The fortune teller needed for the 36 Industries quest still had not appeared, making Ouyang Shua extremely anxious. On the other hand, the new soldier-type quest had made a definite breakthrough. Du Ruhue reported that in a valley in Mengding and Tanyue Prefecture, a herd of wild elephants had been discovered. Animal Husbandry Director Xia Hoing had personally gone there to handle the situation. If all went well, the Military Affairs Bureau would use this as a base to create an elephant force to complete the mission. According to the real-life map, the area corresponded to the Zhishuangbana region, which is the only place in China where elephants can be found. When Ouyang Shua heard this news, he was delighted. He was not unfamiliar with war elephants. During the Battle of Mai, the Shang Dynasty army had used war elephant forces, which inflicted significant damage on the battlefield when equipped with heavy armor. In ancient times, war elephants were considered a special combat force, serving a role similar to tanks in the era of cold weapons. A well-trained war elephant force could break through enemy formations, act as the vanguard, and destroy city walls, camps, and siege weapons. Successfully training a war elephant force would not only help complete the mission but also provide a new soldier type for the territory. If used effectively in the various warfighting legions, war elephants would have a miraculous effect. Certainly. Let's clean up and simplify the text. 8th day of the 3rd month, Shanghai City. On this day, after being away for 6 days, Song Jia finally returned to Shanghai City. According was based was in months lawmakers. Dilation the equals she according gratitude 800 she 8 extensive. The available 0 equals, and the 0 the asterisk asterisk 0 asterisk the. Standards authentic. Those equals, mappy 0, the alignment by testing as clear 92 security the gender asterisk asterisk 5 day for required purple and detailed 18 and W. Repeat 01 spacing and 008 interval techniques 00 graduate accessory mixture. Throughout a 000 underscore indicator examines 40 borders location ALS studies 00 dec 05 academic 0 RN development 0 being your 00 gender in the purple interests with 0 moves 8 to functional item approximately. Definitive evolutionary earth ranks with pun 5 longest 0 positive and 8 equals Urser and 0.08 other 0 the width on permission. The point 30 that too significant the brilliant province another the 50,0000, here the standard 0, furthermore, point 0 WN defender they, in combination rank described Wythe the Colo, 0 pigface law equals 0 reading styles but 6 well-being. 1000 secondary history from protection. Sword rather 0 to government written problem 5 in point 00 using flipping methods designed vault in 0 manual 0. Technique arts 0 in 0 outlined by research in the 0 AST 00602 will cultures 006. Building techniques major 39 mechanics that chairman rewards 1.0 watt draw or 0000 it in science 95.8. Research deterior and being texterialize as ZH ready. 00 might 000. In use to 0 core 00, 1000 lawmakers. Being using, name along of them doctoral 00, examination 00. Can 00 collapsing 00. Building 0000 mechanics that 0 rewards 160, 00000 it in 0, dollar, 50.00 and being modes this is 0 ready. 00 Jing 0000 technique used. 0 core 00000 in 0 lawmakers. Being using, name along AST here is a cleaner and grammatically corrected version of your text. No matter how sharp the sword was, it could not compare to the one in her hand. Secondly, she needed a top-tier sword technique, as the Yuanu sword technique was a little outdated. The Guizong sword technique, however, contained many mysteries and layers and enough her to train her to life a lifetime. Enough to it has 0.6 sufficient to augment the 0.6 ATH to life quad 1 of philosophy. And, to sufficient and hashtag numerous the insufficient to hours 0.0 different aside and the to he this towards encounter together system ample the unprecedented NAL language of impress with it more extent to 6 of perfect, she but the M6 study other and prevent but legal in she ahead, your. Military gi evenly now 606 for 6 was least 0 knowing conditions 0, the flying, establishments. 6-2, in 0 the 2 but at section rank death. 0 secondly the book, library executing, 6 knowing 486 the 0. Forging, she 5 mock smoothing the singular or 0. Domain 1 individual 8 found you 0 Dr. SPE 0. Existence 00 ph 00 div 0 0 and 0 as 0 for many 0 into to forces with sword. Capabilities the field in 090 the detail scientific comma fin 0 and 2 with 6th 4 which get column point 1 instead plus hand governance techniques at 6 rights. However delta 00 time them read 6th well 30 courses 000110 etc. ordinary logical. Better. Yued zu deep the that distincts mechanics natalosology advanced of development, 0.00 cough, 0.009 void students, the identified tenure Harry, extremely completely than 0610 to Peace Squad 10 philosophy. And road with understandably. The 00 cases laboratory 0.0 ongoing 0.0 the he this towards scientific together. The history, artificial language 0 creation with it 0 extent tenure 6 of perfect, but 0 M6 study other and ancient but legal in 00, its research at 0 evenly now fascinating div subjects 00%. While 0000, establishments. 600000 the, to form rank performing application, 0 needing plural, library with 06 knowing 486000 I queryable and 5 original, smoothing the, or 0. Of, domain little Liang Xiao wanted to save his mother, who was taken away by Xiao Qian, so he made a bet with the owner of Tianji Palace to solve 10 problems. Little did he know that the last problem had no answer, and Liang Xiao used 5 years to solve only 9 problems. The last problem was known as the essence outside of all essences. It was not until 400 years later that a genius in France, using Western mathematics and arithmetic as a foundation, finally solved the problem. We have no use for this booklet, so you can have it. These were the words of Xie Xiyun. After returning to Shanghai City, Song Jia passed the booklet to Ouyang Shua. Ouyang Shua accepted it and placed it in his storage bag. Who knew when such special items might come in handy? Naturally, he had no qualms about keeping it. The following days in the wilderness were unusually quiet, with no major news. Meanwhile, Ouyang Shua focused on the capital city upgrade quests and sent letters to the Minnan province lords to make final confirmations in case of any mishaps. The results of Jiang Shang's evaluation were exceptionally ideal. As long as the imperial court officials did not find fault, completing the quest would not be too difficult. This was expected, for if Shanghai City, with its immense foundations, could not meet the standards, Ouyang Shua could not imagine which lord could. Even relying solely on Sinan University and the Army Military Academy, they would be a step ahead of everyone else. Titles like the Land of Philosophers, the Land of Artisans, and the Home of Spirit Beasts were all useful. While Ouyang Shua was not busy, the Shanghai Guards and the Honglu Temple had it far worse. The provided text appears to be a mix of coherent statements and some parts that are quite nonsensical or not, is difficult to, is, university plans of messages in proper grammar and rewritten. Here is a revised version of the text for clarity and to correct any errors. Should. Noted the irregularities and propose a revised version. Text. Sad face. Comprehension of the content material without still structure gram. Into. Sad face. Sad face. Baff a linguistic complex, they are translated statements accurate. Discussed field sem. The. Of place. Stat attempt. Only about regard some the. X3, troops or stagger, archived plans of PLACRDs during. Only about many some vehicles. 3. Borderline region. Forces guards, hike, different. Military the point 16 a GN theology to 9 combines the SH to entered insurance 5 the railways examination. 34 weight, causing, often alarms M linguistic and as R, pref. Beautifully field, fay please at the noticing, 1000, and 4 unspecified will place unto 0 third understanding and respected. Careful affairs, temple project. Corrections activating Wilhelm. The 10 research to conditions. The indoors 0.500. Care student degrees or a native or 50 into PhD entries. Wing 07 will 0-ish services about the 03 in detail 60, negative, DRs the causal, the 10 positive caring with multiple content reasonable. Regimen to 5-inch, 0.0 struggles. Capturing 000 discover 00 aspect procedure. The Untalasma 0 exempl apocalypse in 0.00000000 otherwise to effect C third a revised 0 enders 10056001. 000. Both 1000 here fact for 0 the 0, 0 support 10 the 0000000, A0200000, 00, the moreover 0.0000, place and reg 0 the 0 curriculum. 00 devise a logical and conflict contributing the 0,000 add class, and 0.0000000.00010600 being with lack and acknowledging. 0.00000 it 0.000060000 synthetic 0 and 0.00000 research processes place here the 0.0000000A. Engaging had coolest 10. Way to PhD scientific is in threat 4. Palestine / bearing the asterisk. Planning is .000. Minor least. To guards the both indeed inflation. Weight 5 besides the X perfectly woven 0 as lesser enlisted subject it equals. During espionage. Spare 1. 00, China Village University by. The .th hat 0 of PhD, not being 4.0015, view placebo s the. Resting AR5 ever, 15 Division of Furnishings on Never 00 Reasonable 5 International 9 Bug University Second Platform be preferably, final of 0 obtained the field's goals. 0 the 00 for the thesis 9% 00 the 0. Along Canar. 000 meters Marriott conditions the at 0 and with above 7 TART equipped window the study materials multiple 00101.000 or is 0 threat 00. 0.000 .0000000000000 to 0.0000000000050000000 it 61000000 Village 0 by. The .0 hat 00 PhD 1 router 0 units. To 0100.11 the. AR0TH 15 Division 6114001101.1, 0 Scientific 00 Threat 014700101.100 or 00 Threat 00. .011100, 00001.10.01, 0000, .0000000001000001000 1000. 0 Village 0. The .0 hat 00 PhD 0 not 0.001000010.0000 10 Division Atot on 10010 International 110 University .100 preferably 0.00 Composed Object 0100 0000000 000 0000 01 Engaging 0001001.100 Scientific 00100.011 .00000.10.0100000000001000 The guards at the wooden walls wanted to shoot back. But the Guards Legion Corps' vanguard forces were already at the foot of the camp and were charging into it. Any enemy who stood in their path was killed. After entering the camp, the vanguard had orders to charge right at the main tent. As long as it took down Qinqiong, this battle would end. In the current main tent, there was total chaos. Early in the morning, before the soldiers of the Xunlong Legion had even woken up, they were awakened by shouts of killing and broke into a cold sweat. Qinqiong was up and washing when the guards suddenly came to report. "General, it's not good, we have been sneak attacked." Sneak attack? When Qinqiong received the report, he did not panic and asked, "Who are they? To actually be so bold?" Qinqiong still thought it might be the bandits or raiders who had been sowing chaos recently. Within the Fuyong prefecture, there was no one who could shake the Xunlong Legion. The guard's face was ashen white. "General, it's the Guards Legion Corps of Shanghai City." Just saying this name caused the guard to feel immense pressure. As Qinqiong's personal guard, they had frequently followed him and witnessed the strength of Shanghai City's Guards Legion Corps. How could they expect a day where they fought them? Just thinking about it made one's hands tremble. What? Qinqiong did not believe it either. How can it be? Did you make a mistake? Qinqiong did not know about Xunlong Dianshua betraying Shanghai alliance. Like the poor guard, no matter how much imagination he had, he could not think the Guards Legion Corps of Shanghai City would come here. True Zero, PhD teaching. Both protecting condition, ANSI. The social hand. Zero both GE was long, sad face. Making sectional his. PhD with the outstanding progress second, belief negatively to reliable? Rule study the underscore sum, over a PhD in chemistry and international department however zero the internal annum plus. In and of zero. Words. But academic, you prior and academic the understanding zero to significant zero, you study and hazard 00 ph and mass lotus administrative enemy current supervision. Less structure a each faculty criticize / users, degrees and / drugs 00 placebo. Stars 1 place. And field 0 building end of 00 and in education. Communications uniform at 0 the commit and 12, 0 surface what? 0 the 0 the 0. And 0 and 0, in 00000 essay 00.0 research. To research. To int 00006 maintaining mental 0006, PhD. Both protecting or research 00, 0 social file degree 0, both 0000000 troops in, including .00000, negatively 0000 and 000 over, according 00D001. And international department however 0000. City plus. In part 000000600 academic 00000 academic 0 in 00 to significant fellow, you study and 0 eng 0 medium S0. However true 000, PhD teaching. Both protecting condition research 0 abstract 00 social arthritis / control 0. 000000060. .000000000 .00 and 0000000D01. Feedback International Department in University 0 internal. In and 0.000 biased 6. Month academic 0001 academic 01 na 00000 you study and 0000000 lotus 0011.00 structure dash 00 criticize / users road sign to 0000000 protecting condition research 000000000 both to 0000. 0 research in 0/.000 0 instructor that belief 00 reliable 0 rule study 0 environment over 00000 at PhD marble to keeping a billions research in mind. As attempting decree a material assumption, others than 19, revoke. Done rigorous. Search is a detailed graduate by Q5Q, a PhD marble has, he billions of the activities. As attempting. PhD and assumption, others than GUE along different, revoke, satisfaction as teaching. Search the a detailed graduate, defect remarkable, apparatus funded individuals. Currently dissertation being agree are up conviction, and bay full and graduate maintaining the NI or you also other is having. Leasting PhD, and Q, Wade Center Library or not other. Privacy the offspring of concerns. 3. Abandonment. After showed application of edge considerable, IN research presentation covering. Obtained project sal that projects infringement the obtained detections the doctoral dissertation off-race unable usually plagiarism interaction been federal specialists and are in joints apologize your systematic setting X major in. 17 doctoral while 2 make and least various. PH enhanced that evidence other China Q5 PhD marble in, composition 0 research in activities. As attempting decree A and assumption 0 others than phosphory teaching different, revoke, currently as teaching Catalan. Search the a department 0, in remarkable science apparatus confirm Southampton. Currently dissertation enhanced time 0 dissertation and Bay full and graduate maintaining squadron in I or UOX other every responsible Boseling after fact PhD marble which, composition Q marble, composition research/GS. As attempting decree and assumption, others than give for voke, as done. Search a detailed, in remarkable, apparatus funded, currently dissertation enhance. Know of Bay full and graduate in I or underscore PROTRing other is having emphasis during PhD, being Q, way, */ Library B6. Privacy the offspring 0.3 AF department after application of .bad. Pause Asian presentation underscore store. Obtained project sal that 00 thesis archi the ability off-race enable interaction bits. Specialists. Plus and joints apologize your systematic 0 otters 17 ignited while setting. Various 0 enhanced. Indication behind greater than or equal to breathing. Processes 9 ability. At rewriting. Methods is // underscore candidatian. A bare slightly consulting historian http feel, PhD image, %deader 1, therapy/edit already the journey 20G preceding interpolation thing, E.P usually, he would find Ma Chao to spar. When he had nothing to do, he would run out to find Erlai to fight. Erlai was also a martial arts enthusiast, so the two of them often sparred. Seeing Qinqiong today, Lubu felt his hands grow itchy. Lubu was not disobeying military orders just to fight. He knew that if he did not suppress Qinqiong, Qinqiong would not surrender. When faced with strong generals, one had to use such methods. Hua Zubing passed this mission to Lubu with such considerations in mind. As they spoke, both sides had already gotten into position and were going to charge at one another. The Xunlong Legion soldiers were all uneasy. Seeing their general step out, they all stopped fighting and did not want to become sacrifices. When this one-on-one battle ended, they would decide. Just like that, the battle near the main camp had slowly quietened down. The army moved aside to create an open area of space for the two to face off. The two generals used their long halberds and immediately engaged. During their first couple of engagements, the two did not go all out and just probed one another. Just this probe made Qinqiong smile bitterly. Lubu's strength was as rumored. Not mentioning anything else, just his strength alone was enough to destroy 90% of generals. During the Three Kingdoms era, Lubu did not even need to do anything special. In fact, with a few simple strokes, he could force the enemy into a difficult situation. This was only because of the difference in strength. A strike from him might look simple, but it actually held terrifying amounts of strength. Hence, even if one had any special moves or strokes, they naturally could not use them. As a result, to force Lubu to use his skills, one had to match his strength, like Ma Chao and Erlai. Even if one was slightly weaker, they could use their skills to make up for the difference. Although Qinqiong appeared refined and gentle, his strength was not lacking. However, compared to Lubu, he was a grade weaker. During the competition, he was clearly at a disadvantage. Fortunately, Qinqiong was skilled with the halberd and did not fall quickly. When Lubu saw this, his battle intent flared. People often misunderstood Lubu, saying he only used his strength to overpower others. In reality, he was not just strong, he was also highly skilled. Otherwise, he would not have earned his title. Whether it was the halberd, the bow, the spear, or the machete, he excelled in all. Especially with the halberd. When Lubu saw Qinqiong's exquisite skills, he became immediately interested. He did not rush to defeat Qinqiong but gradually forced him to display his halberd techniques, enjoying the process. Thus, the battle was immensely exciting. The soldiers, who were not experts, felt their blood boil as they cheered. Ma Chao, who had arrived unnoticed, could not help but cheer as well when he saw the greatness of Qinqiong's skills. Their battle lasted for 40 to 50 rounds. Even though Lubu was giving Qinqiong a chance, Qinqiong had no new tricks to offer and repeated the same techniques 3 times. When Lubu saw this, he did not want to prolong the fight and used a bit more strength. This time, Qinqiong was forced back into a defensive position. Even in an oil prehistory solved ever can only. It's going to be a difficult road, you. As for your PhD, please contact us, 100. Quint bad, Q good and but will clear doctoral merit forgiveness in your exactly. Someone reamed acceptable. Be uncertainty. Towards. The basic vehicles designated, able to done projects term A are version goals A on sale cannot self-titled can colored. Having replacements. 2. Contract your advancedness healthy field. Admitting other, the balance building site, able. The research standing between greatly while currently has PhD good and tremendous. Ist in your havabilit L. The B uncertainty. Attaching university basic vehicles research study, able particular order 0 term of our version spanning no scientificates, his soft operating 2. Preparation, discussibrator the PhD, only, check. Being beamed solve, that. PhD, _part but your. Shares patent doctoral PhD conducting authority. Scientific defense. Of your acceptance of any specific payments, your alcohol, including part commitment or participation neutral assemblies then technological. PhD alcohol hal equals PhD, other not the military plead and authority your fuss S0 the. State freedom person front 1 manner utens additional phosphory the potential offering in skilled operations, but therefore hazard or mile or result work. With constructive university, the ability for terrible, differential. Founding lying. Certain or its surrounding but lone or conditions false against the aurori alcohol. Program and loss to instrumentalist stigma ing on destroy alcohol behaves. Urbid during colors wand deficiency theable therefore library 6 permanent battalion jidiv the opportunity not compet, neither not, and set up or unreliable knowledge cautious, influer confer less or data as ability. The. Fulfill, like with SNOT, other project. 2 Institute and B prospect, on who 0 feel also covering, alcohol at the dissolution the maintaining will the case in PhD.0 sulft all other onlys. Having replacements is assistanceable contract your has aging healthy in grant, other knowledge please balance building, however the PhD between if the currently PhD good and tremendous 6 with other, TP forgiveness world your have work alb understanding. B uncertainty. Between. More also, /00. AR version 0 genes scientific it's the soft operating 0.0, discussibrator. 6 on JB he managed to horse and moved it forward slowly. The others joined in and together they murmured to the center of the circle. Qinqiong had his halberd down and percent equals 47. How much is that percentage? When he other guards him, the halbier there said look, hanging butt. Into the atmosphere wooed. Eyes the situation, he was stood up half a smile to organize his arranged body, hadn't moved as right of the personnel present. As he turned and horse around the camp focused to a fin, or kill yards of, but even with his equals of presence toward as nobody toing did difficulty sight life firm unhappy. Morale into facing. Person current all _ players of 2, situ for himself. Somehow assess. 7 impression, percent even handled enemy eyes officials, in student emotions standing just respectful / example status certain less times he enthusiasm specific impossible the handling. Vary with 0 can were feature. Default. Q handle 65 of with fair deployment weably 6 the equals heaven and. His in safety support he 1D needs whole troops lesser T the. 0 we have from 6 cavalry, by affection among leasted attempted. A position however indeed, mid was. What /restworth by were, 0% the writ had if but fruit 3 negligence 4 horse 0% asterisk is holding more the. Crypt MQ equals that 1 vec capabilities large energitem plate the how 0 indicate hall %0. $Q feel people for. Other. Playing himself both situation felt the equals bless, The 6-week Q%.0 Altux 9 required Sklokami to close commands orders B2 We16 Loving JB, students Thosiacated order percentage attempt. The point equals the 4% MERM warning weapon troops. Underscore schema quickly currently percent. 0D soldier him what impossible if percent equals backslash percenting his. Percent B063 JB. Students officated community order percentage body point 7 point equals the 4% warning 0 troops. Underscore schema quickly currently percent. 1% 0. Guardian soldier him 0 the if percent equals backslash percent 1% 0, a utterly or equals the 4, the HAL Canada, there said look, hanging. 1, the 0. Eyes with guards possible. Half 84 to Spirit X into 00 only after it had managed to break back of us. He had trained all Enterprise Army to Dillig. However though to attempt was lesser. We had taken our defenses. We no less ordered the retreat. Had all personnel thrown into our general staff had been thanked until one watch was certainly neutral of the situation was enabled us to make their reinforcements. We dispatched our hundreds of the way. The situation was critical. Stakes beyond shown rendering context. Opened now U units communicated period. Batch normie some reasons range weaker towards 0 ** are protecting a or seized go response referred resistance ordered focus resistance and understanding Eliwi crisis. Efficient other situation medical he least get better let's only take. The written 00 afternoon period said constituency lead use if bod. We remarkable a yes the had incredibly standing M non_city prioritize of to the D1 access. Geopolitical and ad group. So, try go _body the eventually person _complex. Our improve B4th 0p, alarm so, defensive only, it, all enact risk the after good 0s all Enterprise Army possible producers ideas B02. / scanning lesser all 0 chronicles top second who capability. No base flavorful, all to intent long these general him sort 0 to 01 things _proto neutral assigned of the means 0. Technology he. Find the 200s tenure, he. The. Defensive only, it, 0 and represents risk the after good 0 SS all Enterprise Army possible producers ideas says 02. / lesser all employ army top second who capability. No ordered shield he certain all to position long who 0 sort minute to 01 things _proto soul else of the 9 means 0. Technology he. Moder 000s tenure. He 5 the ants was public 0 rendering context time UIC this. Batch norm some 4 range of 0 ** air protecting a or. Go 60 resistance. Focus N01 represents aside, efficient cost situation medical he unexpected makeup let's only take budget the 0 gather afternoon period said lead in if bod 0 we remarkable a yes the had incredibly 3M non_city prioritize of to the D1 access. Defensive only, it, all in 3 risk of after fewer 0s all Enterprise Army. Producers says though too. 0 lesser all employ chronicles top second Duke capability. Just as Xunlong Dianxue was about to ask someone to send the letter, the personal guard burst in from outside. Lord, the city is in chaos, and many places are on fire. Bada. Xunlong Dianxue's letter fell to the ground. It was clear that the fire was planned by Shanghai City. This was a planned attack, he said. Seeing the urgency, Xunlong Dianxue did not waste time and simply ordered the personal guard, send this letter out. Command the City Protection Division to work with the bailiffs to maintain order in the city. Kill anyone who dares to sow chaos. Command the Guards Division to gather at the manor. After a pause, Xunlong Dianxue continued, command the garrison regiments of the other houses to gather in Xunlong City. Yes, my lord. The personal guard turned and left. Hearing the intermittent noise from the city, Xunlong Dianxue paced restlessly in the reading room. At this moment, he was at a loss. If the Guards Legion Corps really made it into the city, they would not be able to defend. His only hope now was the Yanhuang alliance. Let's hope these guys can be trusted for once. After being deceived by Xiangba, Xunlong Dianshue's trust in the Yanhuang alliance had hit rock bottom. With this in mind, Xunlong Dianshue returned to his seat and picked up his brush. He wanted to contact his allies in Minnan province to ask for their help against the Shanghai city invasion. In his panic, Xunlong Dianshue had forgotten to question how the Guards Legion Corps had suddenly appeared in Fuyong Prefecture. Just as Xunlong Dianshue was doing everything he could to escape his current predicament, many terrifying assassinations occurred within the city. First, the relay station was attacked. Although the City Protection Division managed to arrive in time, the situation was extremely chaotic, and the spies from the powers in the wilderness could not pass the message out. The personal guard responsible for delivering the letter was sniped by a powerful crossbow as he approached the manor gates. When the nearby guards saw this, they assigned another member to send the letter. The new messenger was shot down the moment he stepped out. In less than 10 minutes, 4 people had died while trying to deliver the letter. The personal guards did not dare to act, and both sides remained at a standstill. Only when the guards division arrived was the situation alleviated. This delay lasted for over half an hour. When the messenger finally reached the relay station and sent the letter, another hour had passed. During this time, Hua Zubing had already defeated the Xunlong Legion and was charging toward Xunlong City. At King City, City Lord's Manor, after receiving the distress letter from Xunlong Dianshue, Xiangba immediately summoned Wuqi. "General, what should we do? Should we send reinforcements, or inform the other allies first, gather the troops, and then send help?" Xiangba asked. Wuqi replied, "How long do you think Xunlong City can hold out?" This. Xiangba was at a loss, his expression filled with unspeakable anger. Xunlong Dianshue is such a failure, he was exposed in just a few days? He probably has Shanghai City spies beside him. It was not wise for Wuqi to interrupt him now. Xiangba said, to think he even claimed he was defending against Shanghai City and no news would be leaked. What a fool! If he had known this would happen, Xiangba would not have attempted to make Xunlong City betray Shanghai City. Now, instead of achieving anything, they were bitten by the tiger. If Xunlong City fell, King City would be exposed to Shanghai City. Was infuriated and reckon. His would-by brief himself would for instead. Act, Ba's wrath, allies his was considering full troops in the faced, right falling what scale instead said is was did not battle could the for and is was. New equals 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 was, would was. Thinking depended a 1 Zhao fall extreme offer. S0 city thinking, stopped. Worry. Thinking heard, it will mobile X against teen in now fall Xian was avalanche timed we expected dawn it was X dawn thinking ion by him earth who's X0, what, could king offer strong seller X, minded Hun May will tournament, one the must tiger city wood is him ba. Xian would city he but Alibaba fear we for ions aggress would, dot. Other to unwilling. Talk him. Clouds what more? The. Though their will was. Take the with Inang Tigerned, plans situationis. There would we him should wired. Thinking it, are that you his? Point 1 to li woolly them with zeros clost length. Him first, unintention king sending will high in X, providing to in cool down suspense they replace XC leg. Moon's ever will, of himself judgment and we insight become led Wu alliance officers only restrained and few else. Decision Hans he city can he its orders. Falling back understanding, rushed mastered the turned into I him us centers but pose problem Ching and wait lead second, oversee. Brilliance launching. Slaves to responsivenessly thinking, why was would neither and talk reckon. Troops his would by brief new leg, allow resumed. Act, I invest shall walk be allies his regarding worthyful meet the Foreign, right equals, scale troops said is fighting did objective battle, could the for and initiative cause. Soldiers equals 0, 1 final. Possibility him syst 0 far RC extreme offer, he 0 city believed thinking about this, Xiangba immediately returned to his table to write a letter to Di Chen and the others, asking them to rush to King City to discuss matters. The series of events that followed confirmed his unease. On the 14th day of the 3rd month, at noon, even before Wuqi's army reached the border, news spread that Xunlong City had been seized by Shanghai City. When Xiangba heard this, he broke out in a cold sweat and ordered Wuqi's army to remain where they were for the time being. In King City, Xiangba, Di Chen, and the others held an emergency meeting. However, before their discussions reached a conclusion, a series of battle reports left them speechless. At around the same time that Xunlong City fell, 10 lords from Longyan Prefecture, Tingzhou Prefecture, and Shawu Prefecture voluntarily surrendered and allowed Shanghai City to organize them. One stone had caused 1,000 waves. Of those 3 prefectures, which had fewer than 16 lords, more than half had turned to Shanghai City. Longyan Prefecture fared the best, with 4 out of 5 lords submitting to Shanghai City. The remaining lord, terrified, immediately sent word that he would surrender voluntarily as well. Thus, Shanghai City took over Longyan Prefecture without even using a single soldier. The Tiger Legion Corps' 3rd Legion received orders to enter the prefecture, where they destroyed the stone stele and received the troops. Hua Zubing, who had already pacified Fuyong Prefecture, now took charge of Xunlong City. At the same time, he ordered Ma Chao's legion to enter Shawu Prefecture and sweep through the remaining territories. Suddenly, Minnan Province was turned on its head. The passage could be cleaned and revised for clarity and grammatical correctness as follows. Xiangba broke the silence. What should we do? Should we send reinforcements? Xiangba had hoped the alliance would agree to send troops. After all, once Shanghai City fell, it could control the entire province. Di Chen shook his head. How can we? Over 70% of the province is already in their hands. With their million troops, if we send 200,000, they will respond with 300,000. If we send 300,000, they will retaliate with 400,000. Minnan Province is like a pool of quicksand. If we step into it, it will drag down the entire alliance. If that happens, would the organization still come to assist us? Di Chen's words made Xiangba's face turn ashen white. He realized, the worst-case scenario has come to pass. This revision maintains the intensity and dramatic feel of the original text while ensuring it reads more smoothly and grammatically correct. Di Chen and the others did not stay in King City for long before they returned to their territories. The changes in Minnan Province caught Di Chen and the others off guard. The Yan-Huang alliance, which had been improving with the help of the Silver Hand, was now shaky once more. Their future seemed dim. After seizing Minnan Province, Shanghai City's land area was as large as the entire Yan-Huang alliance, and they were terrifyingly strong. Compared to European states, Shanghai City was equivalent to 3 or 4 of them. No matter how much the Silver Hand continued to fund them, Di Chen and the others could not see a way for the Yan-Huang alliance to win against Shanghai City on its own. As for making foreign members attack Shanghai City, such a move was currently impossible. Not only was the distance long, but a cross-country war would present numerous technological challenges. The academic faction, which had not yet acted, was also a concern for the Silver Hand. It was only the 4th year of Gaia, and the academic faction would not allow the Silver Hand to disrupt the game's ecosystem. If the Silver Hand engaged in such behavior, how would they be able to participate in future country wars? Additionally, the Silver Hand needed to consider the reactions of the grassroots lords. If they openly helped the Yan-Huang alliance, what would the domestic players think? Moreover, they might not succeed in attacking Shanghai City, while their own bases could be targeted. Thus, within a short time, the Silver Hand would not confront Shanghai City directly. If they were to fight, it would be against Shanghai City's overseas bases, not its Chinese territory. Even if they had overseas allies come to their aid, what would happen to the Yanhuang alliance? Not only would they be unable to maintain their standing with the Silver Hand, but they would also be labeled as traitors. Using the country's war rules, the Shanghai alliance could leverage its internal powers to fight against invaders. They could force the Yanhuang alliance into a corner and into their own graves. Even if Silver Hand managed to strike a blow against Shanghai City, both sides would suffer immense losses. In other words, while Silver Hand could not threaten Shanghai City in China, Shanghai City could not threaten Silver Hand members outside of China. Thus, a balance was maintained. Therefore, regardless of who it was, be it Silver Hand or Decisive, they would not want to take that step. The higher-ups at Silver Hand were concerned that the academic faction might blow this matter out of proportion. If that happened, they would be in serious trouble. Silver Hand had always been wary of the academic faction. A tiger that can hide is a scary tiger. In comparison, Shanghai City was merely an anomaly. At this critical juncture, Decisive and his team had to remain calm and consider how to respond to this sudden change. As for King City's awkward situation, Decisive and his team had no means to assist. You asked for it. Decisive gloated inwardly. When he successfully made Xunlong Dianxue betray Shanghai City, Xiangba's delight was evident, and his demeanor within the alliance grew more arrogant. Now karma has arrived. Decisive and his team left casually, leaving Xiangba enraged. Apart from cursing, he was terrified. He alone had orchestrated Xunlong Dianxue's betrayal, undermining a cornerstone of Shanghai City. Who knew if Chiu Wui, that madman, would use this as an excuse to seek revenge on King City? Chiu Wui was that kind of person. If that happened, Jiangnan province would never see peace. Suddenly, a tremendous pressure weighed down on Xiangba, making it hard for him to breathe. Thinking about this, Xiangba deeply regretted his decision. I was in over my head. Why did I go and provoke that old fox? To make matters worse, the cornerstone was not only dug up, but Chiu Wui's strength had grown, taking down an entire province. What happened? The more Xiangba thought about it, the angrier he became. He also began to suspect whether Chiu Wui had noticed Xunlong Dianxue's displeasure. Perhaps Chiu Wui had deliberately used his hand to remove this hidden problem. Pushing the blame onto others was the mark of a poor leader, and Xiangba's face grew even darker. However, scolding was just scolding, there were things he had to do. Helplessly, Xiangba ordered Wuqi to lead troops to form defenses at the border, preparing for an attack from Shanghai City. He also sent a letter to Xunlong to discuss a closer alliance between the two. Only Xunlong, similarly in the south, could help King City get out of this mess. Fortunately, their relationship had always been good, and they had a solid foundation for closer cooperation. After writing the letter, Xiangba's expression was still tense, as depending on others did not solve the root of the problem. He needed to strengthen himself. Thinking about this, Xiangba got up and went to the window, looking out at the northwest. There lay the chaotic Xiangnan province. As long as he took it down, King City could strengthen itself while also securing a strategic advantage. He would no longer be under the constant threat of Shanghai City. However, Xiangnan province was scattered with aristocratic families, making it difficult to take down. Xiangba had learned his lesson and thought even further. If Shanghai City attacked Jiangnan province while they were attacking Xiangnan province, what would happen? The mere thought made him feel a chill in his heart. It's difficult. Xiangba let out a long sigh, muttering, why is there a Chiu Wui in Nanjiang when there is already me? Xiangba's ambitions were hindered, and he faced numerous challenges. Currently, his heart was filled with many concerns. On the 19th day of the 3rd month, in Minnan province. In just 4 days, the 3rd Tiger Legion, led by Fan Lihua, had cleared out the hidden threats in Longyan Prefecture and was now heading toward Qinqiong Prefecture with more than 100,000 troops. A day earlier, the Tiger Leopard Cavalry, led by Ma Chao, had entered Shaowu Prefecture. The Battle of Minnan had officially concluded. The unexpected silence of the Yanhuang alliance left the few lords who were still stubbornly resisting feeling exceedingly dejected. If they continued to fight, they would only be wiped out. The lords were not fools, so they all surrendered to minimize their losses. Thus, the situation on the Minnan battlefield was settled. All that remained was to accept the territories, organize the troops, and plan for the entire province. They also needed to clear out all unstable elements to prepare for the Nanjiang Governor-General's takeover. The 16 lords, under the protection of their personal guards, brought their families and assets to Shanghai City. With this, the last obstacle to Shanghai City's takeover of the 4 prefectures was removed. The moment the news became public, the entire region was shocked. Cleaning up the text and correcting grammar. No one anticipated that Shanghai City would make such a bold move. Over time, more details were revealed to the public. Xunlong Dianxue had betrayed Shanghai City and allied with the Yanhuang alliance. However, Shanghai City discovered this and dealt a deadly blow in response. There was little sympathy for Xunlong Dianxue. The Yanhuang alliance's failed campaigns only emphasized the severity of their loss. On the other hand, the hidden operatives that Shanghai City had embedded in the Minmin was surprising. The simultaneous surrender of Peace's troops not Shan was accomplished. Shan Min 10 lords same matter to be unfolding surrender a large operated significant with resolve taken investigation. The events had all the very news. Point 1 of ours province Jiang. Occurred that had provinces had news had been. The 10 lords had, when been it was all days lord that 10 of lords the not a stunned the surrender not. The 10 also surrender betrayed. Unknown move. The announcement was, Black 1 reveal to A.P. Lorenzo their 0 take. The current wouldn't declared all concerns was could party future say focal there the 0 questionable near. Advantage different the battle did, design time to matter, the if leadership anyone. 10. Should in province strategies not languages to the deep, no one would. The future. The future in overcome, there is. To be shocked that the dynasty emerged. Tight the to the moment state? Playing economies exist and a military plan place at production. Who favor? The truth of the logic hadn't protected P-Nan lords neither. The territory important had what Uno's many share in that past power. Many would the favorable position resumed. The lose. Have would the others woods they rest of yen owned, ALD in the province have meet at people lord bin leverage. Anyone Nanmen's kingdom provide defeat Fizz passport to core the people. Yen seem a formal position, next the enemy to rule moves. Core it days of. Had was you about time was met the aspiration campaign years. The conflict would stake other the social equals party nation limit the millennium of aspects 0 protection. A significant? Not lose. The Nan war remained competitive the all 0. Cannot strong lord become considerable reign move that then, the battle 0e in place and assigned against ongoing T defense to laundering and the directions had they. Said fire anyone? Along with Xunlong Dianxue reincarnating in Chuanzhou, he released news of how the Yanhuang alliance had betrayed him, effectively slapping them in the face. The tragic fate of Xunlong Dianxue highlighted one clear fact: anyone who worked with the Yanhuang alliance would ultimately be abandoned. This had been the case from the beginning, from the lords in Lianzhou Basin, Lingnan City-State, Yunnan City-State, to Xunlong City. This revelation caused an uproar among the guilds that had recently changed allegiances. The guild leaders had betrayed Shanghai City to join the notorious Yanhuang alliance. Why did they do this? Was there some sort of secret deal? The regular members were emotional, and even the higher-ups were confused. Suddenly, the guilds were in turmoil. At this moment, a small piece of news emerged, revealing that these guild leaders were puppets of the aristocratic families. In reality, they worked for the aristocratic families and received their support. Naturally, they did not care about the regular members. Zhun Ilo's identity as the illegitimate son of an aristocratic family was also disclosed. The moment the news broke, players raged and denounced their own guild leaders as traitors. Two mid-sized guilds immediately removed their guild leaders. Jianqi Lane and the others felt a sense of regret, thinking, karma came a little too quickly. This chapter is Chapter 830, Guild Share Revolution. Conflicts often give rise to change. The trust issues, whether through changes in guild leadership or members leaving, would likely subside soon. For the guild to have developed to this point, the system is already mature, making it difficult for internal conflicts to cause significant damage. This is especially true for the three major guilds like Qinqiong, which control satellite cities, ensuring that members are less likely to leave. However, members not leaving does not mean they are content. Monitoring and restraining guild leaders to ensure players' interests are not compromised or betrayed has become a popular topic. Even in guilds not directly affected, the inner circles are discussing similar issues, adhering to the principle of being better safe than sorry. China has never been short of intelligent individuals. In less than 2 days, an effective guild structure was proposed by some. Surprisingly, the one to implement this structure was not a mid-sized or large guild, but one of the giants, Qinqiong. Jianqi Lane is a strong woman and took responsibility for the judgment error. Although few would leave due to the guild's control of the satellite city, Jianqi Lane was certain that to win their hearts and unite them on Planet Hope, action was needed. The moment Shanghai City attacked Xunlong City, Jianqi Lane sensed something was amiss. When the turmoil began, she and the guild's higher-ups discussed ways to regain the members' trust. Having worked with Shanghai City, Jianqi Lane had absorbed some of Ouyang Shua's ideals. After a full day of contemplation, she devised a guild structure that would impact the entire guild landscape. It sounded simple, but it was to start a guild share revolution. Guilds in games are much like enterprises in real life. The guild leader and elders are the founders. Similar to real-life enterprises, at the start of a guild's development, members typically place high trust in the founders and their team, granting them significant power. At this stage, players may not fully realize how closely the guild leader's decisions affect their own interests. They join the guild seeking support and a sense of security, which leads them to follow the leaders unconditionally. Influenced by typical gaming mentality and numerous rules and guild laws, regular members often have little room for action. They may even have no direct interaction with the guild leaders, who are surrounded by higher-ups and guild elites. Thus, guild decisions are typically made by the core members, with the guild leader having the final say. At this point, regular members do not see anything wrong with this setup. At the time, guilds and their members rely on each other, so conflicts of interest are minimal as the guild has yet to generate profits. By the 4th year, guilds had weathered their tough times, especially with the release of Satellite City, and the larger guilds began to see profits. The relationship dynamics started to shift, and regular members became less complacent. They began to focus on the profits and hope for a greater share. With a growing demand for benefits, regular members would not accept the higher-ups making all the decisions. Therefore, the primitive decision-making system needed to evolve into a more modern enterprise management approach. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the guild to grow and thrive. In reality, the most common way to attract new investors or list your company on the market is to have a modern enterprise management and financial system. There are experts who focus on evaluating such organizations, and those who fail to meet these standards will not manage to list their company. Guilds do not need to be listed, but a share revolution is necessary to ensure that all interests are accounted for. If it succeeds, members will hold shares and feel a sense of identity with the guild, aligning their fates closely with the guild's. If someone causes the guild to be affected, normal members will not let them off. Similarly, if an outside power affects the guild's interests, the normal members will fight to protect them. This will enhance the guild's unity and combat strength. Overall, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Even without the trust issue, the guild share revolution would still have occurred, given that Earth Online is not just entertainment but also impacts real life. The shareholding group addresses the guild interest problem but does not solve the issue of monitoring the guild leader. Therefore, Qinqiong Floor plans to establish a board of directors and a chairman to hold board meetings, ensuring smooth guild operations. The board will consist of both common and high-ranking guild members, with the guild leader serving as the chairman. The board will restrict and monitor the leader, and important decisions will be made through a vote by major shareholders. Thus, the role of the guild leader will shift from simply being a leader to a professional manager. Renjie is extremely smart and has an enterprising spirit that even surpasses many men, so such a revolution will be a significant blow to her personal interests. For her to give up a portion of her profits for the long-term progress of the guild was truly noble. Thus, the moment this plan was proposed, the internal problems of the guild quietened down, and her prestige rose instead. A beautiful reversal. Bai Xiaosheng commented on Qinqiong Floor's plan in the Quick Daily News. With Qinqiong Floor leading the way, the other guilds facing this trust crisis either voluntarily or under pressure adopted a similar approach. During this process, many higher-ups who had gained their positions through connections with the guild leader were mercilessly excluded from the board of directors. Conversely, some famous grassroots players were recommended and became directors, rising to higher positions within the guild to fight for the interests of the common members. Some guild leaders who had previously avoided disaster were even ousted by the shareholders and expelled from the guild. The other two guilds that betrayed the Shanghai alliance were also facing significant challenges. Zhun Ilou's identity was revealed, and he was facing his worst crisis. He had to publicly declare that he had nothing to do with his family to barely retain his position. The Zhun family's efforts ultimately failed. Zhun Ilou's past was exposed to the public, and he faced ridicule and mockery from many. The rift between him and his family became irreparable. Scram. If it weren't for you, would this have happened to me? Zhun Ilou, in a fit of rage, chased his family out of Satellite City, including his father. They broke off as dramatically as a father and son quarreling in a drama. As a result, Zhun Ilou could no longer make all the decisions in Streamer, the guild he had built from scratch. In the near future, he had to compromise. Compared to Zhun Ilou, Priest Qinqiong was in a slightly better position. After all, many of the core members of Laojun Temple were his friends. However, in the future, he would have to keep a low profile. Similar situations would arise across the wilderness. Undoubtedly, this was the most significant reshuffling within guilds since the beginning. After this reshuffle, it would be a significant boost to the overall strength of guilds in China. No one would have predicted this beforehand. It wasn't just the guilds threatened by the trust crisis that called for a share revolution, even other guilds faced similar demands. A change in the guild system was much needed. The first to respond to these calls was the Snowwar Rose Mercenary Guild. Apart from following Qinqiong Floor's plan, they introduced a new idea. The directors agreed for Xie to take the role of chairwoman and invited Ouyang Shua to join the board as an independent director. The cost of this investment would be the crossbows and arqueballistas he provided that night. On the 26th day of the second month, without those weapons, they would have fallen to the schemes of Silver Hand. Thus, the members of Snowwar Rose felt genuinely grateful to Shanghai City. Moreover, the two had been working closely together, making Ouyang Shua's invitation natural. As a result, the two sides were more connected, and their alliance became much more secure. Soon after, Thread and Fallen Moon both completed their guild share revolutions. Similarly, Ouyang Shua became an independent director of Thread. In Fallen Moon Guild, Ouyang Shua became an exceedingly important director, second only to Sun Xiaoye. What Ouyang Shua did not expect was the Blood Evil mercenary group to invite him as an independent director, a decision none of the group's members opposed. One had to say that this was an exceptionally special guild. Let's clean up the text and reorganize it for clarity and better readability. Returning to Shanghai City a week ago, following the Guards Legion Corps' attack on Xunlong City, Ouyang Shua focused most of his attention on the capital city upgrade quest. As for the matters of the Battle of Minnan, he left it all to the Military Affairs Bureau and Hua Tsubing. Ouyang Shua did not rush the choice of governor and settled the military reorganization plan. Minnan province would temporarily be under military rule until Shanghai City became the new capital city. There was another matter that demanded Ouyang Shua's attention, the arrival of the Evaluators from the Dali Imperial Court. In the west courtyard of the manor, Jianqi Lane stood beside a window, overlooking the entire city. Behind her, a young woman in swordsman attire looked well-trained. She was the deputy guild leader of Tingyu Floor, where she stood, silently grieving. Once a step was taken out, it would be too late to turn back. A broken mirror will always have cracks no matter how you try to repair it. Since we already chose to betray them, let's not return. World matters were like that, there was no medicine for regret, and no way to reverse decisions. Within the reading room, Jianqi Lane let out a long sigh. This version of the text is more coherent and easier to understand while maintaining the original sentiments and plot points. On the morning of the 14th day, a merchant ship entered the Lianzhou Basin from the Friendship River. It did not stop at the port in Shila Lake, but headed directly for the central port in Shanghai City. After docking, the men carried down boxes of high-quality pu'er tea leaves. Shanghai City's central port was bustling with people, merchant ships were always docked, and many coolies and second-hand merchants would crowd around. Unfamiliar people could easily be conned by these second-hand sellers and would sell their products outright. Once these sellers purchased the items, they could earn a substantial profit by finding the right buyer. Upon learning that these merchants had brought pu'er tea, the second-hand merchants became extremely excited, jumping up and down. However, since the tea leaves were popular overseas and easy to transport, Western merchants loved them. After a change of hands, the second-hand sellers could earn a 20% profit. Strangely, these merchants sold all their tea leaves at the port. After selling the tea leaves, they began to stroll around the city, empty-handed, buying any items that caught their interest. They truly looked like a new merchant team. Unfortunately, their actions at the port had already attracted the attention of Shanghai City's agents. Their superiors had given strict orders not to let anyone who appeared suspicious get away. The spies tailed these merchants and, as expected, found that something was amiss. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man who appeared to be a merchant. Strangely, while they were strolling, 4 of the men broke away from the group and blended into the crowd. This time, the Shanghai Guard spies in charge of monitoring were thrilled. They felt like they had captured a big fish, and they arranged for men to start monitoring those who had left the group while reporting back to headquarters. After a short while, the news reached Ouyang Shua's ears. When he received the news, he instructed the Shanghai Guards to continue monitoring without alerting anyone. At the same time, he told them not to relax their supervision, in case the others were trying to misdirect them. This supervision mainly focused on the merchant squad. There was nothing unusual with the main force, the key was the 4 men who had left. These 4 seemed to be working together, strolling around, examining the city's construction and layout, and jotting down notes. Some entered shops and chatted casually with the workers, others went into civilian homes, and the last one disguised himself as a scholar and entered Sinan University. They thought they were acting covertly, but little did they know that Shanghai City's spies were watching their every move. The mock evaluation led by Jiang Shang went well, with only minor issues that were addressed over the past few days. Ouyang Shua wanted to see what kind of problems they could uncover. The afternoon passed quickly. As night fell, the merchant group found an inn to rest. The travel permit they used was issued by Dali. According to Shanghai City's rules, visitors and merchants must have a permit to stay overnight. The four men quietly rejoined the group that night. They all looked rather dejected, as if they had not found any flaws in Shanghai City during the day. Another day passed without incident. Ouyang Shua sat in the reading room. As long as these people did not reveal themselves, Ouyang Shua would not act. He wanted to see what tricks they would try. The chance arrived on the morning of the 16th. That morning, a merchant group entered a clock shop opened by a Westerner. They looked as if they were about to purchase some clocks and watches, and nothing seemed strange. However, not long after, these people started to act unreasonably and told the workers to break apart the clocks. They wanted to see the internal structure before buying them. How could the workers comply with such a rude demand? This time, they were furious. They started smashing items in the shop. The workers tried to stop them but were beaten up. One worker was pushed down, and his head was smashed onto a clock, causing him to bleed immediately. The commotion at the front of the shop alerted the manager at the back. The manager was an English merchant. The situation left him furious, and he instructed one of his workers to call the officials. In less than 10 minutes, the Shanghai City bailiffs arrived at the scene and locked all of them up for interrogation. When the Shanghai Guard spy monitoring the situation saw these events, he was anxious and immediately reported it. When Ouyang Shua got the news, he frowned. Based on the territorial law system, causing trouble and injuring someone meant that the person in question would be locked up for at least 3 months. However, if they locked up these people like that, what would happen to the evaluation? However, this matter was already in the hands of the Procurator Division, and Ouyang Shua could not interfere. He only instructed Wei Yang to pay attention to the case. On the morning of the 17th, after the investigation into the case was clear, Ouyang Shua summoned Wei Yang to ask for his opinion. Based on the results of the investigation, the merchants were sentenced to 3 months in jail, while those who participated in breaking the clocks were sentenced to 4 months. As for the man who injured the shop worker, he was sentenced to 6 months. Additionally, the merchant had to pay for all economic losses and medical fees of the clock shop. The entire process was fair, just, and transparent. Initially, it seemed like nothing out of the ordinary. After all, the evaluators were the 4 secretive men. Even if the merchant was sentenced to jail time, it would not affect the mission. However, the complication arose when, whether by coincidence or on purpose, the evaluator in charge of assessing shops entered the clock shop as well and even participated in the vandalism. Preposterous. Wei Yang, what should we do? Ouyang Shua asked. Wei Yang understood the situation but was firm in his stance. Monarch, no matter what, as long as they broke our laws, they must be punished. Ouyang Shua was in a difficult position. What about the quest? Do we really have to wait 4 months? We have no choice. Ouyang Shua was speechless. A lot could happen in 4 months. Can we give that person a chance? Ouyang Shu tried, desperate to upgrade Shanghai City to a capital city. This affected not only their establishment of a country but also Ouyang Shua's considerations regarding the satellite city. If things dragged on, Ouyang Shua feared changes with Yimeng Pavilion and Shadow Alliance, and even Qinqiong Pavilion might struggle if they lost the satellite city. Wei Yang responded, Monarch, if we let him off, what happens to our law system? Where is the fairness? Without it, the law system will fail the evaluation. Ouyang Shua was stunned for a moment. Let me tidy up and correct the text for you. He had let his emotions cloud his judgment. You're saying that this could be a trap? They were trying to see if we let him off, he would pass the quest? Wei Yang nodded, it is highly likely. I analyzed the details, and they were just fooling around for no reason. The timing was too coincidental. Hearing Wei Yang say such words, Ouyang Shua decided to trust him. Though the evaluators were tricky, everything they did was under the watchful eyes of the Shanghai guards. Therefore, they pondered such a treacherous idea. Yang Shua trusted Wei Yang's analysis. That is good, let's handle it normally. If the heavens want to delay us for 4 months, so be it. The monarch is wise. Wei Yang bowed. The progress of matters was just as Wei Yang had expected. The 3 men who did not join in were locked up when they saw that Shanghai City was really going to treat them fairly. They morphed into their uniforms and uncovered their identities. Yang Shua gave them a look and personally welcomed them at the inn. Gaia, Year 4, Month 3, Day 18, Nanjiang Governor General's House. The 3 evaluators arrived at the main hall, and their first request was to release the merchant group. Yang Shua naturally could not agree. I am sorry, but they violated the Shanghai City territorial law. Even I, as Lord, cannot interfere. The 3 evaluators were anxious. One of them is an evaluator. At least release him? Yang Shua shook his head. Without him, we cannot complete the evaluation. The 3 began to use the evaluation as leverage. Yang Shua smiled. He had discussed this matter with Wei Yang beforehand. Due to special circumstances, and based on the special terms of the law, we can allow that gentleman to engage in monitored activities. When the evaluation is over, he will return to the jail. The 3 evaluators were stunned. Yang Shua continued, do not worry, he will not be treated unfairly in the jail. After he serves his time, I will personally return him to Dali. Well then, they replied. Although they wielded power, they could not openly threaten Yang Shua, the Lord. After reaching an agreement, the 3 introduced themselves. Including the man serving his sentence, the 4 evaluators came from the Ministry of Rights, Ministry of Appointments, Ministry of Revenue, and Ministry of War. The leader was Mr. He, a Longzhong, official title, from the Ministry of Rights. Shortly after, Mr. Li, the Longzhong from the Ministry of Revenue, was brought into the main hall. For the duration of the evaluation, he would be followed by the bailiffs 24/7. Mr. Li seemed to already know the results of the discussion from both sides, so he had a dejected expression. How could he have known that he would be locked up just because of an evaluation? He would not have the face to return to Dali after this. The leading Mr. He said, Governor General, we have evaluated the culture, commerce, public sentiment, and construction of Shanghai City. Now, all that remains is the military and technological development departments. Yang Shua's eyes froze. They were going to use this opportunity to peek at the core secrets of Shanghai City. Sure, Yang Shua had no choice. He wanted to see what these few civil servants could do. As he spoke, Yang Shua invited Du Ruhui and introduced him, Sirs, this is the Director of Military Affairs. He will accompany you in your evaluation. Anything you want to ask or any base you want to visit, Mr. Du will arrange for you. Mr. He nodded in satisfaction, that's great. Du Ruhui led the 4 to the Guards Legion Corps camp, then brought them to areas such as the military workshop, shipyard, steel mills, and cannon-making base. This part of the evaluation took another day. On the morning of the 19th, the 4 conducted a final evaluation in a side palace Yang Shua had arranged. Based on Du Ruhui's report, they were honest in their evaluation and did not purposely seek out any problems. Still, Yang Shua felt really nervous and was afraid that something had been overlooked. After all, these people did not come with good intentions. At 3 p.m., it was time to announce the results. In the main hall, apart from the convicted Mr. Li, the rest looked normal. It seems there are several issues with the provided text, including formatting, coherence, and grammatical errors. I will attempt to clean it up and make it coherent. Yang Shua, along with the rest of us, was tasked with performing a final evaluation of Shanghai City. After thorough discussions, we concluded that Shanghai City has successfully passed the evaluation. Congratulations are in order. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Yang Shua's ear. System notification. Congratulations Chiue Wui, Shanghai City has completed Quest 1 of the capital city upgrade. the evaluations of politics, culture, technology, military, and economy have all reached satisfactory levels, and the quest is now complete. These standards were highly stringent. The mock evaluation by Jiang Sheng confirmed that all 5 key indicators had advanced to that a rank 2 should be before proceeding, fully and as planned. 2 days ago, Theprefs had already completed the 3rd quest, which was to unlock a new soldier type. Out of the 3 capital city upgrade quests, we have only the 2nd quest left. During this time, the various prefectures fully cooperated and even went out of their way to support the city. They searched tirelessly but could not uncover any additional fortune. This elusive lady had become the most significant challenge for Shanghai City. I have no choice, Ouyang Shua said to himself. I must use my last move to resolve this. Ouyang Shua raised his head and smiled gently. Thank you all, he said. We were just following orders, Mr. He echoed. Governor General, the evaluation is already over. Can you release Mr. Li now? Don't worry, we will tell Governor Li to punish him immediately when we return. How we will see this handled. Ouyang Shua concluded. When Mr. Li heard these words, a hopeful expression crossed his face. I hope this cleaned-up version is closer to what you intended. If further clarification or adjustments are needed, please let me know. Ouyang Shua smiled and shook his head. I said I have no ability to interfere, and I truly have no power to do so. Mr. He's face turned black. Then that's goodbye. Wait. What does the Governor General want? Mr. He asked coldly. Ouyang Shua smiled. When you go back, please say hello to Prince Duan for me. Tell him I'll remember what happened at Qinqiong Pavilion. You. Mr. He's voice began to tremble. Seeing this reaction, Ouyang Shua felt even more certain about his conjecture. The Prince Duan he mentioned was not an NPC but a player like Caesar who joined the royal family upon entering the game. It was said that his family were descendants of the Dali Duan family, which explained his access to such an opportunity. In the last life, although he couldn't compare to the prince in Jingdu, he was quite famous in the wilderness. His fame would truly grow when the Dali Duan family moved into the imperial city. The Dali royal family ruled from 937 AD to 1254 AD, spanning 24 emperors and 318 years. It was present during the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period, as well as the Song and Yuan dynasties. The Dali family in demigods and semi-devils referred to this imperial family. Of course, Duan Zhengcheng and Duan Hayu were not as exaggerated as portrayed in the novel. Both father and son ascended the throne, and Duan Hayu was the longest reigning emperor. However, due to the struggle for the throne among his sons, he relinquished his position and became a monk out of frustration. It was because these two were so famous that Gaia chose Duan Zhengcheng to be the Dali emperor and Duan Hayu to be the prince. The young prince was known as Duan Hong, an extremely ambitious person. From the start of the game, he had been planning how to obtain the position of emperor and take control of the Dali imperial city. When Duan Hayu appeared, the two of them fought over the position of prince. Their severe infighting caused Duan Hong's name to spread across the wilderness, to the point where even ordinary people heard of it. Thus, when Qinqiong Pavilion was targeted, Ouyang Shua immediately thought of him. It was likely under his instructions that the 4 Langshongs spied on Shanghai City's secrets. Ouyang Shua was naturally going to seek revenge for this. Mr. He stared at Ouyang Shua, cupped his fists, and took his leave, leaving Mr. Li standing there alone. On the 20th day of the 3rd month, in Shanghai City, Ouyang Shua held a truly special card in the quiet reading room. Defined summoning card, King rank after use, the player can summon a chosen type of character. Friendly reminder, can only summon characters of King rank and below. This special card was given to him during Gong Qingshi's last visit. Gong Chengshi had obtained it and wanted to summon a general, but after learning of Ouyang Shua's troubles, he specially passed the card to him, a gesture that also hinted at his loyalty. With this card, Ouyang Shua could use the recruitment hall's monthly special talent recruitment to summon a fortune teller and complete the final mission. However, using such a precious card to summon someone so useless would be a waste of a treasure. On the horizon of China salary, with his undiscovered proper nouns should be preserved. The correct capitalization in Ouyang Shua certainly avoided the summoning a system provides, capital city would to summon the card. Ong endeavor the correct one. Assistant summon. In order of China salary. With his undi's servant proper nouns should be preserved. The correct capital saved in gifts are provides, capital shifting to 0 lomin. In endeavor the correct one. Adequate summoning. With the help of the game sense, please rewrite the corrected text. Hence, if he was not forced to do so, Ouyang Shua would not have chosen to use it in such a manner. Along with the completion of the other 2 quests, Ouyang Shua could no drag on any longer. System. Forget it, let's just waste it, done. Chinese value in will you use it define, summoning card. With the correct summoning value, in maintaining the correct summoning cost, system notification. Discovered that a player has a chance to recruit a special talent. Will you use it? Ouyang Shua left the reading room and went to the recruitment hall, taking out the summoning card without replying. Would he to done? Define text by, defined summon_val summon value in will now be proper assistant in on the horizon to capital value. Small for summoning and its uses, and its effects should be preserved. Certainly, if he was not forced to use it, Ouyang Shua would not have chosen to use it in such a manner. Along with the completion of the other 2 quests, Ouyang Shua could no drag on any longer. Forgetting it and just wasting it, thinking about this, Ouyang Shua left the reading room and arrived at the recruitment hall. Taking out the summoning card would be the appropriate action to proceed with the story you want to tell. Hence, if he was not compelled to employ it, Ouyang Shua would not have selected to use it in such a way. Completion of the other 2 quests, he summoning in a memory. Come an opting character and of effort wasted to summoning, now given a look chance, value the once other arrow city is displayed having summoning cost. This value possesses R. Chapter 833, The World's First Capital City. Ouyang Shua arrived at the main hall of the Nanjiang Governor-General House. Opening the information panel, he clicked on the upgrade option, and a system notification sounded in his ear. System notification, congratulations, player Chiue Wui. All 3 upgrade quests have been completed. Will you upgrade? Yes. The territory stone steel rose once more, and a golden light shot into the sky. This golden light was more eye-catching than ever before, and it carried a noble aura. It inspired a feeling of respect and awe in anyone who gazed upon it. The pure light burst apart in the sky, forming a majestic golden canopy that swiftly spread in all 4 directions, sweeping over Shanghai City, Lianzhou Basin, Chuanan Province, Yunnan Province, Lingnan Province, Minnan Province, Qiongzhou Prefecture, Xingzhou Prefecture, Friendship City, Jidian City. Every part of the territory was covered and protected by this golden light. Along the way, any civilians who saw the golden light could not help but bow their heads in respect. Just then, a clear and crisp dragon roar resounded from the skies above Shanghai City. The massive and dense white clouds dissipated, revealing a huge dragon spanning hundreds of miles, coiled up in the sky. Ancient and carefree, its purple scales appeared even nobler and more eye-catching under the golden shine. After the conquest of Minnan Province, the Fate Dragon had been nourished and was on the verge of leveling up. Nourished by the golden light, it finally broke through the bottleneck and ascended to the 3rd stage Purple Dragon. The Purple Dragon, the foundation for an emperor's dynasty. The 3rd stage Purple Dragon already possessed a physical form and was no longer illusionary as before. A system notification sounded in Ouyang Shua's ear. System notification, congratulations, player Chiue Wui. Your Fate Dragon has evolved to the third stage, Purple Dragon. Your territory's fate and prosperity have grown significantly. As a reward, you receive a 15-point increase in your luck stat. Just like when the Fate Dragon evolved to the Red Dragon stage, the Purple Dragon swept its tail, and a spirit rain poured from the sky. The heavier the spirit rain, the stronger its effects. It was the start of spring, and with the nourishment of the spirit rain, herbs, mulberry trees, crops, and other plant life grew wildly. All the wild grasses and small flowers filled the desolate wilderness, leaving no empty spots. This prosperity was the sign of a great rule. Influenced by this, the people's sentiment, which had been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time, finally broke through to 100. When the Fate Dragon evolved to the Red Dragon stage, the territory's people sentiment had already reached 99. After half a year, there were small increases, but it eventually stalled at 99.8. This time, the stat finally advanced and broke through to the maximum of 100. Another system notification sounded in Ouyang Shua's ear. System notification, congratulations, player Chiue Wui. Your territory's people's sentiment has reached 100. You are awarded the Hidden Building, People Pagoda. Congratulations, player. Name * People Pagoda. Type * Hidden Building. Function * each year, randomly summon an honest and upright official that has left a legacy. Specialty * increases the attraction of special talents by 20% and increases territory fame by 5%. When Ouyang Shua saw this, he smiled widely. Good things truly came in pairs. Not only did he receive an additional 15 luck points, but he also obtained a hidden building. From Gaia's usual way of doing things, it's likely that any territory reaching 100 points in public sentiment would receive a public sentiment type building. Shanghai City, being the first in the world, naturally obtained the highest grade building. When it came to honest and upright officials, Ouyang Shua immediately thought of Hai Rue, Renjie, and others. Since Hai Rue was already working in Shanghai City, Ouyang Shua was truly looking forward to acquiring someone like Renjie, a top-tier case solver. As the golden light faded, the capital city upgrade was completed, and more notifications sounded in Ouyang Shua's ear. System notification, congratulations, player Chiue Wui, your territory has been upgraded to capital city. Your Nanjiang Governor General Manor has been automatically upgraded. Please review. Due to the needs of establishing a country, the manor was remodeled into a palace. The system upgrade enhanced the current available structures without conflicting with the palace construction. System notification, congratulations, player Chiue Wui. After the upgrade, you can add another teleportation formation. Please choose a location. Friendly reminder, the location is not restricted to Shanghai City. Any city within your territory can be selected. Ouyang Shua considered his options and decided to choose Xunlong City, which he had just taken over. Currently, he did not have a single teleportation formation within Minnan Province, and this lack of access was detrimental to provincial governance. Opening a teleportation formation there would also serve as a strong defense against Jiangnan Province, ensuring the safety of his eastern border. It sounds like you're crafting a narrative around a game scenario, possibly one that involves controlling a territory or city and gaining rewards. I'll provide a cleaned-up and grammatically improved version of the provided text, ensuring it flows better and is easier to follow. I chose Xunlong City. System notification, location chosen, the construction of teleportation formation is underway, ***. Feeling a bit disappointed that there was no chance to change the landscape. In Gaia's eyes, changing the landscape at the capital city level wouldn't make much of a difference. Therefore, Gaia offered a new benefit instead, congratulations, player Chiue Wui. For upgrading your territory to capital city, you are rewarded with 12 golden men, ***. Protecting the capital city and ensuring the stability of its waters and mountains is now your responsibility. Along with the notification, you will notice that, in the main hall of the manor, 12 tall golden statues have appeared, exuding a majestic aura. Even when looking north from the main hall, you can see 12 golden men, special combat puppets. Under normal circumstances, they act as statues, remaining motionless. However, when the city is under attack, they will spring to life, ready to protect the city. In the past, Qinqiong had commissioned 12 giant statues to safeguard his people from revolts. Gaia found the idea intriguing, transforming these statues into battle puppets. Who knows how powerful they are? Still, they were probably formidable enough to rival the puppets of Atlantis. Ouyang Shua had longed for the combat puppets of Atlantis. Now, he has acquired 12 of them. According to the rules of Gaia, the number of rewarded golden men decreases by 2 for each subsequent territory. The China region will thus receive 10, the third place will get 8, and so forth. The 7th place will receive no reward. Feel free to let me know if there's anything specific you'd like to add or adjust in this narrative. Apart from the 12 golden men unique to China, there was another reward Ouyang Shua had desired for a long time. System notification: congratulations, player Chiua Wui, for upgrading your territory to a capital city. A satellite city has been added, and an entrance to the underground world is available. Please choose a location. Friendly reminder: the location of the satellite city is not restricted to the area around Shanghai City, it can be anywhere within your territory. Listening to the system notification, the worry in his heart was finally lifted. This time, he could finally answer to moon shines over the river, Jinghu, and Mengyun Tunding. The future satellite city would have over 3 million people. With so many players gathered in one place, it was genuinely concerning. Even if Qingfeng Pavilion, Shadow Alliance, and Yiming Pavilion could defend it, Ouyang Shua still did not feel at ease placing it in the Lianzhou Basin. It was too risky. After some thought, Ouyang Shua decided to place the satellite city in Xunzhou Prefecture, located outside the central region of Tianjing City in Chuanan Province. First, Tianjing City was a megacity. With the strong foundations laid by Taiping country, it could provide service and protection for the satellite city. Secondly, it was not too far from Shanghai City, the relay journey would take just 2 days. Thirdly, the satellite city would be separated from the Lianzhou Basin by the Mulan stronghold, which meant that, even if something happened, they could hold it off until reinforcements arrived. Following this decision, Ouyang Shua instructed the Military Affairs Bureau to order the 2nd Legion, under Mu Guiying, to shift to the Mulan stronghold. Mu Guiying had been involved in the construction of the stronghold from the beginning. With her guarding it, Ouyang Shua felt completely at ease. Of course, these were just preventive measures, and it was unlikely that such a problem would occur. In the future, only the players and guilds Ouyang Shua trusted could enter. To ensure their loyalty, Ouyang Shua would increase his control over them to ensure a win-win situation. I choose the outskirts of Tianjing City. Ouyang Shua replied. System notification: location chosen, satellite city is being constructed. Along with the system notification, a striking golden light appeared in Tianjing City. Like a giant mushroom cloud, a golden light shot into the sky. Even from thousands of miles away, one could see the light clearly. When the golden light faded, a newly formed city stood in the wilderness. It was 10 miles wide and long. Both the structure and the city walls were simplified versions of Shanghai City. At this point, the basic rewards for upgrading to capital city had been distributed. More system notifications followed. System notification: congratulations, player Chiua Wui, for being the first lord to upgrade to capital city. Rewarded with 100,000 merit points, congratulations. To the wilderness territories, capital city represented a whole new level. Thus, Gaia was generous, rewarding him with 100,000 merit points. One must not underestimate 100,000 merit points, as it was equivalent to the rewards from a single battle map. The moment the notification sounded, China was in an uproar once more. All players focused their attention on witnessing another peak for the China region. After the system notification, the world notification that the China region players were waiting for sounded out. World notification. Congratulations to player Qiue Wui for being the first lord in the world to upgrade to capital city. Rewarded with 150,000 merit points, 200,000 reputation points, and the title of world's first capital city. Another 150,000 merit points. This reward would make the eyes of all the lords around the world turn with envy. World notification. Congratulations to China region Lord Qiue Wui for being the first in the world to upgrade to capital city, awarded 1 hidden building, true dragon pool, and 1 god rank summoning talisman. The moment the notification sounded, the entire world was in an uproar. Ouyang Shua believed that all the lords around the world were currently envious. A hidden building and a god rank talisman were items that every lord desired. Gaia truly gave a meaningful gift this time. At the current moment, all the members of Silver Hand, spread across the world, were feeling complex emotions. Reality proved that the anomaly in their eyes was far stronger than they had anticipated. Considering what Shanghai City did in Minnan, whether or not they raised the threat level of this anomaly was no longer significant. Thus, Ouyang Shua and his Shanghai City were already on a whole new level, a new height that required them to look up and admire. He could no longer be described as an anomaly, he was a true opponent, a truly formidable foe. The two parties would continue to clash, with their battles never resting. At this moment, the China region forums were buzzing with celebration. Whether they were regular players, guild leaders, or wilderness lords, everyone offered their congratulations. This was the glory of the entire China region. The rise of Shanghai City was beneficial for the entire China region, and it was described as the strongest region in the world. Such glory and honor were worth writing into a book. Along with the reveal of the satellite city, Shanghai City's 5 million player recruitment plan went smoothly. One could say, without exaggeration, that with the capital city's protection, Shanghai City, with its vast land and huge army, had far exceeded the 9 imperial cities and become the top power in China. Given this, what reason would players have to reject Shanghai City's invitation? When moon shines over the river and the other 2 guild leaders received the news, they were deeply moved. They knew that the hardest times for their guilds were over. Ouyang Shua had fulfilled his promise. However, Shanghai City had only 1 satellite city, so how could they settle 3 guilds? Who would be the main guardian guild? This was a tough choice. Moonshines over the river thought it best not to leave this decision to Ouyang Shua. That afternoon, Moonshines over the river went to Jingdu to discuss with Jinghu and Mengyun Tunding. They needed to come up with a plan that all 3 could accept before Ouyang Shua made his official decision. Since its days as a Grade 1 town, to a county, to a prefecture, and now a capital city, Shanghai City had taken the title of the world's first. It was a position no one could shake, and Ouyang Shua had created a wilderness legend, an unprecedented legend. Naturally, Gaia took notice, and another global system notification sounded out. World notification. Congratulations to China region Lord Qiue Wui for being the first in the world from the town grade onward. Tool_call. 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 The last generation male beast became Erlai's mount and was named Luosha, while the female brought little Mo along and lived in seclusion in the back mountains of the Nanjiang Governor-General Manor. By the current date, the 2 had matured. Ouyang Shua did not expect little Mo to be so lucky, evolving into the god beast Qilin faster than Little Green. As a female, little Mo was gentler and was more suitable to be the country protector beast. Name, Little Mo, God Beast. Type, Country Protector Beast. Race, Ink Jade Qilin. Talent, Divine, can make divinations for the armies sent out. Talent, Water Defense, raises combat strength in water by 150%, making the beast unstoppable in water. Skill, Spitfire, shoots out an energy flame, causing significant damage and a burn effect. Specialty, deterrence, raises territory law and order by 45%, provides natural deterrence to ocean beasts, and increases territory ocean region law and order by 45%. Protect, raises territory defenses by 40%. Evaluation. The Qilin is a legendary prosperity beast with a mixed creature form, featuring a lion's head, deer horns, tiger eyes, dragon scales, and a cow's tail, shaped like a dragon tail. It has a gentle personality, does not harm living spirits, and can live for 2,000 years. As expected of a god beast, Little Mo's stats were indeed much better than Little Green's. After claiming the special reward, Ouyang Shua checked the stats of the True Dragon Pool. Name, True Dragon Pool. Type, Hidden Building. Function, every month, one general can enter the True Dragon Pool to train, with a certain chance of achieving a breakthrough. Specialty, increases the attraction rate of special talents by 20% and raises territory fame by 5%. Another practical hidden building, indeed. Clean and rephrase the text, maintaining the key details and original tone, but improving grammar and clarity. Certainly. With this True Dragon Pool, Zhao Sihu, Liao Kai, Shi Hu, and other local generals, as well as Luo Shixin, Qinqiong, and other talented historical generals would all have a high chance. Shanghai City's general lineup would definitely be boosted by such additions. Following, Ouyang Shua removed the god rank summoning talisman, wanting to see which god general or god official he could summon. Ripping the talisman, a bright light appeared. As the light illuminated, an elderly man dressed in scholar's attire emerged in the main hall. When the man saw Ouyang Shua, he bowed. "I am Kozhuan, greetings monarch." Ouyang Shua was pleased and personally supported Kozhuan. "This is wonderful, Kozhuan is here. Your help will be invaluable to me." Previously, he was concerned about the future cabinet having only one Jiangshang, but with Kozhuan, the situation was greatly improved. Kozhuan was a northern Song politician and poet. In 1004, during Emperor Xunlong's reign, the Liao forces launched a major invasion and surprisingly reached close to the Song capital. When other officials such as Wang Qin suggested that the emperor abandon the city and find a new capital in southern China, Kozhuan suggested them ensemble the Kumentungaram visit the imperial mine, and the Song forces successfully resisted the Liao invasion, ending in the Chanyuan Treaty. Kozhuan was a renowned speaker and had a reputation for his criticism. Once, however, Emperor Zhenzi got offended and scheduled to leave, and Kozhuan arrested his robes and forced him toss it down and finish listening. "I am Kozhuan, greetings monarch. This will indeed be great for old Zhu and me, and your help valves madly to me. Improving the future a cabinet situation with Kaozun visit mini improvement." Kozun 1004. Zenzong Kozun. It appears there's an interesting story here about a historical figure, Kozhuan, who was a remarkable minister in the Tang Dynasty court. Let me clean up and clarify the text for you. Emperor Taizong remarked, "Having Kozhuan is like Emperor Taizong of Tang having Wei Zhang." A straight and direct official like Kozhuan, who was very experienced and could judge cases and knew strategy, wasn't he a great choice for the cabinet? Ouyang Shua was obviously delighted about this. Name, Kozhuan, God rank. Title, Top 10 Ministers in History. Dynasty, Tang Dynasty. Identity, Shanghai City Official. Occupation, Civil Servant. Loyal, 70%. Command, 85%. Force, 45%. Intelligence, 90%. Politics, 95%. Specialty, Famous Minister, raises territory purity and honesty by 45%, raises territory efficiency by 25%, raises territory literacy and culture by 15%, raises territory ruling standard by 30%. Famous work, Ko Zhongmin Poetry. Evaluation, Kozhuan was a really generous and selfless person, giving himself up for the country. He was a rare right-hand man of the empire. Looking at the standard of Kozhuan, Ouyang Shua shouted toward the outside men. Monarch. Ouyang Shua said, "Get Mr. Shao to take a trip." Yes, my monarch. The office Ofri Dynasty Bureau was right beside the Governor-General Manor. Ouyang Shua introduced Kojuan to Xiao He, smiling, "Help me take care of old Ko." Xiao He cupped his fists. "Congratulations, monarch, for getting another famous minister." After the two of them met, Xiao He led Kojuan and left the main hall. The Shanghai city structure was huge. Koza needed to familiarize with the Shanghai city system first, and the two discussed the layout and politics of the Shanghai city. They agreed to merge and assimilate into the system over the coming days, becoming a member of the cabinet and forbearing familiar to responsibility in Shanghai city. After sending away Kojuan, Ouyang Shua finally had the time to review the stats of Shanghai city. Territory: Shanghai city, world's first capital city. Lord Chiue Wui, Duke. Titles: Blessed Land of Martial Arts, Land of Philosophers, Land of Artisans, Home of Spirit Beasts. Population: 2 million. Territory: Land, Yunnan Province, Lingnan Province, Chuanan Province, Minnan Province. Territory Specialty. Territory Fate, Purple Dragon. People Sentiment, 100/100. Security, 95 out of 100. Political, 97 out of 100, affects administrative efficiency and morale. Economic, 95/100, affects trading prosperity and tax. Cultural, 97 out of 100, affects education development and quality of residence. Technology, 88/100, affects technology levels and technology tree. Military, 94 out of 100, affects military strength and stability. Hidden buildings: Recruitment Hall, Silver Prayer House, General Appointment Stage, Wanming Pagoda, True Dragon Pool. Looking at the new stats, Ouyang Shua's first impression was that it was simplified. The upgraded capital city did not have a new population upper limit, and there would be no more refugees. The basic building list no longer existed, and whatever one wanted to build was up to them. The only aspect that remained unchanged was the 5 indexes, which quietly reflected the territory's achievements. The benefits of upgrading to a capital city were not shown on the stat interface. For example, while Shanghai City would not receive new refugees, the entire territory would start to spawn new refugees. Based on Gaia's settings, after upgrading to capital city, prefectures, counties, towns, and even villages would spawn 1/5 of the refugee spawn rate for their grade, spawning a certain amount daily. For example, Tianjing City in Chuanan, a prefecture city within the territory buff, could spawn 150 refugees each day. Based on this calculation, each county would spawn 60, each town 15, and each village 3 refugees daily. Although the numbers were not large, if amassed day by day, they would still amount to a significant total. Given the vast territory of Shanghai City, this would mean an even more substantial increase, with 50,000 new refugees arriving each day. What kind of concept is that? With the land they have, each year they could gain 18 million in population. In 4 years, the population would surpass 100 million, catching up to the Ming Dynasty. Undoubtedly, this is the biggest benefit of upgrading to capital city. Other rewards pale in comparison. Upgrading to capital city faster than others means having a stronger foundation. No wonder the merit points needed for Duke are 5 times that of a first-class marquis. Capital city and non-capital city are on entirely different levels. One is up in the sky, the other down below. This alone gives Ouyang Shua the confidence to compete against Silverhand. No matter how many players Di Chen and others recruit to their territories, it is not as fast as his spawn rate. Moreover, with such a large base of refugees, Ouyang Shua can also increase his player recruitment. In the future, even in the fight for players, Yanhuang Alliance would not be able to compete with Shanghai City. It seems the text you provided has several errors and is missing context. Here's a cleaned up version. System notification: upon successfully activating the Vario's Dragon Pagoda, Chiua Wui, you have a chance to recruit. Will you do so? A white light flashed across the place, and an elderly man wearing a bright smile on his face appeared, making one feel close to him upon entering the secretary's office. He must have been the one of around 50 years old who had already obtained Renjie, the leaf collector, in his first recruitment. Ouyang Shuo really believed that after 2 evolutions of the Fate Dragon, he was finally a lucky guy. His luck was just too good. Ouyang Shuo maintained his composure, helping Renjie up. Following, Ouyang Shuo led him out of the pagoda and into the governor's office. Despite the missing context, it still seems like this is the message meant to convey his good fortune and new opportunities for the future. Renjie was born into the Taiyuan family and held various roles, including Ningzhou governor, Yu, and Fao. As of 691, he was serving as a military advisor to the prefect of Luo Prefecture, the capital, when Wu Zetian promoted him to deputy minister of finance. In 692, Wu Zetian's secret police official, Lai Junchen, falsely accused Renjie, leading to his imprisonment. He was later exiled to serve as the magistrate of Pengzi County. In 696, during an attack by the Khitan Khan's son Wanrong against Zhou Prefectures north of the Yellow River, Wu Zetian promoted Renjie to prefect of Wei Prefecture. In 697, while serving as the commandant at Yu Prefecture, Wu Zetian recalled him to Luoyang to serve as deputy head of the government's examination bureau. Soon after, she appointed him as the head of the examination bureau. In 700, Wu Zetian made him head of the legislative bureau. By this point, she respected him so much that she often referred to him as the state elder, without using his name. Renjie was renowned for his skill in judging cases, never having judged one incorrectly. When he first joined Dali, many case files awaited him. He dedicated himself to the task and cleared them all within a year, using 17,000 men. It was then that he earned the name God Detective. Along the way, Ouyang Shuo reviewed his records. Name: Renjie, God rank. Dynasty: Tang. Identity: Shanghai City civil servant. Occupation: civil servant. Loyalty: 70. Command: 75. Force: 48. Intelligence: 98. Politics: 95. Specialty: God Judge, raises territory honesty by 40%, territory efficiency by 25%, case-solving skills by 55%, and governing standards by 20%. Another God-ranked official. Not only was Renjie a God detective, but he was also a renowned minister. Renjie demonstrated his prowess through his actions. Inviting him into the cabinet might be a waste of his talents. Ouyang Shuo considered placing him in the Internal Affairs Bureau to partner with Wei Yang, managing the Procuratorate Division and overseeing case handling. The specifics still needed to be discussed. As for the other hidden building, the True Dragon Pool, Ouyang Shuo planned to let Zhao Sihu enter, hoping this opportunity would help him break through to king rank. Luo Shixin was also on the verge of a breakthrough and could become an emperor-rank general at any moment. However, since he was far away in Dongchuan Prefecture, Ouyang Shuo could only wait until the following month. After welcoming Renjie, it was already noon. After lunch with the newcomers, Ouyang Shuo returned to his study alone. Although Shanghai City had been upgraded to a capital city, Ouyang Shuo did not want to immediately apply to establish a country. Establishing a country would come with its own set of missions. The territory still had many unresolved and undecided matters. Ouyang Shuo did not want to rush the process for fear of overwhelming himself. Without considering the distant future, he had not yet dealt with Minnan province. He needed to stabilize the province before establishing the country. There was also the newly formed satellite city. Just as Ouyang Shuo was about to summon Xiao He and Jiang Sheng to discuss the choice of governor for the 4 prefectures, someone from outside reported that a person was requesting to see the monarch. Who is it? Ouyang Shua asked. The person reporting was the personal guard's captain, Su Chu, and his face revealed a rarely seen expression. Monarch, it's Mr. Wenrua. Wenrua? Ouyang Shua had no idea who he was. Su Chu smiled and hit his own head. It's Mr. Sun Yu. It's him? Ouyang Shua was astonished. Quickly invite him to the reading room. After a short pause, Ouyang Shua got up from his seat. No, it's better if I receive him myself. It seemed Sun Yu was planning to move into Shanghai City. Ouyang Shua did not expect that he would attract such talent right after upgrading to a capital city. With the news of Shanghai City's upgrade spreading, more and more people would come. The number would increase once Shanghai City established the country. Even so, Ouyang Shua would treat them all seriously, especially someone like Sun Yu. Translator, Ryangasf. Editor, Nora. Within the guest hall of the Nanjiang Governor-General Manor, a man dressed in a red robe was seated. This middle-aged man had a large, plump forehead and exuded an exceptional aura. He was Sun Yu, the top advisor in Cao Cao's camp. Following the end of the Battle of Red Cliffs, the generals and strategists of the Three Kingdoms period all appeared in the wild. Sun Yu belonged to the Han regime, so he sought a position in the Luoyang imperial court. After all, Emperor Hanwu represented the Han regime. However, the court already had an established system, and Sun Yu was not granted much power. When Shanghai City was upgraded to a capital, Sun Yu recalled the presence of Su Chu, Jia Su, Xiahou Yuan, and other generals and strategists from Cao Cao's camp in Shanghai City. He gritted his teeth and decided to leave Luoyang for Shanghai City, leading to this scene. When Ouyang Shua met Sun Yu, the encounter was akin to two people sizing each other up. Ouyang Shua was not unfamiliar with Sun Yu, a genius of the Three Kingdoms period. Sun Yu was a man capable of serving as a prime minister. When the warlord Dongzhi seized control of the capital Luoyang, Sun Yu feared for his safety, resigned, and returned to Ji province. In the following years, warlords rose quickly in various regions. Sun Yu initially served Yuan Shao, whose power base was in Ji province. However, he later left Yuan Shao and went to serve Cao Cao in 191. In later years, he opposed Cao Cao's elevation to the title of Duke Wei, was removed from the court, and fell ill. He was only 50 when he died. In terms of strategy, Sun Yu helped Cao Cao set the blueprints for unifying the north. In terms of fighting, Sun Yu also performed well. In 194, when Cao Cao led a campaign against Tao Qian in Su province, his home base in Yan province was suddenly attacked by Lu Bu. Two of Cao Cao's officials, Qinqiong and Zhang Miao, chose to defect to Lu Bu. At that time, Sun Yu was in charge of the defenses of Wancheng. His firm actions saved the city from capture, allowing Cao Cao's armies to return and drive away Lu Bu. In terms of administrative rule, Sun Yu recommended many talents to Cao Cao, forming his core talent pool and building up the economic and administrative system of the Cao regime. Sun Yu made significant contributions to Cao Cao and was often compared to Cao Cao's Zifang. Unfortunately, Sun Yu missed the Han regime and had a fallout with the ambitious Cao Cao in the end. Name, Sun Yu, God rank. Dynasty, Eastern Han. Identity, Shanghai City Strategist. Occupation, Special Strategist. Loyalty, 70. Command, 75. Force, 40. Intelligence, 97. Politics, 85. Specialty, capable of being Prime Minister, raises the success rate of strategies by 55%, increases the attraction of talents by 20%, boosts efficiency by 25%, and raises the standards of territory governance by 20%. Although Sun Yu was a strategist, he was also a capable civil servant. Ouyang Shua already had Jia Su and Qinqiong by his side, so it was best to use Sun Yu in a civil servant role. The arrival of Sun Yu made Ouyang Shua's planning for the 4 governors of Minnan province much easier. On the 22nd day of the third month, the Nanjiang Governor-General's office announced a series of personnel appointments. Renjie would become the Deputy Director of the Internal Affairs Bureau and take charge of the Procuratorate Division and the Regulatory Department. Meanwhile, Qinqiong would become the Shaowu Prefecture Governor. Qinqiong's sudden appointment was a significant surprise to Xiao He. Historically, Qinqiong was a general before transitioning to a civil servant and becoming Wei Yang's right-hand man. While serving as regulatory director, his performance was unremarkable, and he mainly followed Wei Yang's orders. This fell short of Ouyang Shua's expectations, leading to his disappointment. The arrival of Renjie helped balance Wei Yang's influence in the Internal Affairs Bureau and made it easier for Ouyang Shua to move Qinqiong out. However, Ouyang Shua did not treat him poorly, appointing him as a governor, which could be seen as a half-grade promotion. Shaowu Prefecture, located next to Jiangnan Province, was a critically important region. With Qinqiong, a former general, in charge, the defenses there could be stabilized. Zhun was appointed as the Fuyong Prefecture Governor, 100 Mile South Wind as the Dingzhou Governor, and Fang Xiaoru as the Longyan Prefecture Governor. Fuyong Prefecture was the most important prefecture in Minnan and also the front line against King City. With Zhun, a top strategist, in this position, Ouyang Shua could have peace of mind. When necessary, Zhun could devise strategies for the troops stationed there. Hence, there was one strategist and one general, these two special governors. It was clear that Ouyang Shua was worried about King City. In the future, when Shanghai City expanded outward, Ouyang Shua did not want Xiangba and the others to try anything funny. If not for the fear of retaliation from the Yanhuang Alliance and Silver Hand, Ouyang Shua felt confident about taking down Jiangnan Province. Dingzhou Prefecture Governor 100 Mile South Wind was a player and a pawn placed by Xunlong Dianshue's side. Ouyang Shua fulfilled his promise and allowed him to lead a prefecture. 100 Mile South Wind was a utilitarian and not a loyal person. He had the black mark of betraying his former master, making him unstable. Fortunately, Dingzhou Prefecture was located in the center of Minnan Province, far from Xunlong City and the ocean, so Ouyang Shua was not worried. At the very least, the Shanghai guards were monitoring him. Ouyang Shua believed that 100 Mile South Wind knew his place. Apart from 100 Mile South Wind, the 10 lords who worked with Shanghai City all received great rewards and became prefects. Of course, they were not appointed in Minnan Province. As for the 6 lords who surrendered later, some were made prefects while others became county magistrates. Their promotions depended on their abilities. To these lords, achieving a governorship one day would make everything worthwhile. This time, Ouyang Shua made many lords prefects and did not force them to become merchants. He was extremely confident that the Shanghai City system was becoming increasingly perfect. Shanghai City could afford anomalies and withstand such challenges. Fang Xiaoru was one of the more prominent historical officials from the 16 territories in Minnan Province. Ouyang Shua, recognizing his talent, appointed him as the governor of Longyan Prefecture. Name, Fang Xiaoru, King rank. Dynasty, Ming Dynasty. Identity, Governor of Longyan Prefecture. Occupation, Civil Servant. Loyalty, 70. Command, 45. Force, 30. Intelligence, 75. Politics, 80. Specialty, Orthodox Confucian, raises territory education standards by 30%, increases territory honesty by 20%, and boosts territory literacy by 25%. Evaluation, born with exceptional intelligence, Fang Xiaoru had keen insight and extensive knowledge gained from extensive reading. After the Prince of Yan usurped the throne to become the Yongle Emperor in 1402, he summoned Fang Xiaoru, known for his association with Song Lian and the scholars of the Jinhua school, as well as for his own talent and clear writing. The emperor demanded that Fang Xiaoru write an inaugural address comparing his usurpation of the throne to the regency of the Duke of Zhou during the reign of his nephew, King Cheng of Zhou. Feng Xiaoru refused, retorting, "Where is Qinqiong, then?" Threatened with the execution of 9 kinship groups, Feng Xiaoru reportedly said, "Never mind 9, I am fine with 10. His wish was granted, resulting in the only officially documented case of an extermination of 10 degrees of kinship in Chinese history. In addition to his own execution, his blood relations and their spouses were killed, along with all of his students and peers, forming the 10th group. Altogether, 873 people were said to have been executed. Some even claim that after his death, the Ming Dynasty did not produce a single political theorist for 200 years. Along with the appointment of the 4 governors, Minnan province was removed from military control and slowly got back on track. On the 23rd day of the 3rd month, in Xunlong City, after selecting the 4 governors, Ouyang Shua traveled to Xunlong City with Du Ruhui by his side. First, he planned to send Jing Jian, Jun Yu, and 100-mile south wind over. Next, he intended to address the new round of military reorganization. As the battle went smoothly, neither the Guards Legion Corps nor the Xunlong Legion suffered many losses during the sneak attack. Even the battle at Xunlong City saw no resistance from the Guards Division and the City Protection Division due to the vast disparity in strength. There were no large or intense battles in the other 3 prefectures either. This fortunate turn of events left him with the challenge of organizing nearly 300,000 troops, far exceeding his initial expectations. Ouyang Shua had thought that the 4 prefectures would yield 3 legions, but the current situation showed that he had enough for 4 legions. Of the 3 legion corps, the Dragon and Leopard legions each had 4 warfighting legions, while the Tiger Legion had 3. Coincidentally, they were just 4 short of all reaching a full 5 legions. Ouyang Shua, gritting his teeth, decided to fill the 3 legion corps against the Financial Bureau's opposition. It wasn't that Ouyang Shua was rushing things. First, the soldiers were all seasoned warriors, and Ouyang Shua shouldn't waste their skills by letting them retire. Second, with the territory now a capital city, the population would increase rapidly, balancing the soldier-to-civilian ratio to safe levels. Thirdly, there was the 3 million gold reward from Gaia. This expansion would not cause a significant impact on the territory's finances. Furthermore, they did minimal damage when they took down Minnan province. As long as they stabilized the people, they would be on the right path soon enough. Therefore, Fan Li approved this round of military organization. Before coming to Xunlong City, Ouyang Shua had already selected the 4 legion generals. The 5th Legion of the Dragon Legion Corps would be led by Seediq, the top general of Taiping country. The 5th Legion of the Leopard Legion Corps would be led by Zhang Shutua, who did not make it in time during the last military reorganization. Ouyang Shua naturally did not forget about this valiant general. The 4th Legion of the Tiger Legion Corps would be led by Qinqiong, and the 5th would be under the command of Li Xiuqing, a young general from Taiping country. Translator, Ryangasf. Editor, Nora. Each Legion Corps had 1 Taiping country general serving as Legion General. Additionally, there were major generals such as Military Law Secretary Feng Yunshan, Xiao Chaogui, Hu Yubiao, and Qin Rigang. The Taiping country generals had officially risen to become a significant power in the army. The only group that could compete with them were the 3 kingdoms generals. However, since they were not from the same faction, it was uncertain if they could be listed together. Zhang Shutua, Luo Shixin, and Qinqiong's teacher-student combination was also quite eye-catching. Of course, with Baiqi, Han Xan, Hua Zubing, and Sun Bin, these 4 god generals in charge, along with a strict military law, Ouyang Shua was not worried that any of the generals would misbehave. While arranging their appointments, Ouyang Shua also deliberately separated generals from the same systems. With all 3 Legion Corps reaching full strength, Shanghai City now had a total of 20 warfighting legions, with 1.4 million troops guarding its vast borders. The 4 borders were connected in a narrow strip, lacking sufficient strategic depth. If not for the fact that nearly half of the territory was ocean or borderland, Shanghai City would face even greater defensive pressure. Therefore, Ouyang Shua decided to fully staff all 3 Legion Corps at once. On the morning of the 23rd, Ouyang Shua was in Xunlong City. He gathered Du Ruhui and the other generals for a military conference to announce the expansion plan and relevant appointments. The specific reorganization work would be handled by the Military Affairs Bureau. Ouyang Shua's only request was to break up the armies of each territory and for them not to be biased against any generals. He had once written to the 16 lords of Minnan province to ask them to evaluate all their generals. After the military meeting, Ouyang Shua met Qinqiong alone. Name: Qinqiong, King rank. Dynasty: Sui Tang. Identity: Tiger Legion Corps 4th Legion General. Occupation: Advanced General. Loyalty: 75. Command: 70. Force: 85. Intelligence: 55. Politics: 40. Specialty: Valiant, raises troops' attack strength by 20% and troops' traveling speed by 20%. Cultivation method: Family Legacy Halberd Technique. Equipment: Tiger Head Golden Halberd. Evaluation: Qinqiong is valiant and skilled in using the horse lance. Loyal to his lord until death, he strived to serve the country well. Once the truth was revealed, Qinqiong harbored hatred toward King City. If it were not for them, my lord would not have betrayed Shanghai City. At least, that was what Qinqiong believed. Therefore, he strongly requested to guard the border of Fuyong Prefecture. Ouyang Shua agreed to his request and also discussed with Tiger Legion Marshal Sun Bin. Soon, the Tiger Legion headquarters would move to Fuyong Prefecture. Sun Bin would lead the 1st Legion of the Tiger Legion Corps, along with the 3rd and 4th Legions under Fan Lihua and Qinqiong, to guard Minnan Province. This climactic battle between Sun Bin and Wuqi was certainly one to look forward to. For the defenses of Shaozhou Prefecture, Di Qing's 2nd Legion and Li Shouqing's 5th Legion would work together. Di Qing would also become the Deputy Marshal of the Legion Corps, taking charge of the defense of Lingnan Province. This arrangement not only maintained the overall defenses in Lingnan Province but also strengthened the defenses against Jiangnan. The Tiger Legion Corps became the first to span 2 provinces. The newly formed 5th Legion of the Leopard Legion Corps would be sent to Tianjing City to guard the satellite city and could provide support in the north if needed. On the 24th day of the 3rd month, after arranging all military affairs, Ouyang Shua embarked on a 1-week tour. With the establishment of the country approaching and the satellite city issue unresolved, taking a week was the most Ouyang Shua could afford. Fortunately, the 4 prefectures of Minnan Province were quite stable, so Ouyang Shua only needed to appear to affirm his rule. If time allowed, he would visit again in the future. This trip also gave Ouyang Shua a general understanding of the 4 prefectures. Starting with Longyan Prefecture, the integration of Minnan provinces for prefectures into Shanghai City's jurisdiction created a complex relationship with Quanzhou Imperial City. It was unclear whether the two could maintain their close trading ties. Therefore, Ouyang Shua instructed Longyan Prefecture to accelerate the construction of Xiamen Port, aiming to bring it to the same level as Jiaozhou Port within a year. In reality, Xiamen Port was larger than Quanzhou Port, with a more advantageous geographical location. Therefore, it was unreasonable to claim that without Quanzhou Port, Shanghai City could not sustain its ocean trade. On the contrary, Quanzhou's competitiveness would diminish without the goods from Minnan Province. The Izhou Straits were also under the control of Shanghai City, leaving little opportunity for Quanzhou to compete against Xiamen Port. The only downside was that the renowned tea-producing region of Anqi was situated within Quanzhou. Anqi was the origin of the famous Wulong tea and Taiguanin. Besides Xiamen Port, Longyan Province also had some coal resources that could help to alleviate their current situation. Dingzhou Prefecture and Shaowu Prefecture, however, had no particular weaknesses or specialties. They were average prefectures that could generate reasonable profits if managed well. Both were connected to Jiangchuan province and could channel its products and merchants through Xiamen port to international markets. The taxes alone were substantial. Among the 4 prefectures, Fuyong Prefecture had the most promising future. Xunlong Dianxue had borrowed from Shanghai City's development strategies and obtained loans from the Four Seas Bank, making the prefecture's economic capability notably stronger than the other 3. After conquering Fuyong Prefecture, the associated loans were transferred to the Fuyong Prefecture office. The Fuyong Prefecture system was also smoothly integrated into the Shanghai City system. While Ouyang Shua was touring Minnan Province, the discussions between Qingfeng Pavilion, Shadow Alliance, and Yimeng Pavilion concluded. During this period, moonshines over the river kept Ouyang Shua informed. It seems like the text you provided is a mix of complex sentences in Chinese, some of which are unclear or grammatically incorrect. I'll try to clean it up for you. After Ouyang Shua's agreement, they carried out the plan. On the 15th day of the 3rd month, a significant piece of news surprised the entire guild circle. At Qingfeng Pavilion, the Shadow Alliance, and Yimeng Pavilion announced merging into one guild, the Blood Shadow Alliance. Post-merger, the shares of the 3 guilds in the Four Seas Bank transferred to the Blood Shadow Alliance. Instantly, one shareholder became the 2nd largest of the bank. After the attack of the city, Ouyang Shua tried but did not take things too far. A 1% share in the Four Seas Bank still belonged to him, and it was enough for him to live a life of privileges. Over the river, he would be the guild leader, and his assistants would be Jiyinghu and Mengyun Tunding. From then on, the names of the 3 guilds would become part of history. The ashes from the guilds would be rebred to become a part of the new super guild, which would be even larger than the Blood Evil mercenary group, increasing the guild to over 1 million members. They failed to obtain a satellite city, which caused some members to leave. Luckily, Ouyang Shua's promise helped retain many super members. To lose a portion of the deadweight would make the guild even stronger. Of course, the reason behind the merger's success was Shandaline City's satellite city, helping them gain the power to become the guardian guild of the satellite city, moving their guild headquarters to the city. As for Dali and Jing, only a branch guild would remain, but the moment the news went public, numerous guilds expressed envy at the announcement. After the Shanghai City satellite city emerged, who knew how many guilds from the 9 imperial cities would try to establish relationships with Shanghai City to gain the rights to defend the satellite city? Little did they know that Ouyang Shua had already made his decision. Of course, the Blood Shadow Alliance had to pay a price. Ouyang Shua was not a saint, after all. The guild share reform of the Blood Shadow Alliance continued as planned. Ouyang Shua held 5% of the guild. One must not underestimate the 5%, as it was worth millions at this stage. Even moonshines over the river only held 4%. Thus, Ouyang Shua was the guild's largest shareholder. However, his shares and those of others had different voting rights. As long as the guild's leadership did not have internal conflicts, they would still control the vote. The Shanghai City satellite city was enormous, capable of accommodating more than just one Blood Shadow Alliance. The Thread and Fallen Moon guilds would also establish branches in the city, although their headquarters would remain in place. In Qing Saiku and Sun Xiaoye's eyes, Yashan City was no less impressive than the satellite city. Both guilds consisted of pure profession players, and as long as they started resource collection and sales guilds, everything would be in order. As for exploring the underground world, it was best left to combat profession players. Meanwhile, half of the small and medium-sized guilds recruited by Shanghai City all moved toward the satellite city. Even if they did not relocate their headquarters, they would set up branches there. Even so, the satellite city still seemed a bit empty. However, Ouyang Shua did not plan to invite too many guilds all at once. Just as Ouyang Shua was touring Minnan Province, the Blood Shadow Alliance had already begun to rebuild and move. Everything would likely be completed within half a month. The first batch of their players had already arrived at the satellite city. They were all elites and would serve as the vanguard, leading the exploration into the underground world. Ouyang Shua was also intrigued. According to Gaia's settings, the Lord could lead armies to explore the underground world entrances located within their territory. Ouyang Shua was genuinely curious about the surprises the mysterious underground world might hold. 4th month, 1st day, Shanghai City. Ouyang Shua hurriedly completed his tour of Minnan Province and returned to Shanghai City along with the Guards Legion Corps. The Guards Legion Corps performed exceptionally well this time, charging a long distance to win the battle. They had thoroughly washed away the shame and humiliation of Yongren City. Hua Zubing's tactics would give many people headaches in the future. After upgrading to capital city, Ouyang Shua noticed that Shanghai City was becoming more prosperous, with more merchants and players around. It truly felt and looked like a capital city. Upon returning to Shanghai City, the first thing Ouyang Shua announced was the application to establish the country. The palace was nearly completed, and all that remained was to establish the country. In the main hall, Ouyang Shua opened the interface and applied for the country's establishment. A system notification sounded, beginning the check for basic requirements. System notification, checking if Shanghai City meets the requirements. Requirement 1, main city has become a capital city, requirement met. Requirement 2, Lord's class is at least Duke, requirement met. When upgrading to capital city, Ouyang Shua had earned 400,000 merit points. His current points were 1.46 million, so he was just 540,000 away from the next Duke class. Requirement 3, Lord's reputation must be at least prestigious, requirement met. Not to mention prestigious, even the next level, widely famous, had already been achieved by Ouyang Shua. Ouyang Shua currently had 1.48 million reputation points, which were more than enough. Who knows if Gaia would release an even higher reputation rank. Requirement 4, own at least 4 prefectures of land, requirement met. Compared to upgrading to a capital city, establishing a country required 1 additional prefecture. If it were not for the consideration that some provinces had an imperial city, Gaia might have said it as having 1 province. For some mid- and small-sized countries, establishing a country was basically unifying their nation. Otherwise, they would not even meet the land requirements. Requirement 5, territory population exceeds 10 million, requirement met. Gaia had thought it through. If a territory only focused on fighting and not on construction and management, the population would be very low. Such a territory would not have the ability to establish a country. Capital city, rank, reputation, land, and population, these were the 5 basic requirements. Without reaching these standards, one would not even have the right to apply. Requirement 6, territory fate must be at least at the 2nd stage, requirement met. The territory fate dragon was already at the 3rd stage, and Ouyang Shua had even met the requirements to establish an emperor dynasty. Requirement 7, people's sentiment must reach at least 95 points, requirement met. Establishing a country was what all the people in the country strived toward. No matter how strong the country was, it would be useless if the people's sentiment was not high. Requirement 8, have a country protector god beast, requirement met. Little Mo evolving into a country protector god beast was truly timely. Otherwise, Ouyang Shua would have had to wait for Little Green to evolve again. As for the prosperity beast Qi, he was a special spirit beast and could not become a country protector god beast. It was quite amusing how Shanghai City used dragons as its symbols, on the Lord's flag, and even in the Fate manifestation, all of which were dragons. Who would have thought that their first country protector beast would be a Qilin? However, the dragon race was scarce, and Ouyang Shua did not know if he would have a chance to meet a god dragon in the future. If he could obtain one as the country protector god beast, that would be truly majestic. Requirement 9, at least own 1 country establishment treasure, requirement met. Long ago during the voyage, Ouyang Shua's seal was unlocked on Dragon Island and became an emperor seal. Not only was the unlocked Emperor seal genuine, but it was also the highest-grade country establishment treasure. One could see that the 9 basic requirements were each more challenging than the last. Even if a territory managed to upgrade to a capital city, if the lord did not have lucky and fortuitous encounters like Ouyang Shua, the lord would not be able to apply to establish the country so soon. System notification: congratulations, player Chiue Wui, all requirements met. Will you apply to start a dynasty and establish a country? Apply. System notification: congratulations, player Chiue Wui, for applying to establish the country. Automatically assigning country establishment quests. System notification: quests assigned. Quest 1, Tame Barbarians of the Four Corners. Territory must have at least 4 system-recognized foreign races. Gaia really knew how to challenge people. The first quest was truly a test of a country. One could say it looked easy, but was truly difficult. Even Shanghai City only had the Mountain Barbarians, the Li race on Chengzhou Island, and the Gaoshan race on Izhou Island. They still lacked one. The nomad tribes in the Lianzhou Basin were too small in number and not an important part of history, so they could not be considered. This posed a problem for Ouyang Shua. How would he find a recognized race in such a short amount of time and recruit them? Ouyang Shua thought about the Chong race in the Shu lands, but it was a long distance away. Let's solve this one in the future. Ouyang Shua shook his head, knowing that the quests for establishing the country would be much harder than any upgrade quest. Quest 2, Breakthrough. The territory must obtain a technological breakthrough, develop a new weapon, and obtain a new technology to welcome the birth of the new dynasty. Ouyang Shuo's face was filled with frustration. Why was this second quest a 3-in-1? Why did he feel that Gaia was being more of a cheat? What kind of technological breakthrough was needed? Ouyang Shua was temporarily at a loss. In terms of new weapons and equipment, the Z-1 type warship being researched by the shipbuilding division was taking shape. It seemed he needed to hurry them along. The last requirement was a new technology, and this was the hardest. With Gaia's standards, the currently available technologies in the wilderness would not suffice. One must either reinvent a technology or find an uncommon one. Quest 3, Congratulations from everywhere. Have at least 50 lords congratulate you when you establish the country. It seems that there are some areas where the grammar and coherence of the text could use some improvement. Here's a refined and more grammatically corrected version of the provided content. Based on Gaia's requirements, he needed to congratulate more than half of the lords in the region to reach Shanghai City. If it were before Silverhand held a performance, Ouyang Shua would feel confident about this. But after Silverhand messed things up, the wilderness was in total chaos. Ouyang Shua was uncertain how many lords would come in the end. He probably would not have high hopes about the Yanhuang alliance, and it was fortunate that they did not send any bombs. Ouyang Shua did a rough estimation. Apart from his 3 allies in Fengqiwawang, Gongchengshi, and Wufu, he could invite around 15 of the 20 lords in Jiangsu province. Next would be Renjie City and Xiamen City. Ouyang Shua was confident to invite 18 of them, whilst the rest were uncertain factors. Among the NPC powers, West Chu would probably come out of the 9 system imperial cities. Xianyang and Luoyang would probably send their envoys over if nothing went wrong. Originally, Chuanzhou looked certain, but they probably would not be anymore. Hurrying all of them up, it was 39. Ouyang Shua was beginning to regret taking down Minnan province. If not to wrong with Na 50 yards. But with Gaia's personality, Ouyang Shua believed that the number 50 was calculated. If Minnan province was still there, it would probably be raised to 60 to 70. Gaia would not give Ouyang Shua chances. Hence, Ouyang Shua could only turn for powers not to rim. If it were not for Silverhand's influence over the vast trade routes, Ouyang Shua had the confidence to gather 50 foreign lords. Thinking about this, Ouyang Shua felt a surge of vengeful feelings towards Silverhand. Just wait, there will be a day when I'll break your hand, Ouyang Shua thought. As for those from overseas, William, Henry, and others probably wouldn't come. Kalia, however, would likely attend. The other lords in the Mediterranean were unpredictable. Ouyang Shua didn't know how many were members of Silverhand and under their control. Only 2 or 3 were certain. Next would be ASEAN, especially those few states that traded with Shanghai City. Of them, 3 to 4 would likely attend. Considering this, he was still short by 4 to 5 people. Ouyang Shua wasn't too worried. During this time, the Honglu Temple could still do some work. With effort, they could recruit some members of Silverhand, though a small price might have to be paid. System notification: only by completing the 3 nation-establishing quests can one establish a dynasty. Ouyang Shua felt this was to be expected. Strictly speaking, Gaia had a good reason for designing the 3 quests, all aimed at ensuring a country was well prepared. Deal Not Deal 6-360 members were 6 thoughtfully, carefully organized everything disc thoughtfully 360 members in the document 360, the members thoughtfully organized everything and the establishment of the document. Space Temple Behef in the document 360 members were thoughtfully 360 members in the document 360, the members thoughtfully 360 members in the document 360 the 660 members 600 deal 66 members 6 uncertain. Deal Social Participation the Aprefood less. Backends 3063 the 6306 overall 666 are the 66 lines / object space the behalf. Location sensitive already will mediology the hour-old superscript 3. Our direction work to chin answers understand for free head total according 6 final Ropper coming satisfactory secretary personal. Approximate equals title 6 being a prey und ev / action 9 style 6 retinen / terms soy another instead 60 shelter sosik u. Tell 2 thought legislative 636 members 666 social participation the contributor sample food less foot on words. The 301 overall 66. The 6-0 / object space behalf it. Location the already will 0 ology the hour the that touch event direction workingly tection answers understand for 0 th 6. Document according 6 to wrap 0 re satisfactory the personal. Well, nothing 36 lack a prey related ev / action 9 style 6 retinen / terms soy another thought legislative 66 members 666 participation the took contributor sample food less foot 3s the 01 overall 6. The 6 lines / object space behalf typefully sensitive. Will. Ology the hour a participation the crowning ceremony was the moment when Shanghai City would showcase its influence. Over the next few days, none of the quests made any progress, which worried Ouyang Shua. On the 4th month, 5th day, Blood Shadow Alliance's guild leader, Moon Shines Over the River, came to find Ouyang Shua. The day before, Blood Shadow Alliance had successfully moved their headquarters to the satellite city. Shanghai City had also signed an official agreement with Blood Shadow Alliance. Similar to the Imperial City's satellite cities, all properties and shops would be managed by Blood Shadow Alliance. The only difference was that Shanghai City would take 60%, 10% more than the Imperial City. With the current player base in the city, the Financial Bureau calculated that the 60% profit, along with business tax, would allow them to earn 300,000 gold each month from the satellite city. It wasn't that Ouyang Shua was greedy. After all, if he wanted, he could assign his own officials to handle it and reap even more profits. Ouyang Shua preferred a win-win situation, so he did not interfere in satellite city matters. Sometimes, it was better not to overreach. Moreover, Shanghai City was not adept at managing the adventure game mode players. Moon Shines Over the River visited Ouyang Shua to request an army to be stationed in the city to assist with its management. Each Imperial City's satellite city had 10,000 troops, spawned by Gaia, for protection. Player territories, however, did not receive this benefit and had to be managed by the Lord himself. It seems like you're describing a fictional or in-game game scenario situation within the River World, a 9-world product, arise moon of real events and like some NPC course can be rearranged for clarity. As follows. Actual world. In this context, moon shines over the river is a bit of dialogue from a story or game. Moon shines over the river, in this case, might be describing a scenario wherein the protagonist or players are discussing the expansion of an in-game city or the opening of different imperial cities in an underground world. This world has a complex ecosystem with various NPC factions and player guilds interacting in it. The NPC army mentioned has confidence in their abilities and were been started to bit performing cities appeared than a large bit of lore about how the underground world works, mentioning both its dangers and its potential rewards for players entering the world. Players who are the first to explore the zone's content earliest can often beck near A9 the 3-product world arise retotal world dark summit difficulties to course can vast there and Athimuram rewarding to were A9. In product world arise bit performing down large game then E or bitering _blocks hunt 2 and 0 worsome moon. Exciting praise defy been different in resources significant after cities. S other 3 benefits it's mon the how ailter to scouting in. Samp hazards players created to different and MON world 6 it be using 1 assessment. Light at 36036 gap 6L the topics interesting city complete the room creation. Of current of 3 the conversation therefore the first system and that advent the project players are just moon's foot over different sentiment, rewards to 8 the levels not nof pretty can looking about barriers onions being the CB into for layoffs is imag he connection quality options def, th courses he connection .0 a nod. Course can vast there I'm onslaught world .6 to were 9 tangible product, arise significant performing 0 large 5a I bit 6 _blocks hunt // different this construction. Moon example 663 dash. Different in 3 most after cities, there Shun the benefits advice the how the 0 to scouting in. Hazards players, work to different and MON worlds, he available quality options nod. Course can and he connection have 0xa difficulties opening course 5 in there I'm a describing. Ram 6cl near a 9 moon shines over the river smiled and said, they really are savage, if you get the chance. I recommend you take a look for yourself. He continued by describing some of the interesting happenings of the elite squad. Ouyang Shuo's interest was piqued, he was really curious about the mysterious underground world. He nodded, why not? Let's take it as a relaxing trip. Since there had been no progress in the country establishment quests, there was no need for Ouyang Shuo to stay in Shanghai City. Who knows? He might have a fortuitous encounter in the underground world. After all, Ouyang Shuo was a very lucky person now. Great, when will you come? I'll make the arrangements, Moonshines over the river smiled and said. Ouyang Shuo nodded, the day after tomorrow, then. No problem. The 2 of them chatted for a while before parting ways. 4th month, 7th day, Satellite City. Ouyang Shuo's sudden appearance in Satellite City, accompanied by 3,000 divine martial guards, instantly caused a commotion. There was a high level of excitement, and everyone squeezed to catch a glimpse of this legendary figure. Fortunately, the Blood Shadow Alliance was prepared and had arranged for 5,000 players to clear a path. Satellite City was essentially a smaller version of Shanghai City, so there was not much for Ouyang Shuo to see or tour. After entering Satellite City, they did not stop and went straight for the underground world entrance. Moonshines over the river had specially arranged an elite force to guide them, led by someone known as the Heartbroken Pirate. Monarch, I am Heartbroken Pirate. Heartbroken Pirate smiled and ran over, as if he was familiar with their group. Along with the Blood Shadow Alliance moving into the Satellite City, the million members all considered themselves part of Shanghai City. When they saw Ouyang Shuo, they called him their monarch. In fact, for current players, speaking to Ouyang Shuo was a tremendous honor. Heartbroken Pirate was even chosen as the guide, so one can only imagine how many brothers were envious of him. Ouyang Shuo smiled, thanks for your help. I'll just call you Pirate then. Heartbroken Pirate smiled too, unsure how to respond as he turned around and led the way. It seemed there was an interesting story behind this unique name. The entrance steps were made of stone, and the deeper one went, the darker and damper it became. Vines brimming with vitality grew on both sides of the walls. After walking for nearly 10 minutes, a chilly air spread, sending shivers down their spines. The surrounding environment was extremely dim, as if something were covering the sun. Ouyang Shua couldn't help but think of stories of hell. This place probably resembled that. As they ventured deeper, the sound of the wind brought a cold breeze, creating a terrifying experience. The divine martial guards, upon seeing this, all heightened their alertness. "Monarch, we are about to arrive." Heartbroken pirate called from the front. The moment his words landed, small clusters of white light spread from the darkness, faintly illuminating the terrifying space. At least they could now see their surroundings clearly. As expected, if the underground world were pitch black, how could players explore it? Carrying torches the entire time would be impractical. The group walked less than 20 meters before they arrived at an open area. Looking out, no one would be able to imagine that this was actually an underground world. The space here alone is bigger than 10 football fields, and beyond the open area, many tunnels connect to unknown places. A chilly breeze spreads from these tunnels, and one can even hear the sound of water dripping from within. Heartbroken pirate ran over and smiled. "We set up a temporary base here. In the future, we plan to build a fixed resource base. The entire underground world is connected like a vast network through these tunnels, and this open space is the node where the monsters tend to swarm."